Right, and we are back here for part two of our final 6 hours at Silverstone here for PBR Esports. We're currently riding on board here with the 191 Racing Line car, Bentley. This is Troy Barman, who has been leading most of the race at the moment for the previous couple of hours. Him and the 12 car of PCDC Motorsports of Arisman have been very similar in pace for most of this first 6 hours here of our 12-hour endurance race. Once again, we appreciate everyone who's donated so far to our cause. We've already surpassed our goal of 5,000 euros. So from me personally and everyone here at PBR Sports, we thank you for that. It will all go into aiding the Huntington's Disease Association. So it is a great cause. And if you're still able to donate, do so. If not, that is fine. Enjoy the racing on track, as we hope it starts to get very spicy as we've surpassed the halfway point and slowly reach our way to the end of the race.
Absolutely. It is looking like that we are kind of in a stalemate position right now, just kind of waiting for drivers to catch up to one another. Haven't really had a lot of on-track action here lately, not really very many small gaps at this point. Looks like maybe 20th down there is pretty close to the number 333 Bentley, trying to pull up on him. But really not a lot of close fighting here at this point in time. I think we're kind of in a hurry up and wait stage. Wouldn't you say, Nick?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we've reached the halfway point. This is usually the part where strategies have really come to the center of the race, and you'll see it on track. I mean, some people might be pit stop up on somebody and still be 10 seconds behind. Other people may be double standing on tires. We might see a few drivers who, with teams, we do have a few teams that only have two drivers. They might be on their second or third stint. So a lot of variables so far, but within the next few hours, and as we really get close to the closing stages of the race, we'll start to see these gaps slowly decrease. Strategies really show themselves, and might have a few last minute battles before the race finally finishes. But I'm very excited to see how everything unfolds here, and it's very nice to see the PPR team is up in 12th at the moment and fighting for a top 10. We see some great action between the RJN drivers as well, pair of McLarens they have on track. As we look at the 20th place Sim Race South Africa car, currently trying to get around the 333 Bentley. That is Sim Sport C.
That is correct. Devin definitely looking for a possibility there. Looks like he has, I believe that's Zavala. Oh, contact.
Oh,
And
yes.
Devin is off and into the barrier almost. Did well to keep it out of the barrier there.
Looks
Definitely
like they
not what
had
you wanted
gotten
to see.
caught up by a back marker there. That is not looking good at all. And fortunately, though, for Devin, he's coming off with not a lot of damage. Didn't really look like he picked up any damage there. But he's lost out 5 seconds from what he was gaining up. So it's very unfortunate there for the Sim Race South Africa team.
Absolutely. And I do believe that Porsche is actually ahead of him. I believe he's farther up the order. I think that's the Porsche Zavala, or I can't remember his name. But he is one of the Racing Line cars drivers. It's Zanella. Zanella is who that is up ahead.
So
of
they were
him.
most
So
likely looking to unlap themselves from him, and unfortunately, that contact was made. Most likely going to be reported to stewards. See what stewards have to say about that incident. But nonetheless, Devin now a little over 4 or a little under 4 seconds back. We'll now take it here with Christian Bianchi in the Racing Line Motorsports 193 car. He is the furthest back in the Racing Line team. I believe 2 other cars are inside of the top 10 at the moment. See the 192 Flores up there in 8th, and then the 191 is currently leading the race. So this is the furthest car back. Bianchi trying to put himself in the top 15 here. He's got that triple eight car of Coach Dave Racing in front of him.
some great onboard shots here. Going down the Wellington Straight towards Brooklands. Definitely is a great ability to be able to see the driver's perspective at night. At least from our point of view, the headlights are definitely doing their job, lighting up the grandstands there, as we can see.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see what obviously we see them coming around on track, but see what they're seeing inside of the car at the moment. Actually looks like, I mean, you can really see most of the track ahead of you here. Drivers, I don't think will be struggling too much through most of the section of the track. I think they have enough light. Oh, and it looks like, I believe that was Insulin there and the Ferrari for Coach Dave Racing go off just a little bit, so Bianchi might finally have his chance.
Yeah, these two were jostling near the end of the first half. And now here we have Bianchi trying to come back at Insulin. Just been an on-track battle for quite a while here at this point, and it's going to be real interesting to see if Bianchi at this stage of the race just has more pace than the Ferrari.
Yeah, it looks like Bianchi is making his charge here. See if he can get this overtake done.
These two just have been battling all race. I'm sure they're tired of seeing each other's liveries at this point. After chasing one another for so long.
Yeah, and it looks like now Bianchi is just really unable to get past this Ferrari here. I believe they're both 3 laps down at the moment from our race leader. I believe they are making their way through Luffield at the moment. Yes, they are. See if there's going to be any chance here for that Bentley of, or I'm sorry, the Aston Martin of Bianchi.
Is it midnight for you now? Are you about the same
Yeah, I
place
feel
as
like
these
it's
drivers?
also midnight for me.
Hey, it's 12:24 our time, man. Not quite midnight yet. Still midday
Oh,
for us.
12 is still 12. It's 12 o'clock somewhere.
I mean, it's
Um,
12 o'clock here.
I think we've been saying Bentley so many times tonight that it just kind of just comes out with all the Bentleys that we do have on track. But nice to see the Aston Martin of Bianchi really putting up a fight here. But Insulin doing a great job of holding them off and keeping 15th for the time being.
I mean, I'll be 100% honest with you. I don't actually like the look of the new Aston Martin Vantage, but man, with all this race, equipment on it, the big wing and everything, I think I'm starting to like it. I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to get one day and put a big old wing on the back and just drive around with it, because that's the only way it looks good, in my opinion, right now.
Well, I mean, everyone knows you put a giant wing on the back of any car, it immediately goes faster and it is just more stylish. no matter what
Oh,
car.
let me go. Let me go throw one on my. Well, not on mine. I'll go throw one on a Prius, though. How about
Yeah, the Prius automatically, it's just a beautiful car. If you just put a giant rear wing on it, great car.
that? I
That's
have
all
seen
cars need.
one. I have seen one floating around YouTube lately. It's got the Supra, the orange Supra from Fast and the Furious paint job on it, and it's got a big old wing on the back of it. And I'm just like, what are you doing? But I guess he's much like Ricky Bobby and just wants to go fast.
And that is it. All you need to do is go fast. That is currently what Troy Barman is doing there for the Racing Line Motorsport team. He's been doing that. That whole team has been doing it the entirety of the race. We're slowly reaching down to 5.5 minutes left. Oh, and then we have a car that I believe that is the 404 car of Connection Loss Racing that just went off there in the background. Somehow brought it back on track. We are with Dan Suzuki, our PPR esports team, one of our two. He's currently sitting here in 12th.
Absolutely, great job for PPR Esports. Doing a better job than I could do for our team. So, I mean, they've really been putting on quite a show and trying to stick up here with the best of these guys for sure.
Yeah, they've had some great stints. Alex Seibel on his stint unfortunately had 2 spins that really caught him and put him back places that they had gained on track, but these guys have really been pushing him pretty hard to have some unfortunate events, but that's really what comes to mind when you think about endurance racing. It's just you need a little bit of luck on your side, you need to not make mistakes, and you need to keep pushing the pace the duration of the entire race. So that's, I mean, you look at our top 3 that's been doing a great job at it, but Dan as well here in 12th for us here at PPR Esports. Slowly trying to see if he can get us back into the top 10.
Absolutely, and it looks like about 1.2 seconds up the road, he has the McLaren of Wenlock that he is trying to chase down, that you see in the frame there just in front of him as we go through the loop once more. You know, I don't know. What's your experience with the set of course? I haven't had very much experience, obviously. This is my first time really being exposed to the game. Have you played it? Have you driven any on it?
I've played a little bit here on ACC. I've played the set of course pretty heavily, but I've just now been getting into ACC, so I haven't done any of our league races, anything like that. But I mean, I can tell you it's a fantastic game. The physics are great. The way the cars handle is amazing. I mean, you just see it too as we're here racing at night. You just see how great the graphics look as well. Overall, it's a fantastic game. I'm glad that we were able to do our 12 hours of Silverstone here tonight as well, and that it was able to be put under ACC because I think it is probably one of the better sims at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. As I've been saying, you know, basically all day, is I love seeing how the car reacts, you know, to every input that the driver gives it, whether it's throttle, whether it's, you know, the steering angle that these guys are putting in. Just seeing how the suspension reacts, seeing the car lean, seeing how, you know, the softer setup here, the Ferrari, as you see it bouncing down the Wellington straight versus the Aston Martin, who's obviously running a little bit stiffer of a setup. The car is just so planted and stable in comparison, and it's really nice to see how the different cars react and the different setups truly react. It's not something we really get a lot of in Formula One.
No, definitely not. I mean, it's very much different than Formula One. Formula One cars would probably break before the 12-hour mark, and these GT3 cars can really take it pretty heavy. That's why we have races like the 24 Hours of Le Mans and Nürburgring as well. All of those endurance races that are fantastic to watch.
Definitely something that I think I would be interested in attending one day would be one of these endurance races. It would be a very daunting task to try to stay awake for the entire race, but it's just such a different creature, to a lot of other forms of motorsport. In the fact that it's a very long, drawn out process. I mean, you know, I, I've traveled across country. I've traveled straight through from Oklahoma to Delaware, and that's a 1,200-mile trek. Um, with 30 minutes of sleep on the road after working an 8-hour shift at work. And I still can't imagine though driving the car on edge for an equivalent amount of time versus just driving across the country. It's one thing doing 70, but doing 130, 140, 150 around a track for countless hours, and driving a vehicle on the edge for countless hours, it's a completely different beast.
Oh, it most definitely is. Speaking of beasts, Christian Bianchi has the beast in front of him, that Ferrari, the 888 car of Rogue Racing, is just unable for him to get past. He's just stuck there in 16th, but they got a back marker here, and it looks like, as I say that, Bianchi might get this move done. Yes, he does, and that was actually not a back marker at all. It's now showing me Bianchi in 14th here. So that had to be the Bentley of Mattia. He looks like he may have gone off there, and we'll see it update in our standings in just a few seconds. There's now Bianchi there up in the 14th, taking a little bit of luck there that Mattia went off, and he was finally able to get past the Ferrari of Vincent, so he's now up in 14th, and Vincent there in 15th. And Mattia, unfortunately, couldn't really tell what went wrong with him, but I believe he's now heading into the pits. Hopefully no damage to that car after he went off circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully, we don't want to see any damage to any of these cars. We want to see as much on track racing as possible. Looks like that Enslin can't keep up with the Aston Martin at this point as it tries to scurry away from him.
Yeah, and it looks like we're reaching around the point where we're going to see a lot. We're probably half our grid here starting to make stops. We look towards the back, got a lot of cars running in a line at the moment here. We're on board with the 7 Audi, which is SRHI Racing.
Thoughts on rain? As we heard from our race director in the previous session, we did have it confirmed that there is a chance of rain at some point in the race. As we watch the Audi battle around with the Bentley, absolutely love the sound of that Audi as it screams by as we go on board.
Yeah, these guys having a great battle with each other. Gotta be careful though, and he spun. And unfortunately, it looks like the 7 there of SRHI, excuse me. Yeah, just tried to get on the throttle a little bit too much, and ended up just spinning those rear wheels, and off he went. And unfortunately, he had 2 cars very closely behind him, and they all got caught out in that incident. I'm sure we're going to see that somewhere in a steward's report or an incident pretty soon in our stewards chat. They may be looking into that, but it's very unfortunate there for the 7 car.
Absolutely. Looks like Aaron is trying to chase down another McLaren just up the road of Vaughn's within that crucial second mark. It's truly amazing how much a second difference is in this game versus Formula One, right? I mean, a second is you're ready to pass. You're not going to do that inside of a second on this game. There's just no way. You need to be down to about 2/10 in order to even begin thinking about making a pass.
Yeah. Oh, and here we go. Fabian Snow, the other VMS. It's like him and Tim Cook are having a little bit of a battle here.
Getting great onboard shots here from our race director as we go through
Tim Cook.
village into the loop. It looks like so hard to tell at night, where we are on the track.
Yeah, it can get difficult at times. And it looks like Tim Cook there of Octane Racing is gonna lose out at the moment here to Snow, who's in 28th at the moment. Both of these cars are 5 laps down.
Maybe the Ferrari master strategy plan will end up working in the end and hopefully help Fabian Snow and the VMS team move up the field later on.
Yeah, we will see, but he is definitely making out a nice gap now. And looking at Thomas Arnsman leading the race right now, he's in front of the Racing Line team, the 191 car that was leading a majority of this race. I wonder if this might just be due to stops at the moment, but PCDC Motorsports back up in the first place. We saw them leading a lot of the race the first couple hours, and then it was followed by the Racing Line 191 car taking forward probably the past 2.5 to 3 hours. So these guys look like they're definitely going to be challengers when it comes to who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, it's very clear that Bentley is dominating this race at this point. I mean, I really don't think any other manufacturer has been in the lead at this time, have they?
It's been pure Bentley all night. But as some of our viewers have mentioned through their comments on our streams, they've really told us why the Bentley is so heavily preferred. And you can see it. I mean, most of our grid is majority Bentleys, and we have a few BMWs and a few Mercedes. But other than that, the rest of the grid is all McLarens and Ferraris, with a sprinkle of an Audi somewhere in the field.
Yeah, I believe we only have one Audi currently on track. The chat, it keeps asking, where is the rain? Is it going to rain? One of them even saying, they're in the UK. How is it not raining? I'm surprised that it hasn't been pouring down the entire event. Well, I don't know much about when rainy season is in the UK, but chat, if you guys know if it's rainy season in the UK, let me know.
Can tell you a little bit about my time in England. The 4 years I spent, it rains quite a bit, more than we get here in the States, at least where we're at the moment. But we still have 5.5 hours left, just under 5.5 hours. The rain, as I've been told, is a probability. May still come. I mean, still 5.5 hours, a long time to wait. And that's just going to throw another wrench into the race, because not only will be at night, we'll be in the rain, and that is going to be prone for mistakes for many drivers. It could really shake up our top 10 all the way down to 36th position.
Here's another car we have not seen a lot of, Mercedes, on the track tonight. It looks like he's about to get lapped. I'm doing well to stay out of the way there, though. of the Aston Martin that is just passing by.
Yeah, that is Fabian Fabec and the Cube Controls Racing Mercedes. Cube Controls, one of our sponsors for the event as well. So, you know, got to show the car some love no matter where it is on track. But they have not had the optimal race per se. Had a few shortcomings, but nonetheless, they are still charging hard in the race. And now here with Tobin Lee for the Jensen Team Rocket RJN team up in 4th place. They've been the leading McLaren the entire race. I mean, the next closest McLaren is Monroe there, their teammate in 12th, and the other RJN car, the 24 McLaren. So the 23, I mean, been the lead McLaren. They've done an awesome job, but it's a straight 1, 2, 3 for the Bentleys at the moment.
Yeah, it definitely looks like Tavion is trying to narrow down this gap and separate them. It really just a great joy to have the Jensen Team Rocket even here participating. But obviously, we hope that they can continue on pushing through the field. Both cars just doing really well to be here at this time, and it's nice to see the 720S moving up. As I said earlier, was a huge Braun Racing fan, even though I am a huge Tifosi fan. You know, member of Ferrari. It was just I really enjoyed Braun. So hopefully Braun GP, you know, colors can continue on some way in motorsport. And Jensen Team Rocket is definitely doing that for us. So I appreciate it, guys.
Yeah, and I really gotta say, I gotta appreciate Bolton here in the chat, saying summer means warm rain up in the north. So thank you so much for Bolton. He's been giving us a lot of info throughout our streams, especially in part 1 as well as the first 6 hours. So thank you so much to Bolton for some of that information.
Absolutely. Looks like Bianchi has been able to pull away from Ensslin. I have a car in between them now.
Yeah, and then we have Mark Vaughn's here in 24th or 21st, excuse me, in a TPC Sim Racing, that 777 car. Trying to catch up to another Bentley. That is the 333, the Simport C team. About half a second off from them.
Not familiar, Nick. Do you see the DT graphic next to 24? I'm not sure what that is. Do you know what
That
that is?
means a drive-through penalty has been awarded to that car. So they are currently having to serve a drive-through penalty in the pits, especially at a track here like Silverstone. That is pretty harsh. It is a very long pit straight. However, I know we are not using the new one on circuit. We are using the old pit straight, so might affect these cars a little bit differently.
Yeah, it does seem like it is quite a bit longer of a pit entry and exit there in between Woodcock Cops than the one that we have between Club and Abbey. Well, maybe not. I don't know. They're both pretty long around this track.
Yeah, I mean, either way, they're both pretty long pit straights, and yeah, the drive-through is really going to hurt them, unfortunately. But currently looking at Aaron Foyberg here for VMS B team. He is getting lapped, I believe.
That might be for position. I can't see the car number on the Bentley.
No, that was a lap car. As you can see, Aaron's still in 22nd there on your bottom right. So There's a lap car
Oh,
coming and passing by.
I just never know with the delay of the timing and scoring update over there on the side. It makes it very, very tricky at this point.
Yeah, I think you could say the one downfall of ACC is just the broadcasting abilities that you have. Not as easily accessible as some other sims, but nonetheless, I mean, still love it. It's amazing. And here we go. John Monroe with RJN. He is at the moment 12 seconds back there from Claro in the 39 Bentley. That is the team of Jardier, Random, and Greco. Saw a little bit of Jaroslav earlier in the stream as he was passing one of our PPR esports drivers, so showing him some love. Great YouTuber and Twitch streamer.
And we're running a little bit wide there on the exit of Club. Heading towards Village now. Still hanging in there though. Can't see the gap between him and the Bentley up ahead, but sure that he is closing in ever so slightly.
Yeah, and we've once again reached another point where lots of these gaps are very much extended from one another. Not really too many cars, or really if any cars, on track battling for position at the moment. We'll see how everyone comes out after their next reign of stops, as we are edging ever so closely now to the 5-hour remaining mark, which starting, or at least for us, at 6 a.m. this morning. Seems like this race has really gone by and it's been very entertaining. And once again, we've said this many times on the stream, but we just want to thank everyone that has donated. If you are still looking to donate, it's just !, just giving in chat, and it will send you to our Just Giving page and you'll be able to donate. But it's been such a joy to watch this race and to watch all the people donate, and everyone in chat really enjoying the commentary, as I've been told so far, even though we may be botching names and saying the wrong car every once in a while. It's been tremendous. It's been a lot of fun, and I'm glad to be here for PPR Esports and just
Absolutely. It looks like Brandon Dove is serving a drive-through penalty. Looks like Mr. Cook back there in the number 668 also received a drive-through penalty. Not sure what for, but that's definitely a costly thing as we watch Brandon rejoin the track. Now we are on to Ensley, still chasing down Bianchi. And to get back up there and fight with that Aston Martin once again. It's been a continuous battle between these guys.
Yeah, they've stayed relatively close to each other on their stints. After Bianchi passed up instantly, he pulled up a little bit of a gap, but now it's stayed to about 2.5 seconds to 3, but it looks like Instant might be losing out just a little bit more time here. But nonetheless, this is still relatively close, especially talking about how much longer we have left in the race. Just hitting about 5 hours remaining here. Currently 1:34 a.m. on track, and very dark for all of our drivers, but as we saw from our onboards, the lighting for them not too bad at the moment. I don't expect too many mistakes to be made here at night, as it looks like track for them is pretty well lit from all of their lights on board of their cars.
Yeah, it's been a real joy to watch a lot of these drivers get as close as they are to each other and continue to maintain pace, really. And some of them even really working together.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great to watch all this as we now get a look back now at first place of Thomas Arsman, PCDC Motorsports, back into first place. Get to see a nice little shot of his driver. But these guys have done a fantastic job. I mean, I've probably said it 3 or 4 times so far, but PCDC have kept it very clean. They've been on point with the strategy all race, and over halfway through, if they can keep this going for them, they can definitely have a big probability of coming home with the race win, but they got to keep up. And in front of the 191 car that we've talked about a majority of the race as well, that Racing Line team, it is not going away whatsoever.
Thomas currently working on lap 200 so far, guys. Can you imagine doing 200 laps around Silverstone, Nick? I don't think I could do it.
Yeah, it's looking like we're probably going to be around 300 and about 50 to 70 laps here by the end of the race. So that's going to be a lot of race and a lot of laps for our drivers to put in.
Absolutely. It does look like somebody in the chat is requesting a shout out for Vons in the number 777. Vons having a little bit of a tough race, but you have support up here in the chat room. They are wishing you luck, wanting to see you continue on and push forward and catch that Aston Martin that is in front of you. As we watch these 3 Bentleys jostle up here,
Yeah,
it's kind of a assertion of dominance, isn't it?
Actually, Hanlon there, that's the 43 car. That is the Cube Controls Altus Esports team. And they're trying to unlap themselves from Arsman here. So, very interesting. And you also have the 16 car as well. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the 16th place car as well. That's the 404 of CLR Racing, also in a Bentley as well. So Arsman in a peculiar situation with some back markers trying to unlap themselves right behind him. You've got to be very careful. I cannot tell you how many times I've seen a leader get taken out from a back marker trying to unlap themselves. So it's really a tricky spot to be in, and you've got to make sure you make the right move if you're trying to get past the leader, especially someone who's dominated race pace so far this race. But if you got it on them, they can make the move. You got to make sure you do it smartly on track.
Absolutely. We do not need a Esteban Ocon and Max Verstappen issue. As we see, Thomas got a little shaky around there. Did well to keep it under control, though.
Yeah, and it looks like that 3rd place car now of Hanlon attempting to unlap himself, unable to do so. But Hanlon's got to be careful too, because then they got Lee in 4th, who was very close. Tobin, actually, I believe that is Lay. Tobin Lay in the Team RJN 23 car now closing in on 3rd place because Hanlon is unable to get past the leader of Arsman. Both these cars are a lap down.
I mean, what a talent, though, to be able to keep up with these guys and then, you know, try to unlap yourself. That's something that's hard in any sport, and it doesn't matter what you're doing when you're racing. And it's not something that you really see a lot of in most other racing series. So it's very awesome to see them trying to progress forward enough. Hanlon, though, needs to do what he can to get past the leader. Otherwise, he's going to be under threat by the number 23 car here as we ride on board of Tobin.
Yeah, and Arsman may be reaching their next stop window, but I don't think this is for another few minutes. I believe 10 to 15. I could be wrong, so don't quote me on that. But you're going to have to deal with this pressure from 3rd and 4th place. even if they are lapped cars, they're gonna have to deal with that. They're sitting 35 seconds ahead of the second place car of the Racing Line 191 team of Troy Barman. So this battling with the back markers trying to unlap themselves could really hurt the number 12 PCDC Motorsport A team.
I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I love these Windows graphics that tell you what car is in what position up there with the lights in the window. That's a really nice touch. It makes it very easy and comprehensive.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Going on.
Yeah, it helps us out here on stream. It also helps if you're watching these cars in real life as well. You can really keep up with who is who, much like you see in other racing series like IndyCar as well. I believe they run it. You see it with all endurance cars, LMP1s, LMP2s, and it's great for the fans. It's great for us when we're watching stuff like this on sim racing to be able to keep up and be alert of who is where instead of just trying to, especially at night, peek a number on the side of a door and get the team right.
Yeah, it is extremely hard to see from some of these camera angles exactly where you are on track, unless you have been well acclimated with the track for many years. It's just very challenging to understand where they are. And some parts of this track, you know, they can trick you up and make you think that you're at the other end of it, and it's just, especially with these start-finish straights, right? Having two of them on the track. But we are currently on board with Hanlon trying to defend from the McLaren behind, as well as unlap himself.
Yeah, Hanlon is just a little bit under second ahead here from Tobin and the RJN McLaren. They're keeping this similar gap to each other, both of them behind Arsman here. They got a lot of other cars now hanging out in the background as well, so it's starting to get a little bit shaky here. We're about to hit the 5-hour mark now. It's 1:51 a.m. on circuit. Track temps really starting to cool down for all these drivers, as it looks like our 6th place driver has gotten a stop and go 30-second penalty. That is the 56 car, who unfortunately is not on our spotter guide. So but that is the 56 car of, I'm not even going to try his name.
I don't think I would either.
That is the like and subscribe team. Yes, the 56 team.
Yes, guys, make sure you like and subscribe to PPR Esports so you can keep up with more content as we come on throughout our down season right now. But yes, exactly. I will be signing off here shortly. I do want to take this time to quickly thank everybody for tuning in and donating. We are almost at 111%, 110.9 right now of our goal, with 5,545 pounds donated. This is all in effort to support the Huntington's Disease Association. Once again, as I did earlier, I do want to take time to thank everybody in our staff currently, whether you are of our stewards team, whether you are part of our broadcast team. It has been a joy to work with all of you today, and I hope the best for the remaining 5 hours as you guys put on the remainder of this event. Nick, it has been a joy to be up here in the booth with you today. Jamie, welcome back, and I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your race.
Thank you so much, Nathan. We really appreciate your effort. You've done an outstanding job so far. Really helped make this 7 hours so far go by. pretty smoothly and pretty quickly. So we appreciate you. Stellar job, man, and time to relax, enjoy the rest of the day, and possibly hop in the chat and watch the rest of the stream.
Absolutely. Have a great day, guys.
So it's back to Jamie and Nick yet again.
Yeah,
The
the dynamic duo. The duo who can't do math, can't read, doesn't know the makes of any of these cars, and still attempts to commentate a 12-hour endurance race. It is us.
Who gave us these positions is my question. Who decided this was a good idea?
Unfortunately, it was actually us who gave ourselves these positions. So
that's probably the only possibility of that happening. So that makes perfect sense to me.
It really does. I don't think anyone else would dare to do this, but that is why we are the dynamic duo.
Exactly. We may not be any other adjective, but we are dynamic, and that's all that counts. We've got Tobin Lee on the back of Hanlon, right behind the race leader. So they're trying to unlap themselves, and it's a very peculiar situation because you really do not want to take out the leader. That is huge in endurance racing, or in any race event in itself. So we'll see what happens. It looks like from our race director, we've got rain in 15 minutes. So my goodness, will it get spicy here in the final 5 hours. So that could very much shake up the order. That could very much switch up our current leader now. We'll see how they can handle it. The Bentley's supposedly pretty decent in the rain, according to my one Discord message I saw. So it's basically a fact. So we'll see how the Bentley's can pull ahead. Yes.
Yeah, the rain will really shake things up. And like I was talking to Nathan too earlier, with our 3rd and 4th place drivers sitting behind the leader, I was telling Nathan earlier, I've seen so many times in endurance races where a back marker trying to unlap itself does have better pace than the leader at a certain point in the race, but maybe makes a lunge too much, takes out the leader, and then now you find yourself with an enormous time penalty and the leader out of the race, and just not something you want on your mind for the rest of the night.
Definitely not a great situation to be in. Very hard to navigate if you're trying to unlap yourself, trying to close that extra lap gap to the leader so you can actually possibly go for that race win. And of course, the race leader is going to do everything he can to hold you back and not let you get started on that charge to make up that lap.
Yeah, most definitely. And looks like Claro now is starting to pick up on Chisa, and the 192 as our other Racing Line team. Racing Line doing a great job, kind of sitting 1st, 8th, and then they have their other driver as well, Bianchi, sitting 14th. So collectively as a whole, they've probably been maybe the 2nd best team next to RJN, maybe the 1st. You could debate on which one you would think, but those guys having fantastic race as an entire collective.
Yeah, they're definitely doing well. To get a team in the top 10 with a race of this competitive of a field is a feat in itself. So hats off to everyone who's done that so far. But of course, we still have 5 hours left, so it doesn't mean a single thing unless you can get to the end. So we'll see who can endure the endurance race for the next 5 hours.
That is very true, very true. And still looks like Hanlon there in the lead from our time experience. Looking like they're probably comfortable with where they're at currently on track, as one of them may be pitting, but
yeah, it looks like Lee is waiting for Hanlon to make the move. He obviously can't do much now. It's going to be hard to overtake when you have the draft of the leader ahead. So he's going to probably wait for one of these guys to make mistakes and capitalize on that. But for now, he could look to fuel save with this draft. I'm not sure how effective the slipstream coast, lift and coast method is here to try and extend your stint. You get a little bit of flashing lights. They pass some back markers here. See if they can navigate that. Oh, getting a little held up here. The leader able to get away a little bit.
and that's not what's best for our 3rd and 4th place competitors, but for Arnsman there in 1st, it's definitely definitely what he wants. He wants a little bit of a gap there from the back markers behind, because this could not have been an easy stint so far for him. They've already lost 3 seconds now to the other racing line team, the 191, just by probably just looking in the rearview mirror, knowing that they got these back markers trying to overtake them, and maybe with a little bit more of a gap now, they might be able to focus a little bit more on track instead of the cars behind them.
Yeah, one of the keys to endurance races as well is navigating traffic, because that can cost you so much time. If you're losing 2 to 3 seconds per lap due to slow traffic, then you'll be losing the race. You won't be up near the top. So the sooner you can get by, the better you'll do. Of course, you can sometimes use traffic to your advantage to try and fuel save, use that slipstream. But for the most part, it's how you can use traffic to your advantage and get around them. But so far, Tobin, Lee, and that Jensen or Team Rocket RJN23 car is sitting tight in P4, waiting for something to happen.
Yeah, and it will be interesting as well. Obviously, we know the RJN team is founded by Jensen Button. That's why they got those beautiful bronze colors on them. But I believe he's supposed to be doing one of their final stints. He's yet to do one tonight, so it's going to be interesting to see how his pace compares to his sim drivers. I'm seeing him a little bit in it's literally called the race events. He is not too bad when it comes to sim racing, so we'll see how that comes when it's Jensen's turn. But so far, his team's done a fantastic job to keep them in top 5 and battling for a top 3 finish. Even as we still have, as you said earlier, Cap, 5 hours left to go and rain incoming, so anything is possible. But at the moment, they're looking pretty solid.
Yeah, I'm very much expecting things to get shaken up, so kind of excited to see how this field will alter. But going back to that subject of Jensen hopping in the car and having some decent pace in the sim rig, it seems after all of this quarantine and lockdown, a lot of our real-life motorsport racing drivers have entered the sim game and have proven to be pretty decent at it. It doesn't translate one-to-one, obviously, but the skill obviously translates a little bit, and a lot of real-life drivers are seemingly pretty quick on the sim rig as well. As we saw George Russell in that F1 virtual GP series, he's looking almost esports level at that point, so he's very quick, picking it up very easy, just having it for a couple months or so.
Yeah, it's great that you brought George Russell up to point. He had never had a sim rig, never really played any sims. Gets the game within probably a month. He's already near esports ready. But you also look at people like Lando Norris, has been sim racing for a while. He's doing the IndyCar events and coming out with wins on those. So it really shows you how pacey these guys are in the car and in the sim as well.
Yeah, definitely. I know we've seen Lando Norris and Max Verstappen pre-Corona endurance races. They've been a solid team. They have really quick pace. They're up there with the top sim racers. So if you have a certain rig up to certain specifications, you can mimic a real life car pretty similarly with the right amount of money.
Yeah, that is very true. With the right amount of money, you can really get it pretty comparable to a car. I mean, you can get chairs that affect and kind of present the G-forces that you'd feel in a car through similar corners. It's quite amazing stuff that's now been brought into the sim game that's really been occurring over the past near decade now, as sim racing has really come front and center, and maybe what you could say in its prime now.
Yeah, definitely. It's a booming industry in the past 3 months alone. It's definitely growing over the past few years for sure. We've seen many real-life racers. Here comes Hamlin, though, looking to make a move on the leader. He's trying to overtake him, unlap himself, looks to the inside, pokes his nose in there. He's really trying to get the move done as soon as possible, but he's having trouble finding his way through.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of drivers trying to do that at Luffield, trying to take that first left before the roundabout portion, and it just doesn't work out because you have to go the high side of the line, and don't look like it was going well for Hanlon, at least right there.
Yeah, this track has many varying corners. It's all about setting up your pass, almost thinking it's like chess, you know, a couple moves ahead, where to place your car 2 corners before the next corner so that you can really place your car in the right exit to get ahead of the driver. So if you go into left field in Brooklands, you want to, depends where the driver is.
Believe on our track map, I just saw a car off circuit. Couldn't pick it up because of the lights, but I'm starting to wonder if that was Arsman because he's lost a lot of time to second place of Barman. I may be wrong.
Aaronsman has
in the
jumped in the
pit.
pits, so
okay.
I'm not sure who that was off track specifically. Looks like everyone's okay, but that is very beneficial for Hanlon. They'll be happy to get through. That promotes Barman up into P1 at the moment.
So yeah, the crucial part in this. Yeah, the crucial part of this is Barman and Arsman have been, well, the 191-12 team, no matter who the driver's been, has been about 9 to 10 seconds apart. See how much that's affected this gap now after a little bit of that back marker stint, as you could call it, that the 12 team of the PCDC Motorsport just had.
So the driver swap has initiated. So Urbik is now in.
And I am also in. I am back for another hour of fun commentary.
Here we have Ollie back in it.
Take it over, Ollie's. I will be back later on in stream. I am Nick Moore, and yeah, you guys have fun. Jamie, Ollie's, enjoy.
Yeah, see you, Nick.
Thank you very much, Nick. We'll catch you later in the stream. He'll be back for some more outstanding commentary as he's been given all race long. But Ollie, how is it going for you?
It's turned into a more full day than I was expecting. You know, I got up at 6 a.m. the earliest I've gotten up in about 4 months since the no school due to the virus. So a little shock to my system, but you know the excitement and you know, just the excitement of having an event like this got me right out of bed. I was ready to go. Held drivers briefings for Tier 2. And then I've been stewarding, and now coming in for my second hour of commentary, which I'm thoroughly excited for. Yeah, I mean, so far it's a busy day, still more stewarding to do. There's always stewarding to do. But yeah, so far so good.
Yeah, definitely. Our Tier 1 started just before our Tier 2 race, so it'll be a little bit delayed, but both decently going smoothly, well, pretty smoothly so far. But I don't know if you've heard, but our Tier 1 definitely had a chance of rain hinted in the next 15 minutes or so. So I don't know when we'll start to see that. Currently on stream, it looks like we don't have any drops yet, but you can't really see any clouds in the sky considering it's nighttime. We'll see just how that unveils in the next coming laps.
Yeah, I mean, last 2 hours ago when I was last commentating, I heard that there was chances of it, and now to know that it's only 15 minutes away. Viewers definitely stick around. Because that's going to make it exciting. And one of the things that cloud cover does is actually going to make the track much darker than it would normally be, because no moon shining through no stars. So it's about as dark as it could get here at Silverstone today.
Yeah, so we'll definitely see how that plays out. That'll be a huge varying factor for our drivers on track. But the battles have gotten a little bit tighter now, as we see P8. Igor for the like and subscribe team have been doing an excellent job. They're making their way up the field, closing in on Scheisse in that Porsche. Looks like he's actually made the pass, his passer, and gotten through. He's up into P7 now, as they're now on the back of Urbik, who's in P2, so they're going to try and unlap themselves. We'll see how this pans out. But yeah,
go ahead.
I was just gonna say we're super pleased by the results of the donations so far. You guys have done an awesome job supporting this cause for the Huntington's Disease Association. We're really proud to be able to put this event on and raise awareness and contribute to this great cause. So thank you guys all who have contributed so far. We appreciate you guys being all around.
Yeah, and I owe a special shout out to my Tier 2 fellow steward, Nuzalam. He's been going for at least 6 straight hours of stewarding. Most of it by himself because I've been doing this and other things. So I mean, it's special shout out for him, and it's people like him who are really helping behind the scenes to make this event great. So I want to shout him out just because he's been doing a great job, and he, like me, has gotten up much earlier than he's used to.
Yeah, it's been a big event. A lot of people are putting a lot of time, sweat and tears into this, and we're really hoping it. I think I see a few drops of rain. Sorry to interrupt, but it looks like if we go on board with our leader, you can indeed see his windshield wipers are on. So that rain is coming down.
Oh yeah, the portion down in 7th place, the 56 machine, it's got its windscreen wipers on. So we have rain here at the Silverstone circuit. Time to really spice things up here as we are in the middle of the night here virtually.
We'll really see how these drivers can handle the wet. Of course, you can bang out some hot laps in the dry, but the racecraft really comes in when that rain starts to fall. So we'll see just how they can do when it comes. Right now, it's pretty light so far. You can see a little bit of sprinkles here through Maggots and Beckett's. But for now.
But yeah, I mean, just how the cars handle in the rain is going to be interesting. But also, I mean, I assume they're going to have to start pitting for wets, and that could, when do you make the call? Strategy now starting to play a factor in this race. And if you're in a tight battle for any position, this could give you that little boost that you've been looking for the past 7 hours. So it's going to be crucial to see when we start seeing the cars flock to the pits.
Definitely, yeah, and we'll see how these driver swaps and pit stop change, because they're on a schedule to pit at certain times with a certain amount of fuel, with a certain set of tires and drivers, and this rain will completely alter that strategy. So they'll have to recalculate when they want to stop and how much fuel they want to take and what kind of tires they want to take as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know at least on the F1 games, where the slick tires have can play a factor into how grippy they are in the wet. So with just a few raindrops, some teams might be able to get more pace out of their tires just because of the condition they're in that they normally wouldn't have if it was stayed dry.
Definitely, yeah. We'll see if drivers can keep their car on track. And as we can see, little bits of water forming on the track, still pretty dry, not raining too heavy yet. But surely the drivers will start putting down slower lap times at the moment. According to our data, they're running about 201s and 202s. When the track was dry, they're running about 159s and 2-minute flats. So definitely a second or two slower at the moment. I'm sure that'll only decrease from here.
Yeah, I mean, it's, as Simrigs in the chat says, well, the rain matches the UK, classic UK where it rains often, and, it's cool to see, I guess, the game reflects that correctly today. So that's kind of a little funny thing.
Exactly, yeah. Before, when Nick and Nathan were still in the booth, they were talking about what kind of weather the UK usually has and when rainy season is. And the answer was, of course, it's always rainy season. So it's inevitable to have some rain here at Silverstone.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be, drivers going to be fast in the wet, but, how have any even practice for the wet? You probably, if you're a team right now and, it's starting to come down, maybe you have, a driver who's not currently in the car, hop onto their own private lobby and start to practice. So that then they could be accustomed to the wet, so then they can quickly hop in and try and not lose any time.
Yeah, definitely. I know in team events, when something like that happens, if it's either transferring to night or the rain starts to come, you definitely want to hop out of the session and get some practice in. That's one of the advantages of sim racing, is that you can go drive a car on the same exact track on your own with no traffic just before your stint to get warmed up. But in real life, you'll be sitting in the garage, and it'll be cold and wet. You won't be too warm as you hop in the car, so your outlap might not be as good in real life. You have to be very prepared for that. So here in the sim world, you're able to be pretty warm and ready to go to hop in the car for your stint. We've got a little bit of battle here for Langveld, trying to get up into P19.
Yeah, McLaren on McLaren, that's always good to see. The same cars battling, take that factor of different manufacturer out of the equation in the battle.
Definitely, yeah. It looks like Brandon Dove in that Aston Martin. Very, very close to the back of this McLaren, so we'll see if we can inch forward towards him. Big little battle, big train forming here for P18 through 21, and P22 hopping in the background there. You can see him coming down the Wellington Straight now.
Absolutely, and these, if they decide to pit, this is a perfect example of a battle where when you decide, if you're a lap early, that could cost you a few seconds if you're on the wrong tires for just one lap. So it's gonna be absolutely crucial to see, if probably when the first one pits, everybody else is gonna pit, but maybe someone behind decides, what, I think they didn't pit in front, I could get an advantage. So it'll be interesting to see, the drivers are talking with their team, thinking about, maybe get another driver ready and all those sorts of things.
Definitely. We see Langveld right on the back of Mendez now. A little McLaren on McLaren action, and they're also behind Oliphant. Through the S's they go. So they're going to come through Maggots, Beckett's, and onto the Hangar Straight. Big slipstream train here.
Yeah, it's cool with the damp track. The headlights and the brake lights kind of reflect back more, so that adds to the coolness factor of the night, which is always important.
Exactly, the night is always an exciting time to be able to try and navigate your way through what seems like eternal darkness off in the distance, and you just got you and yourself and the road in front of you. Right now, we've got more than the road in front of them. Looks like Langveld is just trying to get by this McLaren with Brandon Dove right on his tail. And here comes Langveld up the inside of Mendez, fighting for that P19 position. Brandon Dove is trying to follow through as well. We've got a nice shot from our helicam here. Langveld gets ahead of the McLaren driver, Mendez. Brandon Dove tucking in behind. Langveld up ahead now. Here comes Brandon Dove now, up the inside. As Langveld has gone wide.
All right, that's just part of the conditions. You're battling hard. You're battling offline where it's wet. That's just going to that's going to cost you, and expect to see things when cars continue to battle in these wet conditions.
Yeah, Langveld, unfortunately, getting ahead there, had a decent gap going into the braking zone, but outbroke himself with all that free air and went off track, and now he's back in P21. Brandon Dove making up 2 spots in that sequence, so good on him. He'll be pulling up, trying to make a few more positions as we go along.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to see, with 4 hours, 40 minutes remaining. Great to see, continued battling as just, everyone's still focused, still competitive. And, they're still generally pretty close to each other. A lot of good battles on track, so that's always great to see.
Yeah, it's always exciting to see some mid-race battles at the 6 or 7 hour mark, because these will be crucial towards their final position in the end on how they approach these battles and how they can navigate through them as quickly and as efficiently as possible without losing too much time.
Yeah, absolutely. And, one thing I've noticed is the Bentleys, when I was last commentating, it was 1-2 Bentleys. Now it's 1-2-3. So they're podium lockout, which, of course, we know they're going for. They've achieved that, and so that's, clearly shows Bentley is one of the strongest cars. And again, we still have a good group of Porsches down in 6 through 8. And then, after that, I guess a group of McLarens down in 20 to 22. Other than that, it's kind of just spread out with different manufacturers, which shows, not one car other than the Bentley really has too big of an advantage.
Yeah, definitely. We see Hamlin in that Bentley pitting now, so De Jesus in the Aston Martin trying to overtake him. We'll see exactly if he gets out ahead. Our live timing will update. But it looks like he may have been left down. Hamlin still in the pits at the moment.
Yeah, the question is it a regular stop? Is it an expected driver change or, refill on fuel, or are they reacting to the conditions? So, I don't know if there's a way to see what tires are on, but if there is, that would be a great thing to know.
It would indeed. We'll see if drivers opt to switch to more wet compound tires as opposed to the slicks. But for now, yes, De Jesus does indeed inherit that P3 at the moment, but we could see Hamlin making the correct decision here and pitting at the current time to possibly have the advantage in the long run. We can definitely see puddles on the track now, so it's getting a little bit more wet on track, a little bit more treacherous for drivers. Their lap times are indeed dropping quite a bit. They're into the 2:08s, 2:09s, 2:10s, and 2:11s. And originally in the dries, they were doing 59s and 2-minute flats. So losing about 10 seconds a lap here from the current conditions, and I'm sure it could possibly even be more as the rain continues to pour down.
Yeah, one thing the driver should be aware of is, unlike other endurance races where you have the multi-class, you have the constant prototypes going around you, clearing the marbles and things like that. Generally, the only cars, there's moves every now and then, but generally it's just overtaking lapped cars, and they, get out of the way for you. So if you're trying to pass for a position here, having the marbles and the wet conditions, that's going to really make it slippery. So moves are going to be much more difficult as these conditions progress.
We see Christopher Langveld in Sim Race South Africa. One of our teams from South Africa participating in this race. We've got teams from all over the world, from Australia, from America, from all over Europe as well. All places able to race here for this 12-hour event and contribute towards a great cause.
Yeah, I mean, for the Americans, it was an early start to the day, and for the Europeans, it's generally going to be a pretty late end to the day. And as I don't know how many hours ahead South Africa is of BST, but I mean it's going to be even later night for them. So at the end, you could expect to see them, maybe being pretty tired after a long day. So that could always, another factor that could affect things.
Exactly. Now here's a question for you, Ollie. If you're a sim racer, would you rather, for a 12-hour event, have to start very early in the hours of the morning, or start midday, mid-afternoon, and go to the late hours of the night?
That's a great question. I would probably say I'd rather start early, as what I've done today, just because, you have the excitement of the event kind of getting you, or got me out of bed, and you're just ready to go. And, you're still, it's going to end at about 8 o'clock for me. And that's not that bad. You're still pretty fresh by then. I mean, maybe not after 3-4 hours of driving, but, it's, it depends where you go to sleep. If you're staying up after, when you would normally go to sleep driving, you're going to be more groggy, as, that could be the potential for teams in, east of BST.
Exactly. Yeah, I think I'd prefer the opposite to that. Waking up early
I was thinking you would say that. You're a night owl compared to me.
Exactly. Yeah, it was treacherous waking up at 3 a.m. West Coast California time here in the United States. But we got it done, and of course I'd rather start later and stay up as late as possible so I can get a good night's sleep before, because staying up late doesn't matter because you got nothing to do the next day for me. So we got a little bit of battle going on at the moment. Mendez trying to make a move on Oliphant. Two McLaren drivers.
How many? I know you got up at 3 a.m. How many hours of sleep was that for you last night?
Of course, we're organizing this stream, putting it together, so I went to bed not early enough is the answer. I'll give you that, and not enough hours. But we're got 4.5 hours left in this race. It's gone by very quick as Brandon Dove decides to pit now. But yeah, it's been a pretty quick race in my opinion. Sitting here, I've been here the whole time, just watching over the race, and it's been pretty solid, I'd say. So definitely going to be sad and happy when it's over. But we're very excited to see who the winner is. But of course, the number one thing is we hit that goal at 4 a.m. in the morning for me. So that was exciting, and I'm continuously realizing what it means and what we've done here. And it's really, really awesome to see that all these people have come together and just put on this awesome event. It's really, really cool. And we still got 4 hours left to go, so plenty more action to come.
Absolutely. I mean, as you said, the race has gone by pretty quick. You should watch for an hour, and then you go do something else. You come back like, oh man, they're still going. It's always, whenever there's an endurance race going on, and you've either driving or watching it pretty like consistently, and you go do something else. It's always weird to be like, oh, they're still racing around there, and that's just always like a weird thought of like, that's still going on, even though I'm not there to watch it.
Exactly. Looks like Mendez has backed off a bit now from Oliphant. He almost had the move there earlier on, but he's dropped back to just over a second now. Trying to crack further into that top 20. There's a lot of drivers on the grid at the moment, and making it to the end, I guess, in itself is a feat. That's usually what I strive for if I ever participate in an endurance race longer than 6 hours. So we'll see just how many of these drivers can fully make it to the end.
Yeah, and I didn't look at the sheet. Do we have any 2-driver teams? Oh, yes, we do. We have the number 50 Unleashed drivers. They're doing it. Number 62, number 97. So actually more than I was expecting. We got the number 326. So those guys are doing 6 hours of driving, which is, definitely a great accomplishment on their part. They're going to be tired, but also proud at the end of this. And then, a lot of 4-driver teams. So, big split. Some people doing 6 hours, some people doing 3 hours of driving. So that's always interesting to see.
Exactly. And I tip my hat to the people who are doing 6 hours of driving. And if they do it in one sitting as well, I don't know the way they split up their stints. They all have their different strategies, but let me tell you, sitting in a sim rig for 3 hours is more than enough for me. That's the longest I've done. Before you really have to go to the bathroom, before you have to stand up and get some blood flowing through the legs. But props to these drivers. Oh, as we have a spinner there, looks like the Bentley. Not sure exactly who that was. It looks like Stevenson has gone round. He'll lose a couple of positions. Sable in the pits now, but Stevenson getting back on track. Okay, no damage done, but the rain is starting to play a factor here as he does go around. Drops back to P12, P13 now as we update the timers. He's going to come into the pits. He must think it's surely too wet now. You can definitely see the puddles on the track. There is a large lack of grip on the track at the moment. We'll see what these drivers opt to do for their strategy.
Yeah, it's going to slow down. I would say they were probably projected to hit, just under, maybe 400 laps, probably around like 350, and with this much slower pace, that's going to really, if there was a distance goal, which there isn't, it is just going to slow down how many laps these guys do. So each corner now becomes so much more important just because you're going slower.
Absolutely, yeah. You can gain or lose so much time every single lap. The timing will be slower, but of course, the overall timing remains the same. We still have just about 4.5 hours left now. It's 3:05 a.m. So we will start to see the sunrise. I'm not sure the sunrise in the UK during the month of June. I'm going to assume it's around 6 a.m. So we should see the sunrise here at the end of the race.
Yeah, I mean they are pretty north, but with the clouds of the rain, I would reckon we probably start seeing light at about 5 a.m. in game, just the first glimpses of it, and then I would say probably in 2 hours later, that's when it would be pretty well illuminated, and the headlights can maybe start to turn off. But that's I guess what 2 hours of driving time and 4 hours of sim time away. So still need to go strong here in the night, as yeah, it's definitely coming down a lot. Saw some, I think, dripping on the camera, which was always good to see. Keep it again interesting.
Definitely. Yeah, we'll see if this rain persists through the sunrise. Um, but if not, we may see it dry up and we may see drivers alter their strategy yet again. It could be a sprint to the finish, which would be quite exciting. So perhaps this rain will pass. Perhaps it will not. We'll see. Who has the best race engineers and race strategists in their garage to come away with the victory? But right now, Samuel Ratz for Racing Line Motorsport. He's looking pretty good up there.
Yeah, he's doing a good job. It'll be interesting to monitor the gap to that number 12 PCDC Motorsport 8 car, as see who can be the best driver in these conditions. And we have the wonderful Tom Harris. Sunrise at Silverstone should be around 4:40 a.m. So actually much earlier. I guess it's about when I expected the sunrise, but the daylight will be earlier than I expected. Because about where I am on the East Coast, we're about right now 5:15 sunrise. So makes sense since Silverstone is further north. But yes, everyone's, I was in that one Bentley spin a few minutes ago. Everyone seems to, be prepared for these conditions, which is great as we are on board here, or at least I am with my 18-second delay. So yeah, so far so good.
Looks like Leslie Oliphant may have gone off there. Has indeed rejoined the track. He's able to make it back on.
I say no one's going to spin, and sure enough they do. Sorry, go for it.
Oliphant just behind Langveld, both part of Sim Race South Africa. Langveld getting ahead now. We can see Oliphant back behind. It looks like Langveld was getting out of the way as a back marker.
Yeah, it's that's the second incident we've seen, especially Oliphant's battling hard. He's got there's positions he can be gaining, so he's definitely pushing. Unlike maybe the drivers at the front who, or any driver that has kind of a lap gap, you can kind of just ease off a little bit because you don't have that direct pressure. So the drivers that are pushing, as we saw with the Bentley earlier, and now with Oliphant. They're making mistakes, which, it's only human, but you want to try and minimize those if you're looking to continue to move up through the field.
Yeah, minimizing mistakes, luck, and consistency. All those key. Oh my goodness, as Oliphant goes round, hits the wall, into the barrier he goes. Surely he has some damage there. Reversing now, keeping it nice and safe. Unfortunate for him, as he's made 2 costly errors. We'll see if his car has some damage. He may want to opt to box now. Very unfortunate. We've seen the rain start to claim Oliphant in that Sim Racing South Africa car.
Yeah, he almost got hit by, I think it was Langerveld in the 22 McLaren. So he's lucky he escaped. As Oliphant, probably tires dirty. We saw him, exact same spot last lap. I'm pretty sure. Go wide in that dirt, gets on the tires, just makes it much more slippery, and sure enough, next time goes through Maggots and Beckett's, gets loose, and goes round. So that's, yeah, it looks like he's back up, and maybe he's going to pit, get some fresh rubber, and try and get clean tires, or maybe do a driver swap if he feels like these conditions aren't for him.
Yeah, perhaps we'll see him pit now. He looked like he hit the wall pretty hard there. Of course, the cosmetic damage we see on the screen may not be the actual damage mechanically the car has. We don't know unless you're the driver in the car the amount of damage the timer says. You have invisible mechanics that come and fix your car for a certain time, and they'll get your car back running on the road as soon as possible. So hopefully no damage for him, but that wall tap seemed a bit too much to let anything slide, so we'll see how the car does. But he seems to have decent pace. He's not losing too much time, able to stay with these front runners and back markers at the moment.
Yeah. Now, Jamie, you play ACC a lot. What is, if you were to be competing today, what would your preferred car be?
I don't play ACC as much as I'd like. The few times I did play it, I was in the Mercedes, as I just love the sound of that car, and it's a very, very stable landed car. It's got that front engine. I like the feel of it, and if not, I'll be in that Audi R8. But in my main sim is iRacing, so when I'm in that, I usually drive the Audi R8 for the GT3 and the Porsche RSR GTE for that Le Mans class.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys had what was it, 2 weeks ago or 1 week ago that iRacing Le Mans was. You guys did very well there, and you yourself had a great battle, closing up on 5th. You finished, was it less than a second after 24 hours?
Yeah, that was a very, very fun battle there. Looks like we have Stevenson going up the inside, trying to poke up the inside of Sable there. Sable doing good to defend, trying his hardest now. But Stevenson in that Bentley, looking very, very planted right behind him. The big beast Bentley right behind him. So there's a Bentley going off track ahead. That might have been Dixon. He's now left. He tries to rejoin. Very close there. Sorry, that's a 97.
Yeah, go for it.
That was one of the back markers rejoining. Go ahead, Ollie.
I was just going to say, stewards aren't going to be happy with the dangerous rejoin. Obviously, I will see it. Actually, I think I'm just about to see it 18 Mississippis after you see it live.
Absolutely.
No PC gang for life. Oh, yeah, that was close. That's no contact, luckily. But stewards, I would say probably just a warning, just remind you that, we got to be careful when rejoining.
And now we can see Stevenson awfully close to Sable now. So going side by side on the new pit straight. Camera angle is showing us what it's all about. Sable staying ahead though at the moment. Doing everything he can. The Porsche, one of the smaller cars in the field, and the Bentley, of course, the big boat. Very big contrast between these two drivers. The Bentley of Stevenson breathing down the neck of Sable right on his gearbox there as they come down the Wellington straight. Looks like Sable's going defensive now as Stevenson goes outside. We'll see just how this pans out. Stevenson round the outside, in the wet he goes of Alexandre Sable, and he'll now get the inside line for this exit. Sable will have to back off, tuck in behind Stevenson. Stevenson gets ahead in that 404 Bentley. Gets the move done and dusted. He's now up into P14.
I mean, around the outside move, if he's off the racing line, which I'm watching it now, he was. That's huge courage and confidence there, and actual just skill to be able to pull that off. Not only to get the move done, but also even just stay there going around the outside. So difficult in these conditions.
Yeah, as I was saying to Nick earlier, it's all about setting up your move 2 turns in advance. So through left field and Brooklyn's there. If you go around the outside, you'll have that nice inside line coming out of the second exit, and you can get the move done pretty easily there. But that is, of course, if you can hold that outside line initially and get it done. And you got to trust your driver on the inside in the wet conditions that he'll hold his inside line and not slip out and come barreling into you. So great driving from both of our drivers there, able to keep it clean. And Stevenson comes out in front in that little mini battle.
Yeah, it's great to see the battles continue here as we 3:24 a.m. sim time, 4:21 left to go in the race.
Yeah, meanwhile, our race leader, Samuel Ratz, in the Racing Line Motorsport Bentley, the 191 car. 20 seconds ahead of Urbik in that Bentley as well. Top 3 Bentleys. Hendrickson in P4 with that Aston Martin. Luca Burke in P5 on that RJN team, number 23 car.
Yeah, just checking the field for, the gaps. Not many. I don't think there's one below a second down there for the battle for 14th. A few, under 5 seconds, and then, good spread of then, 27s or 21s, and then a few laps. So big spread, some battles that are close, some that are not. But, there's always the hope that the driver front crashes, as bad as that may be to hope for, that, you maybe move up a position.
Definitely. You kind of want to be the last one standing here in these kind of events, just to make your way through. This kind of race is where you get the most freebies, as you might call them, where drivers will make mistakes and you get those positions for free without a cost for you. So that's a great way to gain positions and do well in these kinds of races. I've just seen now we're at 5,555 pounds. So that is amazing for our donation for Huntington's Disease Association, our Just Giving link. If you type in !Just Giving in the chat, a magical little bot will come in and give you a link to our Just Giving donation page for the Huntington's Disease Association, tell you all about it, tell you how you can possibly win some prizes too by donating, courtesy of our sponsors, Cube Controls, Sim Rigs, and Nils Coaching as well, who's also racing in this race. Definitely an awesome opportunity to donate to a great cause and then win some prizes as well. And further, that green bar at the top of your screen, we're at 111% of our goal. And we're hoping to continue that as much as possible. We appreciate you guys for helping us reach our goal. And we appreciate you guys for continuing to expand that bar.
Absolutely. It's great to, reach a cool number like, quadruple fives. Now, if someone wants to donate, what's it? I'm trying to do the math. 33 pence. Get the all fives up there. Get rid of that 19 pence. Maybe someone should step up and do that. That would be pretty cool. But no, it's great to continue to raise money for a great cause and have fun while doing it. And also, as you mentioned, sponsors. They've really, one of the reasons we have so many great drivers show up today. Because there's awesome prizes that they have offered, and big thank you to all of them for helping make this event great.
Yeah, we could definitely not have done it without them. They helped us get this organized and underway, and helped us fundraise really a great deal of money, way more than I would have ever expected. So it's really awesome to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully in the future, there'll be more of these PPR events, for other great causes that, other people can come back. I'm not in charge of those, but I definitely come back and commentate because that's a lot of fun and it's, great cause, great time.
At the moment, looks like Stevenson got a stop-go penalty down at P15 after making that nice move outside of Sable. So he's in the pits, possibly for an earlier incident that we were unable to see. But he may be diving into the pits shortly to check it out.
But yes, we're getting just nearly 1 hour away sim time to the sunrise. So, the clouds might change it, but generally at this point I would start to expect light slowly spilling onto the Silverstone circuit. And that's gonna we'll be able to see the rain in a much better view, which would be great. And it's still coming down pretty strong. I don't know if there's any chance of it gonna be drying up in the future. I don't have the weather forecast, but if it does, again, that's gonna be another opportunity for people to make more strategy moves that could help them move up positions today. But yeah, 3:34 sim time, 4:16 to go in the race. You know, lots of good battles out here still on track as we try and keep you somewhat entertained during this 12-hour event. For those of you who are just stopping by or have been here for a while, thank you so much for watching the streams. We thoroughly appreciate it. You know, also we have the Tier 2 stream, which I have also been stewarding, so we know they're racing clean because I've been charged with stewarding. Just kidding. Shout out to Fuzz again for, I think he's probably about 7 hours strong of, you know, helping out with the event. So awesome job with him. But yeah, good racing. Good battle here for 23rd between Santoro and Haley in the 53 and the 33. You know, less than half a second here. See if Haley can make a move at some point. You know, both again driving Aston Martins, so that helps. You know, it's always nice to see when the same cars. That takes, you know, kind of a factor out of the equation there. But yeah, so down in 15th, the 404 car of the Connection Lost Racing. Not a great name if that's actually what happens to them, but they have a stop and go 30-second penalty. Hugely costly there. Not sure how that happened. Most likely speeding in the pit lane. If they did a driver swap, they could have released the pit limiter, the new driver, and that could have cost them a lot of that. But they are 3 laps ahead of the 24 McLaren of Team RJ in 24. So they should be fine. They won't lose a position there. But still, unfortunately, you always want to reduce as many penalties as possible. And looking at the chat, you guys seem to be, you know, y'all got someone you're rooting for, which is great to see. But yeah, 3 Porsches in the top 10, not bad. It is not bad at all. But it's not the top 3 that the Bentleys have, which, you know, if you're a Porsche fan, you're a little disappointed by that. But still, to have 3 teams in the top 10, 3 Porsches in the top 10 is great to see. But yeah, the Bentleys, even in the rain, even in the night, you know, factors that normally could change how cars work. Again, not really making an effect there. So, you know, comes down to the drivers, comes down to them all doing well. But yeah, then we have an Aston of Hendrickson down in 4th. And then a McLaren of Burke in the 23 down in 5th. Then another Bentley, our 4th Bentley in the top 10, down there in 8th in the number 39.
We've got Rats in P1. We're on board with him now. As you can see, that rain coming down. It's becoming harder to see the track now, let alone the tricky conditions on track. Seeing the track is also an issue, especially at night with that spray coming up from the back marker. You can see him struggling with the wheel there, trying to keep under control. The back marker there going wide, trying to tuck him behind him. So definitely a treacherous part of the race at the moment.
Absolutely. As you know, as I was saying earlier, the Bentleys in the night and, you know, rain, 2 factors that I thought would, you know, be making an effect aren't really making an effect. And in these treacherous conditions, they continue to pull well. Ooh, as I see with my 18-second delay, big slide there from one of the Bentleys were on board, and then the Aston in front goes wide and gets a little tail happy there. So pushing hard and definitely, you know, not as stable as the drivers probably want it, but that's what you get when you're, you know, pushing hard in the rain.
Yeah, our field fairly spaced out at the moment. Not too many too close. Stevenson still has that stop and go to serve, so we'll see how that pans out. Of course, again, if this track dries up, we'll see strategy completely change and could see big alters in positions for now. But right now, the intervals are fairly spread out. So we hop on board with Luke Walker, PPR Esports B team, down in P35. Not the greatest race so far for them, but still plenty of time to make up some positions there in that BMW, one of the lone BMWs in this race. They're tailing just behind the South African team in that McLaren. A lap down, of course,
Yeah, doing a good job here. We got a Porsche Sport commenter. Watch for Hanzik in 8th. He's fast in the rain. That's always gives you confidence as a team and as a driver, knowing you're fast in the rain. A chance to maybe make up some positions here as we progress into the morning.
Yeah, as we're looking at Luca Burke now in that Jensen Team Rocket RJN 23 car in the McLaren, setting at 2:12, so the lap times are about 12 to 13 seconds slower than when in the dry, so they're consistently hitting just over 2:10s at the moment.
Yeah, so I mean they were in dry conditions just under 2, and then in qualifying, I know in Tier 2 top time was 1:57.5. I think for you guys here in Tier 1 it was 1:57.1. I don't know if any of the Tier 1 drivers got into the 56s, because I was not watching qualifying at that point.
I believe so. We did not cover the qualifying, yes. I believe we got into some 56s, but
yeah, so 10 seconds, I mean, slower than dry conditions, so that's always interesting to see. Where is that time lost? Probably in Maggotts and Beckett's, those high-speed corners where wet conditions just really ruin the grip that you have.
Me and Nick were talking earlier on our favorite liveries, and the G2 Esports card looking pretty good. What about you, Ollie? Do you have an opinion on a saucy livery that sticks out for you?
I gotta go jump over to the spotters guide, the wonderful spotter guide that we have, because I've only really started. I've been keeping the stream on in the background, but I only really started paying attention during the night, which isn't the greatest time to see the cars. But I must say the 404 connection loss team, they have that pretty cool blue to red like fade going on. That seems to be pretty awesome. Yeah, so I would probably say that might be my personal favorite so far.
Yeah, they have a solid livery for sure. I, of course, do like the RJN Team McLaren livery, of course, with those bronze GP colors. Also, the G2 Esports team looking very, very good.
Yeah, it looks like we have. I couldn't tell there if a car spawner was just getting out of the way, but yeah, the 23 car of, well, hopefully at some point, Jensen Button, the 2009 world champion of Formula One, hops in there. That would be great to see, and great to have, again, showing such awesome field we have today. Professional drivers of all caliber and sim racers, and then other people just here helping donate. So it's great to see.
Exactly, yeah, it's bringing attention to this event and to this cause. And you see that green logo in the bottom left of your screen, the Huntington's Disease Association. If you're wondering what that means, you can type in !JustGiving, as you've seen in chat just now, and find out more about that. Of course, in our description as well, if you go underneath the video playing in front of you, you'll be able to find out more information about HDA, the Just Giving donation, our sponsors, and more about PPR Esports. So check all those links out. Give them a click, especially the one about Huntington's disease. We appreciate you guys stopping by, checking it out, and supporting this cause.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like we've gone up by about 100 pounds there. So awesome donations there, as we now at 113% of our goal. So it's great to see the amount raised continuing to progress as this stream and race goes on.
Definitely very awesome to see. You can see that ticker in the bottom right of your screen as well. You can see your name if you've recently donated. So we appreciate you guys. We're checking you out as you come along. And of course, you'll be entered to win some great prizes too. We've got Ben Smith down there with 20 pounds. So love to see it. All currencies accepted. They all just get translated into Great British pounds. So thank you very much for all of that. As we continue to exceed our goal by a substantial amount, up to 113.1%.
Yeah, the night continues to press on as we get close to just a third remaining in this race, which, the hours gone by very quickly. And just looking at the gaps, Ebrich in the number 12 lost about a second, I would say, in the past 15 minutes to first. So their pace continues to be very quick and very similar. So that's, rain not affecting their battle there. The gap I think was about 9 seconds last time I was in the booth, but still good to see such close. I guess how close they are after what's nearing 8 hours of fun racing.
Definitely. We have Michael Martin in the TPCS, or TPC Sim Racing McLaren there. Slowly gaining on Oliphant, who we saw had the mistakes there, the South African team. Closing that gap now to within a second. And we're now joined back again by Mr. Nick Moore back in the booth. We had a long hour break without him, but he's back and we're glad to hear his voice here.
Yeah, and I'm kind of glad to see some rain falling. It's finally coming down on track. I've seen a few cars my brief time off stream taking a few spins, so it's definitely affecting the racing.
Yeah, it's mixing up the field a little bit here.
Looks like we have Michael Martin here trying to make a move on Oliphant.
Welcome back, Nick. Glad to have you back here. I'll probably stick around for a few more minutes as we get to 4 o'clock sim racing time, and then I will leave. Maybe I'll make one final appearance later today, but it might be kind of unlikely. But I'll be back for future PPR events. That is a certainty.
Yeah, it's definitely been great to have you on board. Always, especially as you're helping with some of the stuff in Tier 2 and getting to commentate some Tier 1. It's fantastic, and what's also fantastic is this race. This is getting spicy. 4 hours ago, rain still coming down. This is really shaking things up.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been about an hour since the rain has made an appearance. A few spins, only really one big accident for Olifante in the South African team. But other than that, drivers have handled it well, and the team, or with Tier 1, that's, I guess, as expected. They're all very good, and that's great to see.
Yeah, and speaking of Oliphant, he's not too far back here from Michael Martin, who's racing for TPC Sim Racing at 777 McLaren. Yeah, nearly 2/3 of the way down. What do you feel about the racing?
The racing's been great for what I've seen. The gap out front's only 20 seconds, and we continue to have, as we see here, for 21st place, less than a second. So it really shows, it's been really entertaining, honestly. It hasn't been difficult at all to commentate this. I haven't had to go to my, as I did in the earlier shift, my Top Gear facts and talk about other stuff. Can generally just talk about the race because it's just been so entertaining. As we get close to 1/3 of the time remaining.
Yeah, I mean, and you're right too. It's been a very entertaining race. We've had brief breaks in the action, which, I mean, you expect during an endurance race, but the amount of overtakes I've seen, the amount of guys really getting some clean racing going, and also with rain coming in now, it's just got everything you would want, and it's all for a good cause. I'm glad that we were able to put this together. And I got to thank everyone that's donated and that is racing tonight as well. Because, I mean, without the guys on track, wouldn't be able to host a great event like this.
Absolutely, yeah. Everybody, the hosts here at PPR have been great. organizing this. And then obviously we have our sponsors, and of course the drivers, little donation entry fee, which is great, and everybody else who has donated. So it's really made for a great and special day here on this Saturday, June 27th, unless you are in, what's it, plus 6 hours of BST, in which case you're on the next day. So I don't know if there's any of you who like that, but if you are, good morning.
Yeah, good morning to them. And we just saw Michael Martin in his McLaren. He was getting caught up by Oliphant, and it looks like Michael just made a spin on track, so he's now falling back down to 22nd place. Looks like the rain has caught out another victim, but I believe you will be heading out soon, Ollies, but it has been great to have you here. Hopefully might see you later, but if not, have a great afternoon.
Thank you. Yeah, wanted to make that 4-hour mark, and I have. So at this point, I won't see the sunrise, which in game, which I'm kind of disappointed about, but that's okay. You and Jamie will do a great job. I am sure of it. And maybe I will come back in a few hours, but who knows? Anyway, thank you so much for having me, and enjoy the rest of the race, because I know I will.
Thank you so much, Ollie. Appreciate you so much, and we'll possibly see you later. We'll see.
Yeah, see you later, guys.
And it looks like we just had another car fly off track. I've seen 2 cars in the past 5 minutes get off track, really starting to struggle with the rain here.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of people start to spin, and we've seen plenty of spins so far. Some able to keep it out of the barriers, but some unfortunately falling victim to those walls. Luckily, Silverstone's a fairly wide track, of course, built on an old airfield, so there's plenty of free real estate. But of course, once you start going quickly on that grass, it's hard to slow the car down and avoid that wall a couple tens of meters away.
Yeah, that's for sure. I gotta say, the like and subscribe team doing a tremendous job. I believe this is the highest position they've been so far in the race. Is 6. I may be wrong about that, but I'm almost positive this is the highest they've been in the race. So they're really making a charge right now in these tricky wet conditions.
Yeah, they're looking good so far. We mentioned before when we were both in the booth earlier that the like and subscribe team is bringing us some good luck, and they're doing well. We appreciate their team name, and their pace isn't looking too shabby either.
No, not at all. And it looks like we're starting to get a few little battles on track. Got a lot of back markers, a lot of guys trying to unlap themselves. So got a shakeup of everything, which you come to expect now that we're 8 hours into this race. But Sebastian Patz has a chance here. Or I should say he's already in at 19th.
Looks like, yeah, Sebastian Patz on the back of Langveld at the moment. Langveld just ahead of him in that Sim Race South Africa car in the McLaren, number 22. Trying to stay ahead. The gap is very close there. You can watch Haley closing in on Martin as well for P22.
Yeah, we saw Martin go off just a little while ago. No contact, just caught out in the rain and couldn't find the grip on track, ended up going off, but luckily no damage, able to keep going on. I don't believe we've had or we might have, but I don't believe we've had many, if any, DNFs so far tonight.
Yeah, we haven't had a drastic amount. Of course, some drivers getting some heavy damage and unfortunately having to stop for quite a while. A couple of drive-throughs on the screen. Looks like Sable has gotten a drive-through, so not sure what that's for. Of course, our stewards hard at work making sure that these incidents that are uncalled for are dealt with certain consequences for certain actions from drivers, so we want to keep the racing as clean as possible. It's been decently so that way so far.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate. Seibel has not had the best luck during his stint so far tonight, and it seems like it's continuing to go that way for him.
And it could be my eyes playing me, but it seems it's 4:16 a.m. in the sim at the moment, and it looks like there's some light poking through the clouds now, so we could see an early sunrise. Again, not too sure of the sunrise time, but yeah, forgive me if I'm wrong. It looks like the track is brightening up just a little bit here.
Yeah, it does look like the track's starting to brighten up just a little bit. We may see a sunrise somewhere around 6 a.m. I'd say anywhere from 6 a.m. to 7 a.m. is probably when we're going to see that sunrise. So it should be done before the race is over.
Pretty close battle here for P21. We got a big train of cars all trying to navigate back markers, front runners, on-track battles, all in the span of one train. So many different races going on at once.
Yeah, I mean, that's the tricky part. Especially now you throw rain into it. We talked about earlier when we were in the booth together, how tricky it is and how much time you lose on back markers and fighting for position. But now you throw the rain into it, you really got to be careful of how you get on the throttle and how you enter your braking zones, because sometimes you want to be the last of the late breakers, but even in doing so, you can really catch yourself out and probably find yourself sliding off track.
Yeah, we're going 2 by 2 here through the hangers, very deep on the brakes there, avoiding collision narrowly. Big O's. Looks like the Ferrari goes off there in the background, and this train will continue on. Drivers getting single file now. As Haley looks to pop up a couple positions just ahead of them. They have Hats up to P21 now.
Yeah, these guys are going to have to be very careful with where they make their moves and how they do so as well.
Looks like Monroe getting lapped now by Haley, and now trying to keep away. A little bit of snap oversteer we can see there. Really struggling in the wet. Again, losing it just a bit there, so the wet rain is coming down. It's definitely brightening up in the sky. The sun is starting to rise now in this 12-hour race.
Now, I think the question will be is if we're going to see rain till the end, or if it's going to start to lighten up at some point before we see the end of this race. Because we can definitely see a lot of drivers, or not a lot, but a few of our drivers starting to struggle here, as I would have to think they'd start to get a little bit accustomed to the rain, but no matter what, that line is always changing and just making it even more of a challenging race here for everyone.
Definitely, I'd love to see it dry up here with the sun coming up, but of course, that may not happen given the British weather. But if the sun comes up, strategy will change, and there'll be a straight sprint to the finish. When I say sprint, I mean the final 3 hours should be in the sun, so it may not be your typical 5-lapper sprint to the end.
Yeah, that's for sure. And it looks like Seibel, after serving his drive-through, didn't hurt him in position. I believe he was still 13, so he comes out in 13 after the drive-through. Obviously, it's going to hurt him time-wise, but positionally on track, he's still there in 13. So PPR Esports guys, our team looks like they may have a chance here at a top 10 still, but still got to keep pushing. Nice to see Racing Line. The 191 team is still up there in first. They've still battling it out with PCDC. Doesn't look like the rain's caught them out quite yet, so see how that unfolds here in the final 4 hours. Miles Dixon trying to catch up to Bianchi here. Miles, as you can see, is with Pulse Sim Sport Racing. We also have George Boothboo here for Sidemax. Sidemax with that nice little red and black livery on the McLaren. No, they were stunting that pretty hard on Twitter the past week.
It's right on the back now of Daniels in that Bentley. Able to see loads more of the cars now. Big pack as they cruise through the new start-finish straight. Of course, we're not using that today. It's very confusing here at Silverstone because both pit straights have a sweeping right-hander after them, so it's hard to tell exactly where you are on track unless you have a driver's perspective. But you can get confused sometimes. There looks like a Ferrari round on the infield.
Yeah, that
there.
was one of the VMS cars. I was unable to tell if it was the 266 or the 276, but definitely one of the VMS cars there that had gone off of circuit. But it looks like they have now come back on and they should be fine. Unable to tell if they got any damage there. Nonetheless, still here with Boothboo. Starting to lose out on time here from Daniels. Daniels in the 16th and the 97 Bentley. The second PCDC Motorsport car on track. Then go up back here to Luca Burke. Luca Burke still sitting in 5th place there. Still the leading McLaren. He has been the leading McLaren all afternoon. And leading the first of 2 teams here for RJN. Slowly gaining though on the Aston in front of him. That is Hendrickson. Hendrickson racing in the 667 Octane Online Racing 1 team. They also have the 668 as well for Octane Racing. That car not within the top 20, so I haven't seen too much of that one on track, but we've definitely seen a lot of Luca Burke as he's really starting to cut down this gap now to Hendrickson. He may be able to capture 4th position. But that would be in due time for these drivers, as our top 3 sit Rats, Urbich, and Marcino, all in the Bentleys. Our lead Aston, and 4th is Hendrickson, and then as we talked about, Burke here for RJN, sitting in the lead McLaren in 5th. The lead Porsche is Organofco, which I've completely butchered, but that is our like and subscribe team, number 56, doing a great job. And then we have Hanzik there in the Bentley, the 39. He's racing with Jardier, or Jaroslav Jardier, as many know him as the streamer, and Random Call Sign as well, are in that 7th place car. And then you have Pride currently sitting in 8th, then Scheisse in 9th, followed by Parker in the 888 Coach Dave Academy, which we've seen quite a bit on stream as well. Been in a few battles throughout the duration of this race. As we are now under 4 minutes to go, it is 4:34. We have a yellow flag on track, and it is now disappeared. Sun looks like it is beginning to just peep its head out. Still pretty early in the morning. Most likely won't see the sun rise for another hour and a half here in game, but things are starting to brighten up for our drivers. It must be said that this Racing Line team has done an absolutely tremendous job tonight. Currently sitting in 1st place with their 191 car, 9th with the 192, And then the 193 sitting in 11th, that's Bianchi, in the 193. So those guys have had tremendous race so far as a team, but still 3 hours and 45 minutes to go. Anything can happen. Mentioned that a lot here on stream. Rain still coming down on circuit. You see our leader trying to make his way through some traffic here. He's got some back markers in front of him. But for the most part, we haven't really seen any major collisions. Drivers keeping it pretty clean here, which you'd love to see. Brad's looking to get past and lap the car in front and has done so easily. Coming up behind a lot of back marker traffic. This is really going to be the difference between the PCDC team and the Racing Line team, who can get through traffic the best and which strategy ultimately plays out between them. Both sitting in the Bentleys, but both opting for different pit strategies. They're a little bit off from each other. So we'll see how that comes into play towards the end of the race, if they're still sitting in the same positions as they are at the moment. But the Racing Line team is up nearly 50 seconds right now from PCDC Motorsport. That is the PCDC Motorsport A team that sits in second place. And for the rest of our drivers in the top 10, from third is a lap down. And you see from sixth there, 6 on back. A lap down until you hit 12. All those cars are 3 laps down. So the back half of the top 10 now getting lapped and going 3 laps down. So going to be tricky for a lot of these guys, even when unlapping themselves, because they're going to be a couple laps down from cars ahead. It looks like the Bentley here, Rat's now trying to get around that RJN car. I believe that is the 24 of Monroe, and Monroe letting the leader by. Unfortunately for the RJN at 24 car, their luck has just began to run out. They are running within the top 12 for a lot of this race, but slowly as the rain's been coming steadily on track, they've been losing a few places throughout the last few hours here. And I have to say, it is really getting right on track. It's still only 4:43 a.m. My prediction of somewhere around 6 a.m. for the sunrise may be wrong here in game, because things are really starting to brighten up as we reach almost 5 o'clock on track. 3 hours and nearly 40 minutes left here. We are over 2/3 of the way done. I believe we have a giveaway coming very soon.
That is correct indeed. So at our 3 hours left mark, you can see in the top of your screen, we're currently at 3:41 left in the race. We're going to be doing another giveaway. We did one earlier today at the 9 hour mark for a Cube Controls wheel rim. This time, prize will be a bit different part of the sim rig. It'll be a Simrigs, let's get this correct before I pronounce, Simrig SRV2 Simrig. So it'll be a platform for you to put on your seat, your wheel, all of that. Very, very sturdy. One of our sponsors here from Simrig will be giving that away at the 3 hour mark. We'll give you details on how to enter that shortly, just in a few minutes here.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. Someone's going to win a great prize.
I would love to win a sim rig, but alas, I feel like that would be very unfair. So I really hope someone special out there viewing who's been dedicated to the stream and gets a chance to win this great prize. And of course, if you're unable to somehow type in chat, you can always donate at least 10 British pounds to our Just Giving link, and you'll be entered to win various other prizes from our sponsors as well. So shout out Cube Controls, Sim Rigs, Nils Coaching. They've been a great help for this, and you can check out their links in the description if you want to go check them out. If you're curious as to what the sim rig will be given away is, you can hop in the description and look at that sim rigs link, the SRV2. So it's going to be an awesome prize, really great one. So be on the lookout, be around 10 minutes before the 3-hour mark, and be in the chat, be active, and we'll let you know exactly how you can win it.
Yeah, and whoever does, I will be extremely jealous of, but it'll be much deserved. Hopefully, as you said, Cap, or Jamie, I'm sorry.
They call me Cap.
I know. Hopefully, it will be someone who's been watching the stream pretty heavily, or maybe one of our big donators as well. Be well deserved for those guys, but just excited to have as many sponsors as we did for this event and be able to give out great prizes as well. I mean, it's been fantastic.
Yeah, it's really outstanding. All for a great cause as well. Brandon Dove there we see up into P14, which is nice, ahead of Mr. Roche. In that connection lost racing. Hopefully he's able to have a stable connection. Not too far back now.
Yeah, and looking at it at the moment, there are 5 laps back from the leaders. Seibel, who's been there in 13th, is 4 laps back, so see where he comes out after his pit. These guys begin to catch up to him. But the first 2 cars, the only lead cars left here on the lead lap of the race. Roche trying to pick it back up now here from the 14th place man of Dove. We also have Haley here in the 20th place, or I should say 19th now for SimSport Racing B. He's right behind Monroe. Or excuse me. He is not. He has Langsveld, the 22 McLaren, right behind him. Langsveld representing the Sim Race South Africa Gold team. However, that is actually a lapped car. I believe Langsveld is actually further back, so I completely butcher all the tracks I see on the screen. Langsveld is actually the car now behind. But what a night it has been so far. Just on board here with Haley. Haley in 19th, getting a little bit squirmy right there. Off the exit. Gotta be careful, he's got a car coming out of the pits just in front of him. These guys getting it really close to one another. Luckily, nothing going for either driver, making it through safely.
A whole lot of sunshine showing now. I can't tell. It seems like the rain is lighting up just a bit from previously earlier in the night. It was very treacherous out there. But looks like drivers could be having a bit more stable conditions at the moment.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the rain is starting to subside just a little bit. Track obviously still very wet. I'm also surprised at the sun. I mean, coming up very, very early. And there we have it. Jensen Button now taking control of the RJN team there in 5th place. He's got Honzik right in front of him. So see how Jensen will fare here in the wet conditions, and if he can maybe pull his team into the top 5, maybe even the top 3. But to do so, they would have to hope that something goes wrong with the 3rd place team, as they are still a lap down from 3rd place.
Yeah, so Jensen Button, of course, has Pride behind him, 1.5 seconds, so we'll see how he does. We can hop on board with him and see just how he's handling the situation. Of course, coming in here at the end of the race with 3.5 hours left as he makes his way through the turns 1, 2, and 3 complex of the new F1 circuit. Racing that McLaren for Team RJN. And again, that livery is definitely one of my top 5 here today out of all the drivers. Looking awfully saucy out here at Silverstone.
Oh yeah, you gotta love it. And it looks like Jensen now is definitely extending that gap that was on Pride. Pride now a little over 3.5 seconds back. So just doing a good job here. He's gonna try to work down on that 667 car of Bull. That's Octane Online Racing's #1 car.
See that BMW, I believe that's the PPR Esports B team. Yes, it is, of Miguel Ruiz. Falling behind Miguel Ruiz down in P32. Hoping to stay in the slip of Jensen's McLaren.
Yeah, and those guys all the way back down 32nd, haven't had the best of days, but at least they can say they got to see Jensen Button drive in front of them by the end of this race.
And we do have Jaroslav Honzik up in a P4, that Jardier Random Greco team, the most creative name on the grid today, up in competition with Like and Subscribe. They've been doing an excellent job. Started very far down the grid, but their dominant race pace has shown, and Jaroslav Honzik, we know, has the pace. He's an ACC masterclass driver, and he's trying to show us here as the track begins to dry and the sun begins to rise.
And you can only really imagine if they had a better position earlier on in the race, where they would be right now, because all 3 of those drivers racing for that team have had great pace, just unfortunately maybe not in the most welcoming of circumstances to start off the race.
Absolutely, yeah. But they've overcome the odds so far. They've got 3.5 hours left to chase down the leader. They're not too far back. They made up plenty of room now. Looks like Jensen Button in that McLaren has dropped back a little bit to P5, but he's also not lost too much time to P7, so he's sitting pretty where he's at right now.
Yeah, he's actually extended that gap where Pride is at pretty extensively. Came out where I believe Pride was only a 1.5 seconds, just maybe 3 to 4 laps ago, and Jensen's already brought the car up a great amount. He's still 20 seconds back though from 5th, so he's gonna have to have a stellar stint to really catch up to 5th here. But at the moment, Jensen's rocking it as we see him come through Maggots and Beckett's.
looking down the field, we can hop on with Hayden McLaren, who's pretty close now to Booth Boo or Unleashed drivers. They come out of Maggots and Beckett's Hayden McLaren in that Aston Martin. Looks like they got a back marker in between them. Looks to make the move as soon as possible. Gets it done. Back marker out of the way nicely there. But here comes McLaren.
Oh, and Booth Boo just getting a snap of oversteer there. And, I mean, making it easy for Hayden McLaren.
Hayden McLaren, of course, driving an Aston Martin, contrary to what most would think, given his last name, but he's out there rocking that lovely livery. Another one of my favorites. All these liveries here today are very, very creative, very beautiful. The drivers put some time and effort into them for sure for this event, and they've showcased them very well. They've came out great.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it a few times tonight, but yeah, these liveries are great. Glad these guys took some time to make them looking good. And unfortunately, my favorite of them all, G2 Esports, had to retire from the race about a third of the way in due to some unfortunate circumstances. But they by far had my favorite of the evening.
Yeah, they definitely put some effort into theirs for sure, and it was great to see that out on track, especially during the sunset. We got the lovely camera angles with the sun gleaming down in that golden hour. The track is definitely brightening up now. We can see windshield wipers seem to be off for most cars here. Of course, Jaroslav Honzik's Bentley still wiping away. Could be for some aerodynamic efficiency, wiping away that air that flows over the car. Of course, that's complete nonsense, but we like to think it may work here in the video game. Gets through the back marker nice and easy there, and is charging on his way. Looks like P2 has a 30-second stop go. Urbik, that'll be crucial.
That's gonna really hurt PC-DC Racing. That's put Racing Line up massively now from PC-DC Motorsport. So if you needed some luck, they're really gonna need it now.
Definitely, yeah, they're gonna lose out there. It looks like Jaroslav Honzik is 3 laps down from the lead. It's pretty spread out now, if these relatives are correct, but of course we don't know how accurate they are as they update every sector, and it could be inaccurate. It looks like Jaroslav Honzik into the pits now with 2 laps to go. He could be swapping out tires, perhaps if the track is too dry. It could be a driver swap for the final 3 hours. Who knows? We will see how it pans out.
So see if this helps out Marcinho there in the Cube Controls Altus Esports car. This might bring them into contention for 2nd place now.
Yeah, and just as I said earlier, we'll see if the rain dries up, and it indeed is drying up. So we'll have a very quick 3-hour sprint to the end. Of course, 3 hours is quite a long time in real life, but when it comes to a 12-hour race, this is the final quarter. Anything can happen, and drivers need to keep it on the limit now, really drive home to gain as many positions as possible. And it looks like Honzik staying in the car, coming back out, but down in P5 now. And Marcinho was about 30 seconds back, but now says 2 laps, so we'll see what happens when he comes around. And Urbik has indeed decided to pit and serve that stop-go penalty, so we'll see where he can come out in relation to the P3 Bentley sitting there, the PC-DC car, with his wipers still on. So could be a few drops in the sim. We may not know. We may not have the angle from that the drivers do and the knowledge that they have, but we'll see exactly what happens. Looks like Marcinho has decided to pit as well, so we'll see where they come out. They don't have the 30-second stop go, so it could be very close on their way out, depending on when they enter the pits.
Yeah, we'll see how this goes for Q Control's Altus Esports. But there you see the PC-DC car already getting past them there in the pits. So Marcinho and the 43 for Altus Esports still going to be pretty far back there in third.
So there you can see Jaroslav Honzik closing in on Jensen Button in the background there. We'll see if he has the pace to cruise back in. Just came out of the pit, so he may have those fresh tires. He may have some quick pace now. We'll see what he can do to the former 2009 F1 World Champion.
And it should say too that Jensen only pitted, what I would say, about 10 minutes ago, so shouldn't be too worried quite yet that Jaroslav will have a little bit more pace than him, just because of tire wears and fuel. Might have maybe a few tenths, but at the moment, Jensen about 10 minutes separating them between their previous pit stops.
Yeah, we'll see as they come through Maggots and Beckett's now. So that 3-second gap, of course. On board now with Jaroslav Honzik as he exits Beckett's. Looks like Jensen held up by a bit of traffic there. May have slowed him down on the exit there.
And Jaroslav is definitely catching up to Jensen now. He's put it down within a second, so
We'll definitely see some on-track action here soon with one of the most popular streamers in the ACC industry against the former F1 World Champion here for the 12 hours of Silverstone. All, of course, in aid of the Huntington Disease Association. In case you're wondering, there's a link in the description for more information on that. But right now, Jaroslav Honzik trying to navigate this back marker in the BMW. Gets by with ease, doesn't lose too much time there. Just over 2 seconds back from Jensen Button in the McLaren.
yeah, and I think that's one thing that really helped out Jaroslav there is the back marker looked to have held up Jensen just a little bit, whereas for Honzik, he was easily past the BMW that we now see in our background. So Honzik slowly catching up to the 23 RJN. See if he can get close enough to maybe make a move as we're slowly edging that 3-hour mark in our giveaway as well.
Exactly, and I'm going to go ahead and give you the instructions on that before this battle happens. We have a giveaway, so for our next one, to enter it, you type giveaway into the chat, and then you'll be entered to win a Simrigs SR V2 Sim Rig, and the winner will be announced at random draw at the 3 hours left mark. So keep an eye out for that. Type giveaway into the chat. You can see PPR Esports there has typed in the chat exactly what to do. Type giveaway all lowercase just for safety. And you can go ahead and type that as many as you want. Won't increase your chances, but if it makes you feel better, you can type that in to secure your spot, and we'll choose a random winner at the 3-hour mark. So there's 21 minutes left to get those in. Go ahead and enter with the giveaway text in the chat.
So Honzik now really starting to catch up. Looks like Jensen got held up again. But that number, I believe that was the number 12. That should be the second place car of our bike. I may be wrong. That is not PCDC at all. That was the 52 Bentley of Harnsman, as I completely mix up my numbers. But Honzik now really starting to reel in Jensen Button. He's currently in 5th. He's been slowly gaining here for the past 3 laps, 3 to 4 laps. Honzik looking to get himself into the top 5. He's now within a second here. He's gaining rapidly on Jensen. Looks like Honzik just is feeling a little bit better with this transition from the track going wet back to dry. Jensen may be struggling just a little bit to get used to the conditions here.
Jaroslav Honzik definitely closing in now, putting the pressure on. As you can see, Jensen going a bit wide. That's the line there, though, so he's keeping it under control. Pushes it out wide now. Now coming up to Kopp's corner, we'll see how they can approach it. The Bentley of Jaroslav Honzik closing in on Jensen Button. Through Kopp's they go. Quick dab of the brakes before the fast right-hander pushing it out wide, not to exceed the track limits there. Into Maggots and Beckett's they go. Jaroslav could have a run if he gets this nailed absolutely right. Jensen went a little deep there on the entry. Could have a compromised run. Jaroslav looking really good through the exit of Beckett's here, right on the back of Jensen Button comes Jaroslav. As he's coming down the hanger straight now, he's going right up against the back of Jensen. Looks to the outside. Jensen goes defensive on the inside. Jaroslav Honzik around the outside as he goes. They're side by side now. Jensen holding that inside line. There goes Honzik off the track. They're still side by side. Jensen Button now on the outside line coming into club. Jaroslav Honzik on the inside gets that move done, and he's now ahead of Jensen Button in that McLaren. Gets the move done. Well done. Hats off to him. ACC masterclass driver there. Gets ahead of the F1 2009 former world champion. Hats off to him. Great battle there. Clean driving from both those drivers. Well experienced in real life and on the sim.
Yeah, Jaroslav there really made that move work, getting that better entry and exit to Maggots and Beckett's, and that just really built him up to be able to get it right before club. So great job there for Honzik. They're now up in the 5th place, and now the RGN 23 led by Jensen Button at the moment is back into 6th.
Some good on-track action for position here. Love to see it, especially in our top 10. We'll see if Jensen can stay with him. It looks like Bianchi down there in P10 looking to make some kind of move too. There's some scrabbling going on as well. He's in that Aston Martin.
Racing Line team now have all 3 of their drivers, or all 3 of their cars, I should say, in the top 10.
So not a bad look for them in this 12-hour event. Still 3 hours left to go. It's a huge amount of time, of course, for anything to go wrong, but 9 hours down, basically, and they've done a pretty outstanding job. Bianchi now right in the back.
Yeah, he's slowly closing in there to Vervoort, which is just a fun name to say, Mr. Vervoort, but looking like he might be able to get this move done fairly soon. He goes way on the outside now, got the inside line. Doesn't look like Vervoort can really hold him off. Got close making contact there on that right wheel. But nonetheless, Bianchi now up into 9th place and easily past Vervoort, making a good move on him.
Yeah, that gets that move done nice and easy, nice and clean, just how we like to see it. A couple moves inside the top 10 here in the closing stages of the race. Of course, I say closing, but we still got plenty of time left. So we hop up. Looking at Jensen Button. Hasn't lost too much time there to Jaroslav Honzik, aka Jardier. Trying to stay in that slipstream of the Bentley. Bentley, of course, very wide, very tall, creating a bigger wake than other cars. I'm not sure how effective that is in the sim. Could be used to Button's advantage. Of course, Jensen Button being a British racing driver, I'm sure he's driven this track in real life more times than anyone else on the circuit. We'll see how it really compares to the sim, though.
Yeah, you can definitely say he's very versed here. But at the moment, that Bentley is just looking too powerful. Jaroslav Honzik behind the wheel as well, looking like he knows what to do with it, obviously. And Jensen just struggling to keep it within distance, but still under that 2-second mark, and maybe seeing if Honzik here will make a mistake and he can maybe climb his way back up into 5th place.
looks like after that stop-go penalty, Urbik up in P2 was able to keep that position. So he's looking quite all right for PCDC Motorsports.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite the struggle for them to see if they can get back up and maybe challenge for first. That stop goes, it's just hurt them massively at the moment. But yeah, the third place car, that is the Q Controls Altus Esports team, is still pretty far back from them. So second place within grasp at the moment, but surely that is not what they're going to want by the end of the race.
You can see the sun peeking through now. What we saw just about 6 hours ago is now happening with the sun on the other side of the track, rising now, creating these big long shadows, possibly getting in the driver's eyes, altering their braking points, making it more difficult to navigate. But I'm sure they love the sun much more than they love the rain, depending on your driving style. Of course, we have some very well skilled wet drivers, but the sun has come out. It's morning now here in Silverstone, and these drivers will be pushing for the next 3 hours all the way to the end.
Yeah, and I was definitely completely wrong about when I thought the sunset would come up. I said somewhere after 6 a.m., but looks like now nearing 5:40. Track nearly dry, sun up. Should have a very exciting final 3 hours here.
Exactly,
and see how everything can finish.
The dynamic duo of Nick and Jamie here in the booth. We, of course, are terrible at math. We're terrible at pronunciation of names, and also we're terrible at geographical sunrises and sunsets. But I guess because the UK is quite north of the equator, and it is June, the sun rises quite early, before 6 a.m. So we've been proving that here by ACC, and we learn something new every day here in the commentary booth.
Yeah, so what we're saying is the more you know, as there's a Porsche going off in the background through Maggotts and Beckett's. Couldn't quite pick up which car that was, but looks like they got back on track safely and without any contact to the cars behind them.
Looks like Igor Zanella is going to be defending against Christian Bianchi here in the Racing Line Motorsport in that Aston Martin. Through Maggotts and Beckett's they go.
Yeah, now the one thing the Racing Line drivers, especially if Bianchi can get close here to Zanella, he's going to have to be careful. I mean, this is your teammate on track, so last thing you want to do is have an incident with them, especially after getting nearly 9 hours into this race. So see how it goes for these guys. But Bianchi is reeling in his teammate. Zanella now just has a little over a second of a gap.
And of course, we still have that giveaway going. So remember, at the hour mark, the 3 hour mark there, 11 minutes to go. If you type giveaway in the chat, you will be entered to win a Simrigs SR-V2 Simrig. They're one of our sponsors there. You can see on the bottom of your screen, they kindly donated some Simrigs here for this giveaway. And I'm not going to say if you like the stream and subscribe, your chances will increase. I'll just like you more if you do that. But of course, the only way to enter is type giveaway for this specific prize in the chat. Of course, we'd appreciate a like and subscribe as well as we carry on.
Yes, a like and subscribe never hurts, and what I've been told is what all the cool kids are doing these days. So, you know, like the number 56 team, you should like and subscribe.
Yeah, if we hop on, follow along with them. They're in P7. They've been looking pretty solid a race. One of Nick and I's favorite teams just due to their name. You know how it goes. We appreciate all you guys watching the stream here and really just supporting this cause. I can't thank you guys all enough. It's been incredible support, and it's really, really amazing to see. And we'll just basically have fun with it here for the final 3 hours as we continue on. And Rats out there in P1. Of course, a crowd favorite, Jaroslav Honzik in P5 with a even a more crowd favorite, Jetson Button in P6.
And it looks like Jitson there on Honzik is now 3.5 seconds back, so Honzik really starting to reel out a gap here from those guys. Very excited. We are nearing the 3-hour mark to see who's going to get this giveaway and who's going to win the sim rig. But we'll keep it on board here with the 7th place team of like and subscribe. Make sure now that we have just 9 minutes before that 3-minute mark or 3-hour mark that you hit giveaway in chat. Just type it in there for your chance to win a sim rig from our lovely sponsor Sim Rigs. Earlier in the stream, we gave away a Cube Controls steering wheel worth nearly $1,000. The sim rig, almost as much. It will be great to have, especially if you're looking to upgrade or maybe even get into sim racing. It will be quite the rig to have if you are looking to be getting into sim racing. Looks like the racing line drivers, as well as we can see there, in 8th and 9th. Getting pretty close to one another. But sun looks like it is nearly up in the sky. It's 5:51 a.m. Track seems to be dry. And here we go with the Racing Line Motorsports teams in 8th and 9th respectively. Zanilla and Bianchi just need to keep it clean. However, I think Bianchi's going to try to make a move here, and his teammate has been reeling in this gap. Now got it down to just half a second. And as we see these two teammates battle their fellow third teammate in the 191 car, Mr. Rats is currently in the lead, so Racing Line doing a fantastic job. Bianchi trying to make something work here on Zanella. And just unable to do so yet.
These liveries really coming to light now with that sunshine. It's great to see these two cars battling it out. We'll see how it can unfold as we progress. But of course, make sure to type giveaway in the chat for that awesome Sim Rigs prize for the SRV2 Sim Rig. We'll be giving away at the 3-hour mark. You can get those in as many times as you want. Won't improve your chances, but boost your confidence on winning. By all means, do it.
Okay. I shouldn't be on the commentary, but I have more news. Sim Rigs have just got in touch, and they're going to give away 10 steering mounts.
Oh
everyone.
My goodness.
So we're getting 10 more steering mounts. So the first person to win will win the entire rig, and 10 more of you lucky guys will win full steering mounts for whatever you're using it. So I just thought I'd hop on and announce that before the 3 o'clock deadline.
That's
3 hour
awesome.
deadline.
Awesome to hear. Well, we got plenty more prizes were coming. Thank you, Sim Rigs. Very, very dedicated sponsors for this event. We appreciate everything they do, and will be even more reason to type giveaway in the chat now.
Yeah, that is fantastic by them. That was 10 racing steering mounts. That is amazing. Plus the sim rig they're already giving away, so
that is more than Nick and I can count, as you've seen
that
in
is
this broadcast.
That's
so
probably
that is
more
an astronomical
than what
amount.
I am worth.
10 whole units is more than Nick Moore is worth. But here we go. Definitely type giveaway in.
But this battle here with Bianchi and Zanilla as we near the giveaway point, getting pretty spicy. I wonder if Zanilla is just going to keep himself behind his teammate and not go for a move.
We'll see if there's any team orders afoot. Of course, so the three-hour mark giveaway will be that Simrig SRV2, and we'll have more giveaways on stream for the final 3 hours of the race as we plan our method of giveaway. Stay tuned in the chat and on the stream as to how we can get that for you and how you can enter. It'll be fairly easy for you. Plenty of prizes to give away. Thanks so much to Simrigs. 10 chances to win here.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting for whoever comes home away, or I should say the 11 who are going to come away with some amazing prizes here. One sim rig and then the other 10 for the steering mounts. That is awesome and very close. Just 3.5 minutes left, so make sure everyone in chat hit that giveaway for your chance to win.
It absolutely costs you nothing. It costs you few calories of energy to type on your keyboard. You could even copy paste the comment above you if you really were that lazy. It's that simple. I would just go ahead and do it. While you're at it, it's also that simple to click the like button and subscribe if you're keen on it. And if also you want to click on the link for the Huntington Disease Association in the description to read more about what we're all doing here and why we're here, check that out as well. It would be much appreciated. And thank you guys all so much for your support.
Yeah, obviously thank you to everybody. And now just like everyone else, we'll wait for that 3-hour mark to hit and we'll list off the names of our winners. But it does look like Zanilla there and Bianchi have made up with each other. That gap between the two racing line teammates is now spread out to about 2 seconds. Jaroslav Hanzik slowly catching up there to 4th place. He's bridged the gap between him and Jensen. And as I've been corrected, it will be the sim rig at the 3-hour mark. And then we'll be giving away the other 10 rims further into the race.
Yeah, so stay tuned for that. We've got 5,717 pounds raised so far for this charity, 114% of our goal. It's truly awesome. We're on board, riding along with Jaroslav Hanzik in P5, looking to make up some positions. He's charging down. He's stretched that gap to Jensen Button and now on the charge to catch Bull there in P4.
Yeah, Jaroslav Hanzik here is doing an exceptional job on his stint. He's made massive gains for his team and might even get them within P4 before the end of his stint.
We got 1 minute left now before the giveaway will be closed. So get those in the chat and then we'll draw And before we announce our prize, we're gonna go ahead and say that SimRigs just donated $3,000 to the charity. Of course, it doesn't show up on our screen, but $3,000 to the Huntington's Disease Association for this event. That's an awesome amount of money. We can't thank them enough. They've been an outstanding sponsor for this entire event, and they've really shown they've been a valuable contributor to this cause.
Yeah, I mean, that's amazing. 3,000 euros with 3 hours left. I mean, really appreciate it to all the guys there at SimRigs.
That's incredible. Almost doubling the amount we already have. Easily surpasses our goal. Can't thank them enough. We're going to go ahead and run the giveaway now. So we'll watch the chat now as we roll and see just who wins the giveaway. We wait for Nightbot to show up in the chat. There you go. JM has won the giveaway, so congrats to JM. You have won a SimRigs SRV2. That is outstanding. All you have to do now is go ahead and email ppresports@gmail.com with a screenshot of your chat to show that it's you, actually you, that won. And we will go ahead and get you sorted with your prize from SimRigs.
Yeah, congratulations to JM. If I was him at this moment, I would be completely ecstatic. I know some other people may be upset it wasn't them, but it could only be one of you, and congratulations to JM for winning the rig brought to us by SimRigs.
Yeah, SimRigs showing they've been an outstanding donor to this event, donating plenty of equipment for all of our enthusiasts to win, and of course that $3,000 now to the charity. It's been quite an outstanding past few minutes here, all thanks to SimRigs. If you want to go check them out, the link is in the description to go check out the site. They've got all kinds of bits and bobs for your sim rig, all kinds of tools to help you become more immersed in the sim racing scene. I highly recommend you check them out. They've got some solid and sound stuff.
Yeah, and also back to the action too on track after all of that. Jaroslav is nearing 3.5 seconds back here from Bull. He is starting to get close here. Was just 6.5 seconds earlier. And he's now nearing 4th place here. He's done, as I said earlier, an absolute fantastic job on his stint. He's really been pushing that Bentley to its absolute limit and trying to bring it home as far up the grid as he can. He still has Jensen Button in the RJN 23 car, that McLaren behind him. Jensen now just 6 seconds back from Jaroslav. We now take a look here at the 16th place of Joshua Lyson here for PCDC. This is their second car they have tonight. Trying to get past the Aston of McLaren. That may be confusing. Lyson, however, still trying to build up a move here to McLaren. Trying to pass up Hayden McLaren, who's racing for Unleashed Drivers.
We're now joined back in the booth by our starter for the race, Jack, coming to take over How's it going, my man? How's it been?
Yeah, I've been kind of trying to keep tabs on everything that's going on in this race, and I think I've possibly witnessed one of my favorite moments in all of sim racing, watching Jaroslav Honza go around the outside of Jensen Button. That might be my favorite moment ever in this entire lockdown period. But yeah, fantastic to be back. Thanks to Nick for carrying all of that through for the past couple of stints. But we're 2 hours and 55 minutes left on the clock. Not long at all. We look at Joshua Lation right now, who is just trying to get up to the back of Harry McLaren in front of him, the number 50 Unleashed Drivers car, Aston Martin. So we'll see how he's able to do as we head down the Wellington Straight, the Hangar Straight on the back of the circuit. So as he heads down in this big number 97 Bentley, is he going to be able to make his way through right here? Trying to get up to the back is not easy, especially in that big car, of course, or the PCDC car, currently in what will be 15th place, chasing after McLaren for 14th place at the moment. Just ahead of them is Roach, so they feel quite spread out from where I last was here. The guys all within about 20 seconds within the top 10, but now everybody's spread out over a distance of laps rather than that. But we keep this eye on Joshua Lation in the number 97 Bentley. Of course, the other PCDC car is up in the top 3. Of course, Vincent Erbich at the wheel of that one, and he was leading the last time I was here, but not quite in the lead at the moment. But the number 97 is still trying to make his way past the number 50, and not going to be an easy task. And they've got about a 3-lap gap to the car in front. So this is really the only battle that they're going to have for the next 2 and a bit hours, which is still a decent distance, but they've gone a long way already. They're 10 hours, just under 10 hours into this race, and yeah, it's been fantastic. I've been keeping an eye on everything, and it's been amazing to see the support for the Huntington's Disease Association as well, 5,717, and as well another £3,000 from Tim Riggs as well. So incredible support, which is way over, I think, what the guys suspected or wanted, and it's incredible to see everybody coming together. But if you do wish to make a donation, of course, head into the description of the live stream. You will see the Just Giving link, or you can type in !Just Giving, and the link will pop up in the chat for you if you do wish to support the work of the Huntington's Disease Association. So but thank you to everyone who has donated as well, and of course, congratulations to the winner of the giveaway as well. Enjoy that wonderful prize. But we continue on the racing with Joshua Lation still trying to keep with Harry McLaren, who's right up ahead of him and has been trying to get past for the best part of a while. They've got Roach is 4 laps behind them, and then McGregor 5 laps off the back of them as well. Just seen a drive through for the number 96 car in 18th place. This right now, we look at Stephen Bull, who is just trying to keep tabs with Jaroslav Honzik. So Honzik, I believe, has overtaken him for that 4th place and could be maybe in danger shortly if he doesn't get up to him, of getting caught by the number 23 of Jensen Button. And I can't stress enough how amazing it is to have the 2009 Formula 1 World Champion racing around in that Team Jensen Rocket RJR car. And he's only 5.6 seconds off the back of the Octane Online Racing car. With Jaroslav Honzik in 4th. Then it's Simon Feigl in 3rd, Vincent Erbich 2nd, but the number 191 Bentley, 267 laps completed in this race, is out in the lead and has a gap of 1 whole lap. There he is, Samuel Ratz in the Racing Line Motorsport car, which was piloted earlier by Scolari, who was making some great moves earlier on. But the number 191 has been in the lead and is a lap clear of the number 12. And he's got now a gap. They've just got another 2 hours and 51 minutes and counting to go. And he cannot afford really any mistakes. A lap within endurance racing is not a big gap. If anything happens, it can really, really scupper your chances. But the Bentleys are 1, 2, 3, and 4 at home here in the UK. And I'm sure there's going to be a massive support for them with Bentley 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then of course Aston Martin in 5th place and McLaren in 6th place. And McLaren, of course, only based down the road from here in Silverstone. So 6 British cars out in the lead of this one, which is quite incredible when you think about it. And incredible to have them all right there, but huge support as always for the Bentleys. They do have a cult following for their sheer size and the beauty of the machine as well. This is the new model Bentley Continental we look at, and the rear diffuser poking out from the rear of the car. But Vincent Erbic in the PCDC number 12 machine is in 2nd place. Simon Feigl in 3rd. Jaroslav Honzik in number 39 is in 4th. Then we have Bull in 5th, and then Jenson Button, who's slowly catching up to him in 6th place, chasing after. Then Soldato 7th, Igor Zanella in 8th place, with Bianchi just behind him in 9th, and then Vervoort in 10th place. Then the Coach Dev Academy car, number 888, in the hands of Martin in 11th, and Harmsen, Jusa, Roach, McLaren, Leischen, McGregor, Kaiser, Langeveld, Pinchbeck, Visagi, Life, and Pats, all in that top 23 car that we have. But Samuel Ratz is out in the lead comfortably in the Racing Line Motorsports machine, the number 191, which has been right up there at the sharp end for the best part of the past 10 hours that we've been racing for. Of course, the Racing Line 191 was of course piloted earlier by Kevin Scolari, Malinovsky, and Troy Barman, which is now, of course, in the hands of Samuel Ratz. But Scolari really made the early impression with some really, really impressive overtaking moves in the early part of the race, which of course helped their cause, battling away with Mike Epps, who was out in the lead, don't forget, and all the other guys, Orgodinikov battling in the 56 Porsche, and of course we had Lucas Rommel up there battling away as well. But it's led to the Racing Line Motorsport car being out in the lead, and Vincent Erbic, of course, was out in the lead as well for PCDC for a massive chunk of the race after Nils Naujoks in the G2 Esports car managed to spin in turn number 1. And of course there is absolutely no sign of that G2 Esports car in the top 23, so they were really at the sharp end earlier on. But of course there's still just under 3 hours to go, so still a long way, and we'll see how the guys are able to negotiate these last few. These are almost the most nervous parts of the race, and it's almost as crucial now to not make any mistakes than it was earlier on in the race But just the interesting battle that is really intriguing to me is the battle with Honzik, Bull, and Jenson Button. They're the closest cars really on track at the moment, and they're probably going to be embroiled in a battle quite shortly. Honzik in the 39, Bull in the 667, and Jenson Button, of course, in the 23. They're within about 10 seconds roughly, but Jenson Button looks like he's catching up to Bull in 5th place, and we'll see how he's able to get up to him, if he's able to get up to him, that is. But they've really got to be on their toes. They really want to be the one standing at the top step of the podium after 12 hours of racing. Driver swaps, pit stops, carnage that of course happened earlier on with a number of cars, and these guys have come through for now. Race ends of course at midnight here in the UK, so we'll definitely have some tired heads and some sore arms in the morning with the guys who have had 2 drivers on their team doing all the work in the early part of the race. But Samuel Ratz still leads. He begins his 270th lap here around Silverstone, and still lapping within about 2 seconds of their pace, even after 10 hours of racing. Best time of 1:58.4, just lapping at the 2-minute mark right now. In-game time is 25 to 7 in the morning. And of course we've gone through the full night and day cycle. We've been through the night and we're now arising in the morning. And Simon Feigl there's a big gaps behind. Samuel Ratz has a lap over Vincent Erbic, and then Erbic again has about a lap on Feigl as well. So it's crucial. It's almost 2 laps back to Erbic. So Ratz, he can afford maybe some small errors, but definitely cannot afford to have too many hours. And of course, if he does decide to come in, a couple of drivers may be coming in around the 2-hour mark to do the final stints. We'll wait and see, but it's crucial that he keeps the pace and he keeps everything running smoothly for him. So all is good at the moment for them. Racing Line Motorsport in the lead. Out in front, this is still with Joshua Lation in the number 97 Bentley, the other PCDC car, still chasing after that number 50 Aston Martin of McLaren, who has been holding on for the best part of a good chunk of the race now against this Bentley, and nobody's willing to make a move right here. It looks like he's unable to make a move because it's almost impossible around here, and they've got nobody else around to battle with. So this is the only battle that they're going to have for the next 2 and a bit hours, as I said earlier on. But Leishon looks like he got definitely a better exit out of Chapel. Here he comes in the slipstream, but the Aston Martin just has a tiny bit more advantage in a straight line down towards Stowe and holds on for now. So the two British manufacturers are battling away here for what would be 15th place, and of course, it's so intriguing to see these guys battle it out. They've been together on track for a long time. And who's going to be able to get past who? Is it going to come down to the last couple of minutes? It was going to be an interesting observation. But going through Abbey, see how is he going to be able to get through? I wonder, is he going to be able to... He's got a better run, certainly, there. They head up to the middle part of the lap right here, and they're not quite able to get alongside. It just seems like that the Aston Martin has a tiny bit of legs in the traction zone, and the Bentley's just not able to get on the power. You can see it right there visually. You can see how much he opened out the gap on the exits heading onto the Wellington Straight. So he's just not able to get up to that McLaren enough. And he's been having to settle behind, and interesting to see if he's going to be able to make any way through. And so just keeping an eye, of course, on the battle between Bull and Jenson Button, and Jenson Button has brought that gap down to about 2.2 seconds now. So he's closing into that top 5 in the 23. And we'll keep an eye on him, of course, and they've got 2 laps back to the next car, so if they want to battle, they need to keep their wits about them. And of course, Jaroslav Honzik is just up the road, 5.3 seconds ahead of them. But Leishon, you can see, it looks like the Bentley's just a little bit stronger in these Maggots and Beckett section. You can see how much he closes up right there, but it's right on the exits that it really shows the traction of that Aston Martin, and he manages to just eke out a little bit of a gap as they come down towards Stowe Corner again. And he's going to have to sit behind for another lap at this point. So, of course, the weather has been very, very kind to these guys right now. It's still bone dry out there, and no rain as of yet, but there could yet be a late spanner in the works with the rain. Could possibly come in the last dying minutes of the race. Back now to Jenson Button in the 23, and he's now within 1.8 seconds of Bull in the 667 Aston Martin up ahead of him. So he's now starting to put some pressure on. You can see it now. And Jaroslav Honzik is not too far off the road. So Honzik got past him not too long ago, just about 20 minutes ago. He managed to get past him. But now, starting to maybe think about coming back further up the field. But he's got he's about 7 or 8 seconds behind Honzik. But you can see how close he is to Bull in that 667 Aston Martin, the Octane Online Racing car. But I don't think we're ever going to get over seeing how cool this is. Jenson Button now on track in the 720S GT3 in a livery reminiscent of the car he won the 2009 Formula 1 World Championship in, the Braun GP car. Very similar style, and fantastic, and an honour to have him out on track right now. And we'll see, is he going to be able to get past? He's got it to under a second now. So Jenson Button is certainly coming for him as they head towards the last couple of corners on the F1 circuit. And the number 23 is certainly putting the pressure on right now as they head through the last couple of corners on the F1 circuit. 2 hours and 40 minutes to go on board with Jenson Button in the 720S, heading towards Abbey on board with the 720 McLaren through Abbey Corner. Just see just a little bit more confidence on the turn in And you see now, certainly that Bull is going to be a little bit wary of him. You see, he closes right on his tail in the braking zone. He's going to have a nip down the inside here, thinks about it. And Bull has to defend. And Jenson Button right on his tail right now, heading towards Brooklands. Is he going to be able to get past this Aston Martin? It's a very wide car. So we'll see, is he going to defend against Jenson Button here, heading towards Brooklands again. And we'll see if Bull is going to be able to hold on against the 2009 Formula 1 World Champion. Through Brooklands into Luffield. He goes a little bit wide, does Bull, now has to defend the inside of Luffield. And round the outside, can he get the cutback? Jensen's going to try and get that cutback lined up underneath that Aston Martin, but not quite able to do it. And Bull just holds on nicely against him there, but across the line to start another lap. But Jenson Button looking racy behind him right here. The number 667 is trying to hold on for dear life. But all this is allowing Jaroslav Honzik to just open out a small gap. This is just helping him out even more. And it's very clear that Jenson Button is now on the pace. And we'll see if he's able to get past this Aston Martin. So through Maggots and Beckett, a little twitch for Jenson as he comes through and has to take to the grass a little bit. That's cost him time. And that's not what he did. So all his work is undone very quickly. And now he's got to do it all again. He's got to close that gap back up. So you've got to twitch on the entry to Beckett's right there, the second part of that sequence, and now drops it back to 1.2 seconds behind. So he's really pushing it, as you can see, but not quite able to get up to that car, the 667 Aston Martin. And now that's allowed Jaroslav Honzik is now 9.1 seconds clear, and there's a lot of lapped traffic up ahead of these guys. As you can see, there's a 4-car train almost through there. You can see the Bentley behind is also just going to get himself involved. There's the 2 McLarens. Looks like one of the side Max cars going through there, and the Aston Martin behind. It's Button closing back in now after that small little error. Managed to stop it from spinning, thankfully. But he's got a Bentley lurking behind him at this point. So we'll see if Stephen Bull is going to be able to hold on. And what a sight that is. The number 23 of Jenson Button chasing him down. Through the kink before the Wellington Straight. It seems inevitable that Button's going to get past, but we'll wait and see. I'm sure that Stephen Bull's not going to make this easy for him. I'm sure he's going to relish every opportunity to battle with the world champion. See, different varying lines. Late apex there from Jenson on the exit, on the entry to Brooklands into Luffield. Tricky corner. It's the last corner on the GT layout. So now on the power. And now surely Button's going to be slightly within the toe, and you can see the 3 cars up ahead of them, and the 2 McLarens and an Aston Martin embroiled in their own battle right there. Through turn 1, through Cop's corner, and Jenson's closed it back in once again. 0.6 of a second the gap now. A little bit side-by-side action up ahead. That will be lapped cars, and they're going to have to try and make their way through. Stephen Bull and Jenson Button are going to have to try and make their way through, and they've also got a lapped Bentley to deal with behind them as well, who's trying to unlap himself. So here we go. Is Jenson Button, has he got the run here in that 720S McLaren? Stephen Bull defends, trying to break the toe, but Jenson Button looking very, very racy behind him here, heading towards Cop's corner, Stowe corner, excuse me, into the entry now, right on his tail, but he's not quite alongside, heading down towards the last couple of corners on the F1 circuit. Has to try and think about defending this one. Button late on the brakes, but gets right up on his tail, and that Bentley is certainly going to be a spanner. Oh, there's contact in front, and Jenson Button takes it full advantage, trying to get up alongside Stephen Bull through the last corner on the F1 layout. So side by side, Jenson Button takes full opportunity of the crash in front of him, neck and neck through up towards Abbey. Jenson Button up the inside of Stephen Bull and takes 5th place, but Bull now with the cutback through Abbey. Is he going to be able to get up alongside him, heading towards the first section on the F1 circuit, late on the brakes up the inside. Button leaves the space, Bull is on the inside, but Button I think has just about managed to hold on as there was a spin in front of him, managed to nip to the inside. Bull did very, very well to avoid the carnage there, but he loses the place to Jenson Button. Opportunistic driving, and he slots in to the top 5, and that's how quickly it can change here in the endurance racing. The back markers playing their part in that one. Through Brooklands and into Luffield again. You can just see the Bentley as well behind. He's still trying to unlap himself, but Jenson Button finally gets through past Stephen Bull, and now has an opportunity to open the gap, and he may be going to try and chase down Jaroslav Honzik with 2.5 hours left, just over that. 13.8 seconds now to Honzik, who's in 4th place. And of course, they continue the battle. That is the 52, I believe, the Bentley of Harmsen, who's trying to unlap himself right here. So Harmsen is in 12th place. He's trying to get himself not necessarily a position, but just get himself back on the lead lap versus these guys. But he's trying to also catch up to the 888 Ferrari, when he's got a big gap to catch up to those guys. To head up to Stowe. But Jenson Button, number 23, Jenson Team Rocket RJN, is inside the top 5 now, and they've worked hard for that, and a nice job from Jenson. But Jaroslav Honzik, I think, has the honour of one of the overtakes of the day, with around the outside on Jenson Button into Stowe, and he's now in 4th place, and he's got 14 seconds to Jenson Button, but he's kind of on his own there in 4th place. He's a lap behind Simon Feigl in 3rd place, so
it's been
absolutely not going to make it onto the podium.
Great action here on track. Jenson Button really putting on a show for all of our spectators here. Of course, we're going to go ahead and do another giveaway thanks to SimRigs. They've been ever so kind and ever so generous. We'll go ahead and put the details in the chat, but to enter the next one, we'll be giving it away at the 2-hour mark. So 2 hours left mark. All you have to do is type SimRigs into the chat, and then you'll be entered to win a SimRigs direct drive motor. And the winner will be announced at random on the stream, as long as you type SimRigs into the chat. You can see the text there in the chat. You'll be able to enter and win.
So if you do want to get yourself involved, make sure to do that. It's a fantastic prize, and a direct drive wheel has made a massive difference to people's pace, and it's certainly worth its weight in gold. So if you do want to win one, then go ahead and follow those instructions, and we'll see who's going to get it. So on the 2-hour mark, as Jamie said in the background there, so 33 minutes to enter the giveaway, and we'll reveal the winner in that one. So make sure to get yourself involved there. So heading on to the 2.5 hours to go mark. It's been great so far, and the action still continues. It's possibly one of the least spread out endurance races you're going to see after 12 hours. Just see there, that looks like the 888 Ferrari making its way through past the Fordzilla Mercedes, which is way further down the order. And I think that is the other Team Jensen car, the 24, trying to get through, unlapping himself. So those guys just getting a lap put on them now. Jaroslav Honzik makes his way through past that Mercedes and onto the Wellington straight. Once again, now we look at Ross McGregor, who is in the 24 Team Jensen car, and he's just been lapped by the 888 Ferrari Coach Dave Academy car. And Jaroslav Honzik is also going to put another lap on Ross McGregor, that team. So, coming on to start another lap. Blue flags, of course. The marshals are very busy waving those blue flags around this circuit. And, of course, everybody's been very, very understanding of the blue flag situation. If you are a leader, you're going to want people to get out of the way very quickly, but it's also very, very tricky when you're embroiled in a battle of your own. So this is Jaroslav Honzik, the Jardier Random Greco team, the 39, and he's trying to put a lap on the cars in front, on Ross McGregor, and on the 888 Ferrari. So you can see McGregor just moves well out of the way there to let him through. Just going to ease off the throttle a little bit now, just to make sure he doesn't lose too much lap time. You never know, each, of course, 10th counts, and it could be crucial in the later race, as I think McGregor just went off in the background at Stowe corner. He's not emerged from the corner, and I believe that 24 is no longer on the circuit. So I was saying about every 10th count, it looks like he just spun in Stowe, and that puts him a long, long way down now, and appears that he's actually completely disappeared. That car's completely disappeared off the server entirely. So the 24 looks like could be potentially completely out of this race. And that's a big one for those guys.
Yeah, not
Real
entirely
shame for them.
Not entirely sure what happened there, but it looks like, yeah, they may have spun and possibly disconnected from the server. Very, very unfortunate for them for that number 24 McLaren car for RJN.
Just seeing the number 1 PPR Esports car into the pit lane, as is the 222 McLaren. Jaroslav Honzik makes his way through on the 888. It's Giusa comes in for the PPR team in the number 1 in the Porsche, so we might see a driver swap again. Just see the number 193 Aston Martin is also into the pit lane. We look now at the Pulse Simulation car. That was the car that was embroiled in the battle earlier, and they're trying to catch up to the 777 McLaren, which is not too far up ahead of them. Just see him there, the red flash McLaren right there's a Pulse Simulation. Dennis Hosper's at the wheel, number 53, and he's just been passed by the Bentley in front of him there. That's the Harmsen car, the 52, that has just made his way through, but the Pulse Simulation car trying to catch up to the 777. This is Miguel Ruiz, the PPR Esports B car. This is further down the order that we have not seen too much of this race. There's 28 BMW, and these guys are kind of on their own. They're trying to catch up to the 540 in the Porsche ahead. So they're about a second back from that Porsche, so could be just making some places up right here. Coming through now, and a couple of cars appealing to the pit lanes. There has been a driver change for the number 1 PPR Esports cars. The Sable now takes the wheel, and that maybe till the checkered flag. We look now, Jenson Button 7.2 seconds now in front of Stephen Bowl after making the move, but not making any headway on Jaroslav Honzik, who's nearly 16 seconds ahead at the moment, but now comfortably in the top 5. Would be a fantastic result for the team. Jenson 23 now down to 1 car, and we'll see now if he's going to be able to hold on. Of course, 3 other teammates, but we'll see, is he going to take it to the end, or is he going to slot in and let another driver take over the reins as we head into just past the 2.5 hour mark. 2 hours 28 minutes to go, and it's been fantastic to see so much action in this endurance race so far. And just gonna have a quick another look just to check. Yeah, Alex Sable just at the wheel now, the number 1 of the PPR Esports car Porsche, so they take over and it slots into 13th place, and they're pretty much comfortable where they are, so no issues for them. There he is. Alexander Sable is now out in the PPR car and continues on his way in the gold liveried car. Great looking car, that. And they're 4 laps behind the 193 Aston Martin, currently piloted by Giuseppe Montalbano, and they've got 4 laps in hand over the 404 Bentley behind, so they are completely comfortable in that 13th place unless something really untoward happens. So they've got a big old gap back to those guys. Actually, Roach behind is actually on the same laps as them, but they're 2 laps behind Montalbano at the moment. Back to Jaroslav Honzik, who is just holding on to 4th place at the moment. To make the move on Jenson Button earlier on, but comfortable in the top 5 at the moment. Samuel Rath still out in the lead of this one. 1 lap clear of Vincent Erbic in 2nd, Simon Feigl is 3rd, Jaroslav Honzik in 4th, Jenson Button in 5th place, Stephen Bull, then Konstantin Soldatov, Igor Zanella for Vurt and Martin. This is Samuel Rath in the Racing Line Motorsport car, which is in the lead of the 12 Hours of Silverstone in aid of the Huntington's Disease Association, and look comfortable where they are. Look like they're having no issues whatsoever, and looking currently unbeatable at the moment. 280 laps completed around Silverstone at this point, and we'll see if they're going to be able to hold on to take the honours. And you just see the Fordzilla car having an issue right there, has to slow down and let the Samuel Rath's car through. The Fordzilla Mercedes, I believe, just in the background there, and it is indeed. So as they come down the hangar straight once again into Copse Corner, into Stowe. And just seeing the number 192 of Igor Zanella is into the pit lane as well, and that's surely going to be for possibly their final driver swap right now. So Zanella in the 192. There is the Racing Line Motorsport Porsche. So they've got the Bentley out in the lead, and the second car is inside the top 10. So stop for fuel, a stop for tires, and I think Emil Stanciu is now at the wheel of that car. So he will come out and most likely finish the stints. So we'll see if they're going to hold on for now. Josh Martin we look at right now in the Coach Dave Academy 888 Ferrari. And one of the only Ferraris on the grid, which is quite surprising. The Bentley seems to be the car of choice for a lot of these guys. And certainly looking very likely that the Bentleys are going to take a full podium. 1, 2, and 3. With Jaroslav Honzik in 4th, and the McLaren of Jenson Button as well in 5th place. So, and of course Stephen Bull as well in the Aston Martin. So all the British manufacturers are in the top 6, and they hold on for now. So, and Button just building the gap to Stephen Bull, 11.4 he's got to Stephen Bull, the 667 Aston Martin Octane Online Racing car, but 16.3 seconds behind Jaroslav Honzik, and that was 5 seconds earlier, not too long ago. So Honzik looking pretty comfortable at the moment, but of course there is still just over 2 hours and 20 minutes left on the clock. Anything can happen in that, and certainly 16 seconds is virtually nothing, and in comes Jenson Button. He's in from the 5th position and possibly going to hop out of the car. And when we look at the Sim Race South Africa car, the 222, which is in a battle with the 224, Jenson Button comes into the pit lane. And if he is changing drivers, it has been an absolute pleasure to see him out on track, and hopefully we see him again. Stephen Bull also follows him in the background in the 667, so we'll see who's going to hop in the car, or is he going to take it to the end? So in comes Jenson Button from 5th place, and we'll see who's going to swap into that car, or if anyone's going to swap into that car. Stephen Bull is not too far behind either, in the pit lane at the same time. We look at Arno Visagi as he chases after Marshall in the 224 Bentley, right up ahead of him. So this is a non-track battle for position. And these guys are on their own, really. So this is the battle for 21st overall on a track. So you can see that they're trying to just get past the lapped car right there. Well, the lapped car is trying to get back past, actually. That's the Cube Controls Altus Esports car. Now Visagi is going to try and get past the 224 here up the inside. Has he got it stopped? He's trying his best to get through, and it looks like he's got just about through. They go side by side through the final corner on the F1 circuit, running out wide and back to the inside again as they come across the start finish on the F1 circuit and through Abbey for what will be close to the 300th time. The 222 trying to get past the 224, switches to the inside, trying to get past here, not quite able to get through at this moment. Now, what is he going to be able to do? Visagi, is he going to be able to get back up underneath? Looks like he get a good run on the exit towards the kink at the Wellington straight up the inside, and he should have it now as they head towards Brooklands. He's got the inside line for Brooklands and Luffield. But we'll see if Marshall is going to be able to hold on round that outside. He's just a nose in front as they head into Brooklands. Side by side, Marshall tries to hang it around the outside. But Visagi gets through in the Sim Race South Africa car, round Luffield. And he is into the 21st place. And position gained, and through they go. And yes, Jenson Button is out of the car. Tobin Lee is now taking over the reins. And they're still comfortably in 5th place, 8.6 seconds in front of Konstantin Soldatov in the 56 Porsche. I'm just seeing the 667 also had a driver change as well. So Brits at the wheel right now, and just seeing the 888 Ferrari is also in. Josh Martin going to hand the reins over to another driver. So Ruel Brits is now at the wheel of the 667. And as a result has actually dropped behind Konstantin Soldatov in the 56, but he's only 9.3 seconds behind. But these guys possibly going to take it to the end. Maybe one more driver change. But Josh Martin, I believe, has handed the reins over, or possibly going to go for a second stint. They come out of the pit lane. The 22 McLaren also into the pit lane as well. Langeveld is going to possibly hand over the reins to another driver, 22. But coming across the line, 283 laps completed here at Silverstone. Across the line to begin another one. So, just seeing, I think Josh Martin is doing a double stint. So he's come back, and no, Gregor Schill has taken over the 888 Ferrari, and the 256 Porsche is also into the pit lane as well. This is Vincent Erbic in the number 12, coming up to lap the other PCDC car in front of them. As you can see, the number 12 chasing after them. And so, just Emil Stanchu as well, just to update, is now in the car in number 192, and they've come out just 1.1 seconds in front of Giuseppe Montalbano. So very close between those guys. Gregor Schill and Sable are now out on track as well. So those guys will be pretty close together. So Vincent Erbic dives to the outside and laps the sister car to the 97 Bentley, which has been currently driven by Joshua Lation, who was completely unable to get past that number 50 Aston Martin. He's dropped 4.5 seconds behind, and the 888 Ferrari is just in front of them now. So, Samuel Ratt's still in the lead. I'm sure the leaders may be coming into the pit lane quite shortly. There's been quite a number of pit stops over the course. 96 McLaren also into the pit lane. Kaiser into the pit lane. So, possibly more closer to the 2-hour mark that we're going to be seeing these guys in. This is Giuseppe Montalbano, who is not too far off the back of that number 192 car. So, Emil Stanchu is just in front of that Fordzilla car. And as you can see, he's trying to make his way through here. He's going to put a lap on the Fordzilla Mercedes. And through he goes. So now the two cars are together. So, the Porsche and the Aston Martin are together. The two cars together in the top 10 now. 9th and 10th they are, respectively. So the 191 is out in the lead. The 192 is in 9th. And the 193 is in 10th. So the three Racing Line Motorsport cars are in the top 10. What a result that would be for them as they continue on their way. Lucas Rommel into the 256 Porsche takes over the reins. And now in 11th place. So these guys continue on their way. 284 laps completed here. And just seeing the 33 car is also in to the pit lane. So number of pit stops in the past couple of minutes, in the past 40 minutes. And more to come, I would imagine, for our leaders. So, we now approach the 2-hour mark, which is almost incredible that the guys have been going since 12 p.m. today, British time. Closing up on 10 p.m. right now. So, almost 10 hours completed, which is a feat in itself. They've got another 2 left to go. Don't forget, of course, this event is, of course, in aid of the Huntington's Disease Association. If you do want to make a donation, you can head to the stream description with the Just Giving link is down below. And if you want it in the chat, of course, you can type !Just Giving and it will give you the link to donate. We have currently raised £5,837 for the guys. And I just saw it just briefly there. Bentley going way off in the background, and completely missed that on my end, but managed to get back going again. But we look at Jaroslav Honzik now in 4th place, and we see no sign of him making a pit stop. The Bentley in the background does. So the orange Bentley that we saw, there's another Bentley as well coming into the pit lane. So their guy is further down the order, outside the top 23 that are peeling into the pit lane at this point. So most of the top 10 have swapped drivers at the point. So Jensen Button was in the car. Tobin Lee has taken that over. Stephen Bull was in the 667. Ruel Brits has taken that over. And this is Michael Kundak-Chuglu in 20th place. So the side max car. So Kundak-Chuglu is now in that car. And he's now actually chasing the 22 right up ahead of him, trying to make up some spots here. He's in the top 20 just to get himself into 19th place. You can see the Sim Racing South Africa car up ahead of him. What can he do? He's got a great run out of Copse Corner right there. Surely going to be able to make a move here. The number 96 Side Max car getting right on the tail of Visagi coming through here. The two McLarens neck and neck coming through. Just seeing the time in tower, the 333 Bentley, the 28 BMW and the 404 Bentley are all into the pit lane. And we'll see in due course how they get on. But here comes Kundak-Chuglu in the 96 McLaren. He moves to the inside line. He's going to be able to make a move. No, just shows himself in the mirrors. But now we'll see. Is he going to be able to get past the number 90, the 222 car? And not too far off the road is the 22 car. And he moves to the outside line into the last couple of corners. Can he try it around the outside? We saw plenty of this in the early part of the race. Just nips his nose on the inside line. And Kundak-Chuglu, has he got it done? He's on the inside line as they come through the last couple of corners. And across the F1 start finish, he'll have the inside line for Abbey. And he should be able to get this done. We'll see if Visage is going to be hanging around the outside. He's not going to be able to do that. And Kundak-Chuglu moves in to 19th place on track. The number 50 Aston Martin of McLaren is into the pit lane as well for their pit stop. So plenty going on, and not too far up the road from Kundak-Chuglu, 5.2 ahead is Hodgson. And those guys now continue with Giuseppe Montalbano, who's 1.3 off the back of the sister car, the 192 Emil Stanchu car, which is heading towards Brooklands at the moment. This is 9th and 10th on the road. Lucas Rommel is 9.1 behind them at the same time. So rather close together at this point in time, with 2 hours and 13 minutes to go. And of course, don't forget the giveaway will happen at the 2 hour mark. So make sure to type in Simrigs into the stream chat to be in with a chance of winning that direct drive motor presented so kindly by Simrigs. And of course, they of course as well donated £3,000 of their own money as well. So it's been incredible. We're just creeping up on 10,000 raised with that amount. Creeping up on 9,000 with that, which is an incredible amount of money. But Giuseppe Montalbano just trying to chase after, trying to get past the other McLaren right here. His way through past him up the inside, should get up the inside and does, and slots in front. Now we look at Nick Hodgson, who is trying his best to get past the pulse simulation car of Dennis Hospers at the moment. They've got a massive gap to the cars in front, so they've got nothing really to worry about. The number 97 PCDC car is in for their stop as well. 224 Bentley is in. The number 8 Mercedes is in as well, and the 276 Ferrari also in as well. But now the other Sim Race South Africa car of Nick Hodgson trying to get past the pulse simulation Aston Martin. We'll see if they're going to be able to make their way through in the 22. And don't forget the 222 McLaren is also not too far off the back of these guys. And also the 96 as well of Kundak-Chuglu. They're 3.5 back, and Visagi also about 3.3 back. So they're very close together for the just outside, close to the end of the top 20. Getting on the power now. Can Nick Hodgson make his way through here? Running very close together. Update on the 404 Bentley. William Stevenson has taken the reins of that car, and they continue on their way as well. So plenty of driver swaps happening as well. So here comes Nick Hodgson, great exit out of Copse Corner, and Hospers is going to defend that as they head towards Mackens and Beckett's. Not really any opportunity to make a move through there. Got to be thinking about the hanger straight now. Nip in the grass a little bit there. I think Hodgson needs the run out of Chapel. We've seen the Aston Martin is quick in the traction zones. So it looks like he's not going to be able to do that, but all that is allowing Michael Kundak-Chuglu to kind of chip away at the gap as well. 2 hours and 10 minutes and counting to go in this 12-hour endurance race. Incredible to watch as the drivers battle it out for the honours in aid of a wonderful cause. So we head to Jaroslav Honzik, and just the 56 Porsche of Konstantin Soldatov is into the pit lane, so we'll see who's going to take over the reins of that car, and that should promote Ruel Brits in the 667 up to that 6th place, so just behind the 23. With Jaroslav Honzik, all of these guys are kind of comfortable where they are, 2 laps behind Simon Feigl and Vincent Erbic as well in 2nd place, but Samuel Ratz still in the lead in the Racing Line Motorsport cars. So the 3 Racing Line Motorsport cars are all in the top 10, and they continue to be the pace setters. But Konstantin Soldatov going to hand the reins over, it looks like, to one of their other drivers. And we continue to look at Jaroslav Honzik, who's lapping away in that 4th place. I'm sure still smiling at the fact that he overtook Jenson Button around the outside at Silverstone. And I'm sure that'll be ingrained in his memory. That'll be a fantastic stream highlight to look back at, as they're just going to put a lap on the BMW ahead, which is way further down the order. Another lap around the outside, and does manage to get in front of those guys. So safe and sound for now in the 39. And we'll see if they're going to make a stop later on in this race. Maybe just around that 2-hour mark. So, close to 2 hours to go. And it's been fantastic to see how these guys are getting on. But, you know, I'm sure a popular opinion would be that it would be fantastic to see some rain right about now. Kundak-Chuglu up the inside of Dennis Hospers. Can he get that stopped now? That's going to bring a couple of other drivers into this one as well. So Kundak-Chuglu gets through and gets in front of Dennis Hospers. And that is a nice move from him. And now, a crucial one as well. They're going to get right in the way of the 2 Racing Line Motorsport cars of Emil Stanchu and Giuseppe Montalbano. Those are the guys just behind Dennis Hospers at the moment, and they're embroiled in their own battle for, that'll be 9th place. They make their way past, so the 192 gets through and the 193 gets past safely. Dennis Hospers has dropped a place now to 19th, and Kundak-Chuglu in the Side Max car has made his way through to 18th place, and now will attempt to get past the other car of Nick Hodgson, who is in a 17th place, 6 laps behind the next car. There's plenty of gaps being made between these guys, but Dennis Hospers drops behind and could drop into the clutches of the 222 McLaren in 20th place, Arno Visagi, and in comes Dennis Hospers, so that was their lap to take their pit stop. So the 53 will come in to possibly serve their last pit stop, or second to last pit stop. We'll see who's going to take over the reins of that 53. And a very slow pit lane limit as well. 50 kilometers an hour they must slow down to. And we'll see in due course how they're going to get on. But they're fighting for the tail end of 20th place. So Nick Hodgson we look at, who is now under pressure from Michael Kundak-Chuglu. And the guys behind are a lap in front of them. That is Emil Stanchu and Giuseppe Montalbano in the other cars behind. They continue to lap around, with creeping up on the hour mark very, very shortly. And then I'll be back for the final hour to see who's going to take the honours in this wonderful event. So they begin close to creeping up on the 300 lap mark, about halfway into their stints, and halfway past the hour mark. So about an hour and a half to go. They will have about 300 laps completed. Here comes Kundak-Chuglu, right on the back of Nick Hodgson in the 22, and 96 trying to nip up the inside there. Just had to think about it, and heading down the Wellington Straight. Let's see if he's going to be able to get past. Not quite close enough now, but he will be in the tow. And holds behind for now. But not going to try anything rash. And the lapped cars behind are also going to try to get through in the background. So, it looks like they have got through. Secunda-Chuglu has let the Stan Chu car and the Montalbano car through. Whether that was voluntary or not, he did make a slight mistake and ran wide. So he's let them through. And the top 10 battle continues with these guys. And just a quick look, Antonov has taken the reins of the 56 Porsche. And those guys are only 5 seconds in front of the 192 and the 193. So the battle for 8th could be very much on. And of course we'll keep an eye on the leaders as well to see if they're going to make any stops. Coming up to Stowe once again. Montalbano makes his way through, needs to keep with his team, and that might gift Huntington the place in the background. As you can see, he's alongside and he does get through. Opportunistic from the 96 McLaren, and he makes his way through, follows the Montalbano 193 and makes his way through into 18th place. Great driving from the Sidemax driver, and he gets through, and now see if he can keep the pace with these guys up front. So we'll see if the Sidemax guys are going to get a result out of this one. Top 20 result is nothing to be sneezed at. Fantastic result given the amazing caliber of drivers that are in this race. Coming through the last couple of corners for those guys, we look back at Samuel Ratz in the Racing Line Motorsport car in the 191 machine, and update number 39 Jaroslav Honzik into the pit lane for his stop. So from 4th place, we'll see where he's going to come out, which is a crucial one because they're embroiled in a battle with the 23 for that 5th place. We know how close they were on track, and we'll see who's going to come out on top in that one. Samuel Ratz leading this one as they tick to 8 a.m. in-game time, but closing in on the 2 hours to go mark. And of course the giveaway is still ongoing, so make sure you get those entries in, and we look forward to seeing who is going to win that one. But I'm going to be back for the final hour of this 12-hour endurance race. It's been fantastic so far, but I am going to hand over to Jamie Lawrence, who's going to announce the winner of the Sim Rigs giveaway. Best of luck, everybody.
Thank you so much, Jack. Excellent job for the past hour. Of course, our prize commentator here for this event, he'll be back for the final stint as well. But of course, the moment you guys have been waiting for in the chat, we're going to be giving away our Sim Rigs direct drive motor. You know what to do. Type Sim Rigs in the chat. We'll be rolling the dice with our Nightbot to crown the winner at exactly the 2-hour mark, so stay tuned for that. And of course, if you win, make sure you screenshot your chat proving that it is indeed you, the user that won, and go ahead and email that screenshot to ppr.esports@gmail.com so confirm you're winning and contact you on how to receive said prize. So get typing in chat. Remember, it's Simrigs, SIMRIGS, courtesy of Simrigs. One of our sponsors here have been way more than generous to donate all these prizes, and £3,000 to the Huntington's Disease Association. Currently at 5,837 from everyone, and then another 3,000 on top of that from Simrigs. So it's been pretty outstanding here. Of course, Samuel Ratz leading the race. There's currently a race going on as well as this giveaway, so we need to focus on that as well. Doing an outstanding job in that Bentley as he cruises along as the sun is now rising high up in the sky over Silverstone. Just about 1 minute left for this giveaway to start. Simrig has done an absolute outstanding job. We cannot thank them enough for their contributions. Remember to type Simrigs in the chat in order to be entered into the giveaway. We'll be drawing the winner at random at the 2-hour mark. And we will instruct you, the winner, what to do if you are chosen indeed. Before that happens, though, it looks like we've got a close battle for P2. Marcus Lawrence closing in on Feigl there in P2 for PC. DC Motorsports looking to take back that position after the pit stop. Got 15 seconds left here. Make sure you type that in the chat. We'll go ahead and run the raffle now and see just who wins. According to Nightbot, we'll see who wins. It is Megan Smith, so congratulations, Megan Smith. You have won a Simrigs, a direct drive motor. Appreciate you entering this event. Appreciate everyone who's been here, stuck around to enter this giveaway. Of course, you can also win prizes by donating to the stream. But Megan Smith, please email PPR Esports with your screenshot, and we can go ahead and get you sorted out with that prize from Simrigs. Congrats, Megan Smith, to you as well. Right now, we've got an outstanding battle on track during this prize, so it's very hard to cover both at the same time. We've got racing, we've got prizes, we've got donations, we've got sponsors. Everything is happening, but we've got Bentleys battling it out through Maggots and Beckett's. Here comes Marcus Lawrence down the hanger straight, right on the back of Feigl now. He comes. This is for P2. 10 hours gone in the race now. Looking to make some kind of move on the Bentley. He's got the pit stop ahead, so he's need to make this pass as soon as possible. Try and extend that gap and surely secure that P2 position for the end of this race. Feigl will be wanting to hold him up as long as possible before he decides to pit, as they are currently on different strategies. Again, Megan Smith, make sure you email ppr.esports@gmail.com with a screenshot of your winning in the chat. And we will go ahead and hook you up via Simrigs with that direct drive motor. An awesome prize by an awesome sponsor for an awesome cause here for the Huntington Disease Association. Marcus Lawrence still right on the back of Feigl there. Bentley's tucking in behind. Plenty of battles starting to happen on track now. The track is completely dry. We did have rain early in the morning when the sun was still set in the early stages. It looks like, yep, Feigl does indeed decide to dive into the pits. We'll see where he comes out exactly. Marcus Lawrence will inherit that P2 position and will be well ahead of Feigl as he exits the pits. We've got Tobin Lee in the Jensen Team Rocket RJ and McLaren, the number 23 car, cruising down the Wellington Straight. 12 seconds back from Bukowski in P4, looking to make up some time. Jensen Button, of course, in the car earlier, we saw had a pretty solid stint there from the former Formula One world champion. But now Tobin Lee is in the car, looking to take over and make up some ground here. Battles all over the circuit at the moment. BCDC with a strong showing here today. Looks like Ryan Daniels in that number 97 Bentley is closing in on Hayden McLaren. As you can see in that Aston Martin, that beautiful livery there. They come into club. Right on the back of the Aston Martin now. I'm now joined in the booth by none other than Nick Moore. We've got the dynamic duo back and better than ever.
Yes. Yes, we are back, and we have a lot of action right now on track. Everything's starting to really ramp up now with just less than 2 hours here.
Yeah, time is ticking now, and plenty of drivers are starting to put the pedal to the metal. We've seen a lot of gaps start to close, a lot of on-track battles for position start to form. It's all coming down to the final 2 hours, just as we stated before. It's going to come down to the final 30 minutes to really see where everyone is at based on the final strategy of pit stops. When they'll all be out on track, we'll see where the winners will cross the line. But so far, up in P1, it is looking pretty good for Samuel Ratz out there. It looks to be a lap ahead of Marcus Lawrence at the moment.
Yeah, Samuel Ratz, we've mentioned him and the whole Racing Line team this afternoon. They've just done a fantastic job, and with just 2 hours remaining, they just need to keep doing what they've done the past 10 hours and keep it all together, and they will definitely come home with a race win. But I say that there still is 2 more hours left. Anything can happen. Gonna have probably at least another 50 laps, I'd have to guess, or less, around 40 to 50 laps remaining for anything here to happen with the Racing Line 191 car.
And you know, me and Nick here do indeed have the best math calculations. We've been here all 12 hours basically in and out of the commentary booth, giving you data possibly incorrectly half the time, but we're making sure to get as much coverage to you as possible, as we have Malinowski now in the car in P1.
Yeah, looking like Malinowski will maybe bring it home, or they're going to finish off with, if I had to take a guess, most likely Troy Barman. I'm guessing one of those two drivers, either him or Malinowski, will bring home that car this afternoon.
Yeah, we'll see who decides to stay in the car for the rest of the race, or if there will be a last-minute driver swap to really try and push for that last position gain. Looks like, I believe, Jonas Van Druyten is right on the back of Morris here in that McLaren, the BMSB team there. Get a little squabbly there.
Yeah, Van Druyten really trying to come into grasp here of Morris, the Pulse simulation driver, and that 53 car in the Aston Martin. And Druyten about half a second back still, though.
Coming through the F1 start finish straight. Looking to the outside of Morris now. This is for position 4 P22. Every position counts here for the 12 hours of Silverstone as they come on to the Wellington straight now. He's possibly a bit too far back to make a move here. Very hard to get some passes here at the end of the straight, as it's not the hardest of braking zones.
Yeah, Van Druyten definitely has the pace here. He's just got to be able to get a good exit out of one of the corners to really get a lineup here on Morris.
We've seen that all race long. All race long, yeah, we've seen drivers struggle to get past through these straights. Silverstone, great track for side-by-side battling, but occasionally hard to really get by.
And as they make their run up to Copse here, Maggots and Beckett's coming up. Seeing a lot of drivers really start their moves up here at Maggots and Beckett's. But it looks like Morris got a great entry and exit. And I say that as he gets on the grass, looking like he may lose that position there to Van Druyten, as Malinowski is making a stop. Marcus Lawrence coming around, still I believe a lap down, and it looks like Van Druyten has gotten that move done on Morris. He's now up in the 22nd place. As he has the 53 car in front of him. So it looks like Morris actually got that place back, as our timing boards take a few minutes or a few seconds to adjust. So that is still Morris in 22nd, Van Druten now, as you can see in the bottom right hand of our screen, in 23rd. These guys having a great battle so far. Got an hour and 50 minutes remaining. It's currently 8:25 a.m. on circuit, as Marcus Lawrence in the PC DC Motorsport car has now taken first place. You can only imagine if they didn't have that stop and go penalty for 30 seconds around the 4-hour mark, where this gap could be from them and the Racing Line 191 car. At the moment, it's only 15 seconds, and Marcus Lawrence, I am sure, is maybe a stop behind these drivers, but we will have to wait and see how everything shakes out when it comes down to about the last 30 minutes of the race. But at the moment, the sprint has begun. Marcus Lawrence doing a good job of holding first place for the time being. Saklari there and the Racing Line team will now begin to bridge this gap if he can. We have Hanlon for the Cube Controls Altus Esports team still running third, and Max Nowski there in fourth, followed by Lay in fifth. We have Arno Visagie here for Simrace South Africa. This team has had its struggles this afternoon, but nonetheless they have been battling all day with the midfield. Make their way through Magus and Beckett's. That looks to be the Sidemax Motorworks team in front of them. And indeed it is. Currently being driven by Michael. Got a nice little scrap going on here between these drivers. They're making their way through club. Oh, and it looks like Arno is going to get the inside here. Pushing off Michael from Sideworks a little wide. Position is either handed back or Michael had a good enough push there off the exit to regain it by himself. But nonetheless, Arno is still down in 18th. He's now getting passed up by the 256 car, who's currently a lap down from these guys, or a lap above, I should say, from those drivers. So just getting around some back markers. We saw the blue flags. Tobin Lay here for Jensen Team Rocket. Currently has them in 5th place. They're 15 seconds behind the Jardier, Random, and Greco team. These guys have been having a fantastic race, but they're still going to have to worry about this RJN 23 car until the end. Things are not done yet. They're very far from being done, as we now have Ryan Daniels working his way up on Hunter McLaren. Hunter McLaren racing for Unleashed Drivers. We've seen him a few times this afternoon. Ryan Daniels in the PC DC Motorsport B car. The PC DC Motorsport A car, as we've seen, currently riding up top in 1st place. Ryan Daniels has that Sidemax Motorsports car. This is for position. However, the Sidemax Motorworks team may be a further lap down here. Sidemax is now getting passed up. Got blue flags from the 256 car. Daniels, we expect to quite possibly get the same as well. Daniels has McLaren still in his sights. He's yet to make the move. He's going to have to let by the 10th place car there of Rommel. This is going to cost him a few tenths and now bring back in the Sidemax Motorworks car being driven by Michael there. Saji as well is trying to fight his way and gain an extra place. They make their way through Maggots and Beckett's. Saji still about 3 tenths down here. And the Sim Race South Africa team makes his way around the Sidemax Motorworks driver of Michael Unglaglu, if I have to take a chance at his last name. But Fasaji doing a great job here, really in the gap. Takes a look at the inside here. Out of Vale and through Club. Decides he will not yet try to take a lunge. And it looks like he's gonna go on the outside now though, but that Sidemax Motorsports Motorworks McLaren is gonna have the better angle and cuts off the door there to Arno. Arno unable to get through. He is looking for spots on track. He's unable to make the move, however, and he will still sit back here in 18th position. Meanwhile, Daniels is still up there in 16th and a second behind Hunter McLaren in the Unleashed Drivers 50 car. Saji is trying his best here to make something happen, but not quite going his way here on track. Sachi still trying to make his way here as we see Daniels under attack in front of him. Looks like that Sidemax Motorworks car is now gotten around Ryan Daniels. Ryan Daniels, however, is still in 16th position as he is, I believe, a lap ahead of all of these drivers that are right behind him on track. This is a very interesting spot now for Arno. Arno is going to have to find a way to unlap himself here from the PCDC Motorsport B car. Now Michael riding on board with the Sidemax team is going to be able to bridge a little bit of a gap here to the Sim Race South Africa team. And this is not what Arno wants at all there. Ryan Daniels is sitting in the middle of this battle. Not too much for him to gain. He is a lap ahead. Michael Lawrence, though, as we see, Marcus Lawrence, excuse me, is 16 seconds now up on Saklari, who's currently in second. He has the like and subscribe car right behind him, who are currently sitting in 7th place. Marcus Lawrence doing a fantastic job here for PCDC Motorsports, maintaining 1st place now with an hour and 40 left to go. He's going to have to be careful because Kirill Antonov may be looking to unlap himself if he has the pace to do so. And the 56 numbered like and subscribe team, you gotta love it. And if you have just tuned into the stream, make sure give us a like if you enjoy what you're watching. Subscribe as well to the channel if you want to see more PPR esports racing content. And also, if you would like to donate, put in !, just giving into the chat, as we are nearing $9,000 as Simrigs generously donated at the 3-hour mark, $3,000. You may not see it on the green bar, but they have donated another $3,000 to the charity, and we greatly appreciate them and for all their giveaways as well. There will be more on stream, and you'll hear about more of that before the end of the race. We now look at the Sim Sport Racing B car. This is Sreko Novakovic, currently working to overtake Marique Vons here for TPC Sim Racing. Vons currently in 20th. Seen a lot of these midfield drivers unable to get their moves done, maybe a little too anxious, making a move too early, and unable to get a position in doing so. As you see, Novakovic getting out of the way for the blue flags, letting by the 12th place Crane get through. It's going to put Novakovic further back down now from Vons. You can really see how much that hurt him from letting off. So now take it up to Tobin Lay for the RJN team. We've seen him a lot tonight, or I should say this entirety of our endurance race. He's been in the car multiple times, and then once more as he sits 20 seconds back now from 4th place. That is the Jaroslav random call sign and Greco team. We've done a total of 303 laps this afternoon. Absolutely amazing that all of our cars, our majority of our grid is all doing fine. We've only had, I believe, 1 or 2 DNFs this entire race. So it has been very good to see. We're back with the battle of the racing line teams. These two have not been able to separate each other at all. They've been very similar in pace, and between each other kept it very clean as well. Racing Line is looking to bring home all 3 of their teams into the top 10. As Stansu could easily do that right behind his teammate of Montalbano. Nearing now 9 o'clock in the morning here on circuit and game. The rain has withered away, all the clouds have gone, the sun has risen, and it's a beautiful, beautiful morning here at Silverstone. Alexander Seibel here for our PPR esports team. And once again, 25 seconds back there from Crane. Crane in the Pulse Sim Sport. Bentley Seibel has had his fair share of offs this afternoon. Luckily, no crashes, but he had a few spins in one of his stints. The PPR Esports team has had a few misfortunes this afternoon, but so have many of the grid as well. They currently sit in 13th. The other PC-DC team of Ryan Daniels still sitting there in 16th. He's finally reeled back in Hunter McLaren in 15th. I should say Hayden McLaren. My apologies there for Hayden, after I believe I've called him Hunter at least 3 times. But that is Hayden McLaren there in 15th. As he races for the Unleashed Drivers team. It is only him and Brandon Dove in that car, so they have done very long stints the majority of this race, and he now has another challenge in front of him, or I should say behind him, and that is Ryan Daniels in the PC-DC Motorsport B car. This is Bentley versus Ashton. Driver versus driver. Who can make it work better? As they make their way through Abbey and then Farm Curve. Up into Village and then around the loop. If Ryan gets a good exit off of here, he could really gain some time here on Hayden McLaren. Hayden getting into the grass. They're riding almost alongside here with the PC-DC driver as they make their way up here out of Brooklands and into Lovefield. Hayden's got that Bentley in his rear view mirrors. Has done a good job though of maintaining pace and not allowing Daniels to have a chance for an overtake, at least yet. They now get the exit out of Cops and pull up to Maggots and Beckett's. We've seen lots of moves get worked out from here to see who is the bravest through this section of track. It looks like Hayden gets a great run out of that. So I believe that is Arno Visaggi behind Ryan Daniels. Arno currently sitting in 18th place, maybe looking to unlap at least one lap from the drivers that he will need to be competing with, who are currently sitting in front of him on track and a lap ahead. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like Daniel's going to get the move done quite yet. We look here at Ruel Brits for Octane Online Racing. Trying to take 6th place here from Antonov. Antonov racing for our favorite team name, the Like and Subscribe team. You can't quite beat a team name like that. Antonov is up the road here in 6th place. He's 3 seconds ahead. Now that Brits had to let, I believe that was Marcus Lawrence, come through, or I believe that was actually the Cube Control Bentley, excuse me, there. That is currently sitting in 3rd place. That is Hanlon. So unfortunately that hurt Brits. Lost a little bit of time there for the blue flags, and Krill Anthony getting up there. Marcus Lawrence still out in 1st now, an hour and a half to go The sprint is truly on.
We've seen earlier in the race, the commentator cursed, so we don't want to say anything too soon, but they're looking pretty solid out there in front, currently in P1. Ahead of Ciclari there by 17 seconds. Of course, still possibly on different strategies. Marcus Lawrence doing a good job here of navigating through the back markers. Nice and clean, doesn't want to push too hard and possibly get into a tangle with one of these drivers.
Yeah, I believe the Racing Line 191 team may have a pit advantage here on the PCDC team, but who knows? Maybe PCDC has something up their sleeves. They are still in first, and we will see how that works out. But Ciclari is doing a great job there in second, trying to maintain and maybe bridge this gap there between him and Marcus Lawrence.
Right now, yeah, the battle is between them two, pending any future pit stops. We saw early in the race, the Bentleys did have the advantage. They didn't have to pit till about 90 minutes in because they've got that awesome fuel consumption to last the distance and a bigger fuel tank. So we'll see if they make their final stops here soon and then push to the end to try and make it without stopping again. And the top four currently are all Bentleys here in Silverstone. Sight to see for sure. We've got the McLaren of Lee in P5 on that RJN McLaren. We saw Jensen Button in it earlier, that number 23 car.
Yeah, and the RJN 23 team has done a great job. They've been the lead McLaren all afternoon. You can just really see, I mean, when the entire top four is all Bentleys, you can definitely say that Bentley has an advantage here. We said it earlier on stream. It's a fact. The Bentley is OP, and they have all done a great job. But it has to be said, even if you do have what could be the preferred car, you still have to get it done on track. You still have to not make mistakes. And those four teams have done a great job so far. And also congrats to Tobin Lee so far, leading that RJN team into fifth at the moment.
And we have the Racing Line Motorsport team down here with Montalbano and Stanciu sticking together, not battling each other, trying to pull each other along. But this tag team they've got going has allowed Rommel to close the gap behind them. You can see in that Porsche, closing in within almost a second now, trying to make a move. It'll be very, very hard to make a move on both of these teammates here. We'll see how he can navigate this battle.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if either one of these teams has comms with each other, because this could get interesting, especially with Lucas Rommel coming in. I know the Racing Line teams don't want to be the, as I can't find the word, but they don't want to hurt each other's spots here on track. But at the same time, if the 192 car is faster than the 193, you might want to let it by. That way Rommel doesn't get any closer than he can possibly get right now.
As we saw Stanciu looking for a move there, possibly on the inside of Montalbano. So they may have the go-ahead to race for position, according to their team principal. We see Rommel closing on the back of them. And again, yes, Nick, words are hard here in the 11th hour almost now. We've been streaming this event for quite some time, since 7 a.m. Eastern time in North America, where we're currently based. And we're going strong here. An hour and a half left. We've had a solid support here from all of our sponsors and all of our viewers in the chat. We appreciate you guys. And of course, to everyone that's donated so far, we have that Just Giving link. If you type in !Just Giving, you can find the Just Giving link to learn more about the Huntington's Disease Association and what cause you can donate to and what this event is really all about.
And it looks like Lucas Rommel here is really reeling in the gap here. The Racing Line drivers starting to fight each other, because we might even see him go 3 wide. As it looks like Rommel might get the move done here. They go through club, they can make a little bit of contact and just closes the door and gets the move done. So that is gonna be 9th place now for Lucas Rommel. His next car in front of him is gonna be the sister Racing Line team. See if he can get around them. Stanciu really starting to feel the pressure now, as the drivers behind him start to fight for position and start the sprint till the end.
Rommel doing a really good job there. I took a lot less time than I thought he would to start splitting these two teammates, but he's done it as soon as he can, and he's now on the back of Montalbano, trying to make the move done, getting up into P8, so he's showing some wicked pace here and some wicked racecraft as well.
Yeah, he's doing a great job as we now make around Love Field here. And he just looks like that Porsche has great pace at the moment. Lucas driving it fairly well. Looking like he might be able to get a move done sometime soon, maybe even on this lap. We got this nice onboard shot of him as they make their way up the Mags and Beckett's.
Closing it now, if he can keep it together in that Porsche and get a really nice exit prep himself here, he may have the move down the hanger straight. A little bit of grass there from Montalbano, trying to take the line. Romo with a great exit here. We can see what he can do down the hanger straight. Closing in back now on the back of Montalbano. Does not have enough this time around. He'll have to tuck in behind and not get the move done.
Yeah, but Montalbano definitely knows he's there. He's wary of this. But at the same time, this can also bring his teammate back into the mix as well. They get a little bit of a fight going on, so the 192 car of Stancio is definitely not out of this fight quite yet.
Absolutely, he's just behind him now as they come into turns 1, 2, and 3 of the new F1 pit straight. Right on the back of him now, really pressuring him to make a mistake. Looking to go defensive now goes Montalbano. And here comes Romel up the inside now before the Wellington straight. Going to poke his nose in there. Up the inside, they're going to go side by side. Romel will tuck in behind now, try and get that draft as they come down the Wellington straight. Could look to the inside, tucks back in, does not have the pace, unfortunately, to catch that Aston Martin driver.
Yeah, Romel there trying the same move he just did on Montalbano's teammate of Stancio through the loop and down the Wellington straight, but unfortunately didn't quite work there on Montalbano. He's still maintaining 8th position there, but Romel is coming in very hard on the Racing Line 193 car.
Yeah, we can see Romel definitely has the pace here. He's just struggling to get by. We've seen it all race. Drivers with much quicker pace struggling to get by other cars as well. So we'll see what Romel can do. Of course, we also don't know the pit strategies for all 3 of these cars in sequence right now. We can see what they decide to do nearing the end of this race. There's an hour and 22 minutes left. Marcus Lawrence still leads the race, and here comes Romel down the hanger straight, just behind Montalbano. Looking to tuck in behind. He may be too far back again this time, unable to make the move. Montalbano doing a great job of placing a car and getting those great exits here.
Yeah, and as you see, this is starting to bring Stancio back into the mix as well. Stancio now, who was over a second back after getting overtaken there by Romel, is now bridging in within half a second. So Romel knows he has to get this move done fairly quick, or else he's going to have to deal with the other Racing Line driver who is right behind him. Romel trying to work what looks to be the same move he tried earlier. However, Montalbano was covering off the middle of the track there. Romel take the wide line and closer entry to try to make a decent run up here down the Wellington straight, but not enough there. As you now see the other Racing Line driver trying to make a peek on the inside of Romel. Romel took a peek there on Montalbano. Unfortunately, cannot get it done, but these guys are getting very close. Oh, Romel's trying to go down the inside. Makes a little bit of a touch. That's going to hurt his exit. The other Racing Line driver now of Stancio might be able to get around Romel here. See Stancio there now going down the inside as they make their way through Cops. So everything stays as it is, but it's getting really intense now between these drivers.
if I'm Lucas Romel, I'm trying to get out of the situation as much as possible. Being in between two teammates, you know, there might be some orders going back and forth on how to navigate the situation. He's stuck in between the two, unable to get past, but he gets a great exit out of Beckett's here. Could be going side by side into the corner they go. We'll see what happens here. To the outside, Romel goes. They're side by side. He just tries to stay on the outside. He'll have to tuck in behind now, looking for the switchback now on Montalbano. Looks like Montalbano will have a good exit, good enough exit to stay ahead now. Here comes Romel. Round the outside he comes. They're going to go side by side, but Montalbano gets that position ahead and stays ahead.
Yeah, Romel was really trusting Montalbano there before they got to the entry of clubs on the brakes there. He was right behind him, barely sneaked around the outside. That is some trust of the driver in front of you to not brake earlier than you may think. That was very risky there by Romel. They're now all lining each other up. It's almost movie-esque the way these drivers are trying to make their moves. Romel now looking down the inside here. I don't think he's going to have enough. Doesn't look like he does. Still has the inside. The racing line driver is going to give it to him. And it looks like Romel might get a better exit. They make another touch. We saw that a lap ago, and now Romel's going to lose out here. Might lose out to the other racing line driver. Other racing line driver of Stanciao has the line, has the better exit after the touch that Romel took with Montalbano coming out of left field. Do apologize for mispronouncing his name. But there goes Romel now into 10th, and they make their way through Magus and Beckett's. Stanciao is going to have to be careful. Romel's made a move once on him. Might be able to make it again here twice, and he's getting very close to doing so.
Yeah, Lucas Romel unfortunately making the mistake. Very, prone to any kind of capitalization on that error from Stanciao, who's now up ahead of him. And he's got to make the same move again on that Porsche driver and then try and capitalize back on him. Here he comes up the inside now, getting a great run on the other Porsche driver for Racing Line. But of course, they've managed to get the exit into the corner and stay ahead, so he'll tuck in behind. And he's down to P10 now, really losing a bunch of time here. We know he has a lot quicker pace, as we've seen, just unable to get by. And now they're approaching some back markers, which will prove difficult for sure.
Yeah, Romel making the same mistake through Luffield 2 laps in a row. And the second time there really caught him out after getting a poor exit. But it looks like he's going to try to make another move here. You see a back marker just completely hopping off circuit to get out their way. You got both racing lines. And now Romel's going to try to stick his way inside. Montalbano might lose out and drop all the way now down to 10th. Now that his teammate of Stanciao's left him out to dry. Romel, though, getting a little bit of the squeeze off the exit there. Now making their way into Brooklands. Romel still sitting in 10th place now. See if he can get this right now through Luffield. He's not going to be side by side this time around. But gets a good exit, and now you can see Montalbano, the 193 Racing Line driver. I'm sorry, Stanciao, the 192 Racing Line driver, entering the pits. And that will be the end of that 3-car fight, but Romel still has the 8th placed Racing Line 193 in front of him as they come through Magus and Beckett's. Great shot here from the helicopter cam. These guys were making it very tough on each other. A lot of little cheeky and risky moves going for everyone that was in that fight, but nonetheless, Romel has made it out of that car in peace and continues to fight now with just nearing an hour and 15 minutes to go as it is 9:34 a.m. on track. Just want to thank everyone that's tuning into this as we're now watching Romel maybe look for a move again here on Montalbano.
Yeah, that's definitely what Lucas Ramo wanted to see. His teammate's driver diving into the pits, although he needs to make this move fast now because they'll be looking to drop into the pits for their final pit stop, and he doesn't want his teammate's car to hold him up any longer and try to get past as soon as possible. As he cuts the corner there, trying to make some moves, but unable to do so. He's now flashing his lights, trying to get by as soon as possible.
And Romel has to be careful. That could get put up to the stewards there for the flashing of the lights, as that has been restricted for this race, so Romel's gonna have to be careful. But nonetheless, now that the 193 race line is into the pits, Romel will pick up 8th place for the time being. See where everyone comes out after their final stops. So Lucas Romel now sitting nicely there in 8th, as we look back up to Tobin Lee in 5th. Last lap was a 2:01.1 for him. He's currently 2 laps down from our leader, Marcus Lawrence, sitting in the lead McLaren there in 5th. He's got the Porsche of Antonov behind him. But currently at the moment, unlike some of the battles we've seen on track, no cars around him, and he's got clean air to drive with, and no back markers or battles for position going on at the moment, so he can just drive his own race here and try to gain as much time to the car in front of him as he can. Marcus Lawrence as well is still maintaining around a 17-second gap to Seclari, the 191 Racing Line driver. Those two are the only drivers left on the lead lap at the moment, I believe. As Ryan Daniels once again is on the back of Hayden McLaren. Ryan Daniels has had this fight going on for quite some time and just still hasn't been able to do anything here on Hayden McLaren.
Yeah, we can see he's been struggling. Been behind him for the entire battle that we've been watching earlier. He has yet to make a move. He's stuck behind this Aston Martin. It must be that beautiful livery, unable to take his eyes off of it. But now he comes to the outside, looking to make a move. They're going to go side by side. See if he can hold his line. He'll be on the inside corner for Luffield. The PC-DC driver, the 97 car, trying to stay ahead, gets the move done, and finally gets ahead of Hayden McLaren in that Aston Martin. It took him ages to get by. He gets it done. Now he's going to look to charge on and continue to make his way up the field.
Yeah, and Ryan Daniels has been trying to get around Hayden McLaren for what seems to probably be a lifetime now to him, and to finally get that done and be able to move upfield is great for Ryan Daniels and the other PC-DC Motorsports car.
Looks like Stancio has come out ahead of his teammate Montalbano after that pit stop, so that quick little undercut action worked. These guys should be going to the end with an hour and 11 minutes left. They could stop at the end for a little splash and dash of fuel, unaware of the fuel tank size for each of these cars, the Porsche and the Aston Martin. But we see Romel still out way ahead in P8, having yet to pit, it seems.
Yeah, Romel in the Porsche, just like the 192 of Stancio. Yeah, still is yet to pit. We'll see when he comes in and how this shapes out for the battle for what should be looking to be 9th and 10th and 8th as well. I'm beginning to wonder if they're going to keep Lucas Romel in the car here. They're going to do a driver swap for the final hour. I would like to see them keep in Lucas. Lucas is driving very pacey at the moment. But we'll see what they do there for the 256 car. Romel has Brits behind him. 4 seconds. We'll see if Romel is looking to come in to the pits anytime soon. Tobin, Lee there, and the RJN 23 car coming in for what should be their final stop of the afternoon. We now look at the racing line teammates back again. It doesn't look like this battle is going to go away whatsoever between these two. But at the moment, they're going to have to be careful. They got the 52 of Crane in front of them, the Pulse Sim Sport driver, who is currently sitting 10th place here on track. And it looks like Stanciao's getting a good run on him. Montalbano as well, starting to maybe even get a peek on his teammate. These guys got to get around Crane. Looks like Crane holding them up just a bit. We have 3 different manufacturers in this battle. We have a Bentley, a Porsche, and then an Aston. And speaking of Aston, it looks like Montalbano was trying to go on the outside of his teammate Stanciao. Cannot get it done as they'll make their way around the loop. And now down the Wellington straight. Montalbano losing out a little bit of time off exit there to his teammate of Stanciao. Stanciao, however, still very close to Crane. They come through Luffield. Now Crane taking a wide line, too wide in fact. See how his exit is out of Luffield there. Could have nearly lost the place to his teammate, and now gives Crane a little bit of a gap, if not any, to take advantage of. Giuseppe Montalbano in the 193 Racing Line team. We've said his name many times. Now makes his way through Max Beckett's. See if he can get a run up on his teammate, the sister team, and see if they can somehow get a move on Pulse Sim Sport in front of them, the 52 car. As they come around Stowe, back marker getting out of the way. See the blue flags being waved, and still nothing for Giuseppe as they get through Club now, and remains in 10th place after drivers take the pits. Lucas Romel, in fact, in 7th, is into the pits. We'll see where he comes out here on track. Going to be very interesting if he comes out right in front of this battle. See if the fact that he stayed out helped at all there for him. We'll wait and see if that 256 car appears in front or behind these drivers. Giuseppe now falling a few tenths behind his teammate. Stanciao, however, not had luck through Luffield. See if it works out for him here. Goes wide again. Very interesting there by Stanciao. It's not providing him with the best exit. That entry speed is just looking a little too much for him. He makes the same mistake, but I don't believe he was trying to go in that deep. You see that there too, that allows his teammate to break off about 1/10 of a second. Here comes Nicholas Bosselet now coming in for Lucas Romel. Lucas Romel doing a great job for the 256 team. See where he comes out on track here. As he is now in 10th place and has lost out massively to the racing line teams in front of him. He's going to have a little bit less fuel maybe in the car, fresher tires, but not by much, as staying out on that overcut really hurt them, or either Lucas Romel just didn't put in maybe good enough laps to keep up with the racing line teams, but they're now got 4.5 seconds to make up within the next hour if they want to fight for 8th or 9th place. As we still have Crane there in 7th as well. Here comes the racing line teammates again. Giuseppe barely getting around that back marker of the SimSport Bentley. That could have been dangerous if he just barely got a clip of the front end from that car. But nonetheless, Danciao, Crane, Montalbano, all fighting here. As we are nearing 10 in the morning or afternoon, however you see it. And almost an hour left to go here on stream. Giuseppe now half a second back from his teammate. We'll see how they can fare through Maggots and Beckett's. No one really getting off or gaining more traction as we look back to Nicholas Bosselet there in 10th. He was 4.5 seconds after coming out of the pits. He's now coming down very quickly on these drivers.
So yeah, Nicholas Bosselet there we see has taken over for Romel. He'll look to charge and chase down those racing line drivers, see if he can attempt the double overtake for those two. We've seen him before that it's very, very difficult. They made it not the easiest of overtakes to make.
Yeah, most definitely haven't. Bosselet may have better luck than his teammate of Lucas Romel, but it is only time can tell now as we are nearing that 1 hour mark left here on track. Bosselet though is doing a fantastic job though of bridging this gap very quickly. Very impressed with his pace at the moment, as this should be a fascinating battle going all the way down to the wire.
It looks like Montalbano pulled ahead now. Stancio dropping back, falling subject to a back marker.
Yeah, and that's what's going to be dangerous here for these guys as they get so close to each other. It's going to be who can get around these back markers a little bit better when they pop out on track.
You see Nicholas Bosselet will have to navigate a couple of back markers before he can approach this racing line duo and that Porsche of Stancio in the 192 car. Here comes the Bentley, unlapping himself the 333 car. Stancio lets him by with ease, not looking to slow his pace. Trying to navigate this traffic as easy as possible. He knows he has the pace, he doesn't want to fight him. It'd be smart to try and stay as far ahead of Bosselet as he can.
Yeah, you got to think Stancio's been in the car longer than Bosslet is. Bosslet is fresh in, maybe isn't as fatigued as Stancio. Might have that advantage and upper hand here as the race comes to an end. You got to take into account the fatigue of some of our drivers.
You can see now Bosslet closing in as he's gotten past the Mercedes back marker quite easily here. That 256 car. Stancio looking to be under pressure quite shortly here. The pace that Bosslet has shown just after a few laps into his stint. He should be going to the end. There shouldn't be more driver swaps for that team. And hopefully no more pit stops.
Yeah, do not think these drivers will need to make another stop. We will see whether fuel allows it or not, but the battle for the race lead also is not over. Still got to look at Marcus Lawrence up there as well for the PCDC team. I believe they will have to make at least another stop. We will see how it works out for those Bentleys in the top 4. But that will, I believe, be it for me tonight. I have finished off all of my duties. I'm going to pass this off. And just want to say thank you to everyone who's tuned in and donated, all the comments on stream, and to all of our winners of our giveaways. It's been a great afternoon. I can't wait to see how this race ends. And that is all I have for you guys. Everyone have a good night. And to our commentators to end off everything, you guys enjoy the final last hour of the race.
Thank you very much, Nick. We appreciate you and all the effort you put in for today. We hope you can sit back, enjoy the end of the race, and possibly hop and chat and hang out with the boys and girls and men and women in there. But now we have Jack hopping back into the booth for the final hour.
Yeah, fantastic to be back. 1 hour to go. It seems so little, so it didn't seem too long ago that we started this race. 11 hours ago, all this racing started, but now 58 minutes and counting to the end of this race. Marcus Lawrence in the lead in the number 12 Bentley, but Kevin Scolari in the 191, 19 and a half seconds behind him on the same lap. 11 hours later, they're still on the same lap after the extra stop. Zachary Hanlon in the 43 is third, and Krzysztof Mazkowski is fourth. Jenson Button back in the car in the 23 after Antonov in the 56 made his extra stop just on the previous lap. So Jenson Button in the 23 in the top 5. Giuseppe Montalbano, Simon Crane, Emil Stanchu, and we look at Nicholas Bosslet now with Stanchu, and just as I said, that the 52 Bentley of Simon Crane is into the pit lane, so for their final stop. So we look at Nicholas Bosslet now as he chases after Emil Stanchu in the Racing Line Motorsport car. He's lost touch with Montalbano just a little bit there, and you can see them struggling their way through Maggots and Beckett's. And we hope that you've been enjoying this amazing racing at home. And again, thank you to all the donors. And our race leader, Marcus Lawrence, is in to the pit lane, which should give Kevin Scolari and the 191 team the lead of this race. With 57 minutes left on the clock, Marcus Lawrence and PCDC are into the pit lane. They were talking about that pit lane advantage, and Kevin Scolari in the 191 is in the lead now of this race. So they are clear out front, surely, at this point, unless they need to make another stop, but I don't think they do. So Kevin Scolari at the wheel of the 191. It's Racing Line Motorsport in the lead of the 12 hours of Silverstone with 56 minutes counting left on the clock. So Marcus Lawrence will continue the stint, not going to change drivers, so just a splash and dash for those guys, but it has lost them the lead of the race, and they rejoin still in second and just in the middle of the battle with a couple of back markers there, but they're comfortable in second. They're actually rejoined with the battle between Alexandra Seidel and another lapped car there just there, so 13th place that they've rejoined in the middle of, but they're still in second, and they're trying to just kind of fend off that Porsche behind them. But this is the PPR esports car just ahead of him. There is Marcus Lawrence, and they're now 40 seconds off of the race lead, which is still on the same lap, and it almost ended right there with the Porsche getting loose on the exit, and they're just trying to keep themselves in front at this point because they're not battling for position. But around the outside, the 56 tries it and should be able to hold on. This is exactly not what Marcus Lawrence needs, just in case Kevin Scolari and the 191 team decide to make a stop, which at this point I very much doubt. So we'll wait and see, though. It could all change. But the top 5 remains Kevin Scolari and Racing Line Motorsport, Marcus Lawrence, PCDC, Zachary Hanlon in third place in the 43. Then it's Krzysztof Maskowski in the 39. And there is Jenson Button bringing the team to the end. 55 minutes left on the clock, and it's still quite incredible that we've got him out on the circuit in the 23. The RJN car did an amazing job. They're the fastest of the other manufacturers, the McLarens, and then Kirill Antonov in the 56, Giuseppe Montalbano, Emil Stanchi, Nicholas Bossolet, and Stephen Bull now in the 667 is in 10th place. Simon Crane in that 52 Bentley rejoined behind the 888 Ferrari. That is where those guys are. But just under 55 minutes to go now. Not long at all, and all the work, all the dedication coming to a close now in the dying minutes of this 12 hours of Silverstone. And we continue to look at Nicholas Bossolet, who's still trying to get his way past Emil Stanchu in the other Racing Line Motorsport car. So they're still in the top 10, 7th and 8th. The first, 7th and 8th are the 3 Racing Line Motorsport cars, 3 different cars as well, the Bentley, the Aston Martin, and the Porsche. And Nicholas Bossolet wants to slot in between those guys as they come up to begin their 324th lap of Silverstone, and continue to see still lapping roughly within about 2 seconds of their ultimate pace. Now with a good run, Nicholas Bossolet here coming up to Maggots and Beckett's. We'll see if he's going to be able to get through as they come through, trying to find some space, but unable to find a gap just yet. But there's not a lot of time left in this race, so if they want to make moves, they've got to make them now, or forever hold their peace. Emil Stanchu riding on the rear wing as they look back at Nicholas Bossolet just closing in towards Stowe. You see the lights ablaze, gets right up underneath him on the braking zone on the entry to Stowe. And down towards the last couple of corners on the F1 circuit. The 192 holding off against the 256. And these guys are now 5.3 off the back of the 193, which is in 7th place under the hands of Giuseppe Montalbano, just gone through turn 1. You can see him going through Abbey at the moment. Now, Bossolet, can he make any sort of move? Will he be able to make any sort of move? He's got to think about it shortly. He thinks about it on the inside. He's much later on the brakes. But again, not able to get past. And now the lapped car is going to get right in the way of that car, the 222, I think that is. Not the 222, it is a Bentley, but definitely hindered him on the exit. And now Bossolet senses an opportunity here. He moves to the inside, almost on the grass, as they head towards Brooklands, makes an adjustment on the levers on the inside. And he now gets past the Bentley, and they go neck and neck through Brooklands, but Stanchu manages to hang it around the outside into Luffield. Bossolet now with the run on the outside line through Luffield, side-by-side action in the dying minutes, and I think Stanchu has somehow managed to hang on just about for now. So Bossolet still has a little run on the outside line up towards Copse Corner, but he manages to just slot in front of Nicholas Bossolet. But great fighting there, all as a result of the Bentley, which is right there, and that Bentley is also trying to unlap himself. He backs out on the entry to Maggots and Beckett's, and certainly played into the hands. That's the 333 Bentley right behind, it looks like. Trying to put a spanner in the works, and wide from Bossolet. He gets sideways through Chapel and somehow keeps it in a straight line. That's going to cost him. Kevin Scolari, the race leader, in to the pit lane, and this is a crucial one. This is the final stop for the 191 team. and this could decide the race. Marcus Lawrence in the 12, Kevin Scolari in the 191. They are making a stop. We thought they wouldn't, but they are, and it should be just a splash and dash for fuel. And this will decide the 12 hours of Silverstone. Here comes Marcus Lawrence. They're in Luffield right now, the final corner. And we'll see if Kevin Scolari is going to emerge in the lead. I don't think he will. Marcus Lawrence and the PCDC Motorsports team should be able to take the lead of the 12 hours of Silverstone with 50 minutes on the clock here. As they come towards the first corner, Kevin Scolari, they are on the pit exit, but it has brought the gap down. So it looks like, yes, it was just a splash, and that's the Scolari maintains the lead of the 12 hours of Silverstone. They just managed, but they've brought the gap down. Look how close it is now. Scolari going through Maggots of X, and just lurking behind the Porsche is the Bentley. And it's now extremely close, but Scolari and Racing Line Motorsport are still firmly in the lead. They just took a quick splash of fuel and kept going, so they are still in the lead. There is the PCDC Motorsports car, and they're almost together with 50 minutes on the clock. This could go either way with so little time left in this race. But the Racing Line Motorsport team, the gap after 11 hours and 10 minutes of racing is 2.5 seconds. It's quite incredible with this little time left that they're this close together after all the strategies. But now it's up to Kevin Scolari to hold on to that race lead, and we'll see if Marcus Lawrence can make a dent in the gap. So we'll see, can he do anything, or is Scolari just going to have enough in hand to hang on to the lead for Racing Line Motorsport? We're on board with Marcus Lawrence now as he runs through Abbey and into Farm Curve and into Club. Just he can literally see the race lead in front of him. That is the victory in the endurance event just in front of his nose, and I believe the PPR esports car is actually on the back of Kevin Scolari now, so they're trying to unlap themselves from the lead, and you can just see them there, 2.7 seconds the gap. So Scolari's just got just about enough in hand, but certainly Alexander Sable in the number 1 is not going to play into the hands of Kevin Scolari in the lead of this endurance event. 48 minutes and counting, and the gap stands at 2.7 seconds. And let's put out a public apology. It's Scolari. I'm so sorry. I'm so bad at pronouncing names. I've been doing that for the past 3 stints I've done. Scolari. There we go. Public apology. Expose me. But there you go. Marcus Lawrence chasing after Kevin Scolari as he comes through. Just noticed it on the timing tower there. As they come through Maggots and Beckett's and Chapel for the 327th time. As they come through up the Hanger Straight. And the gap now starting to open. So Scolari's just got enough right now in hand with 48 minutes left. And they come through the final couple of corners in the F1's track. But Marcus Lawrence needs to kind of hope for a little error from Kevin Scolari in the lead at the moment to have any sort of chance to secure the lead. But again, there's still 47 minutes left in this race, so anything can happen with a gap this close. It really can change at the drop of a hat. So now you can see the PPR Esports Porsche is trying to unlap himself from the lead car right here. You can kind of see they are on a similar pace, but again, Alexander Sable doesn't want to try anything untoward because it really could end the race for the Racing Line Motorsport team. The gap is definitely, certainly opening out now. 3.1 seconds to the lead. So Scolari's got it in hand at the moment with 47 minutes left on the clock, and really at the moment he just really needs to just run his laps as he's been doing, and that Racing Line Motorsport car will be on the top step of the podium come the end of this race. And it could be 3 Racing Line Motorsport cars in the top 10, because the other sister cars are of Montalbano and Stanchu are 7th and 8th respectively. And you can see the gap, you can see how close they are on track. And the number 39, Krzysztof Mazkowski, 4th place, are into the pit lane. So they're in for a stop. We look back, Nicholas Bosselet, he's still unable to get past Emil Stanchu after a long time battling away here, and still stuck behind after all this time. And that 192 is proving very difficult to overtake. So it's amazing to see these guys continuing to battle so late into this race. But Jenson Button, there he is. He's finishing out the stint for the Team Rocket RGN team and sitting comfortably in 5th place at the moment. So top 5 for that team. Had the number 24 running earlier on, of course, but they had a technical issue and DNF'd from the race. So it's only one Team Jensen, Team Rocket RGN car left in this race. But they are running comfortably in 5th place at the moment. Marcus Lawrence, the gap opens out again to 3.5 seconds. And surely now, he's just got to settle into this 2nd place. He really needs a mistake from Kevin Siclari at this point to have any sort of chance. Because Siclari's been doing an amazing job at this moment to hold on to the race lead for the Racing Line team at the moment. The 191 car and the 192 and the 193 all inside the top 10. But maybe Marcus Lawrence has got something up his sleeve. Will he go for a late attack later on? Jenson Button in the 23 into 4th place as a result of the Mazkovsky stop. And he is now behind. So Mazkovsky has been replaced with Ricardo Claro in the 39. So he's going to finish out the stint. But Jenson Button in the 23 is into 4th place. And he's actually emerged in the middle of Siclari and Lawrence. And you can see the PPR Esports car is trying its best to get through, but again, still unable to do it. And again, doesn't want to try anything that may cause a race-ending collision for the Racing Line team. Kind of proving the pace they've got right now. At the moment is the PPR car, the number 1. Coming through the final corner on the F1 circuit. And coming through Abbey. Siclari doing enough right now to hang on against Marcus Lawrence, but he really cannot afford any mistakes. He cannot afford to have any lapse of judgment, because Marcus Lawrence will be ready and waiting to pick up the pieces. But it just looks visually that the gap is just a little by little opening up. 3.4 it is now, and he actually has 2 cars in between him. He's got the PPR car of Sable, and he's got the Ricardo Claro car who's trying to get through, and you can see that Porsche is just fighting for a way to go through. And it may not even be a bad idea for Siclari to just open the door and let the car go, because it could prove costly if anything should happen. 330 laps of Silverstone that they have managed to do. And you can kind of see Siclari and Lawrence are matching each other for pace. 3.3, so it's going back and forth now. And this could be really intriguing. I wouldn't go anywhere if I were you. 42.5 minutes left on the clock. And the gap is 3.3 after 11 hours and 20 minutes of racing. It's quite something. So, your top 10 at the moment: Kevin Siclari in the number 191, Marcus Lawrence in the 12, Zachary Hanlon in the 43, Jenson Button in 4th in the 23, Krill Antonov in the 56, Ricardo Claro is in 6th, Giuseppe Montalbano in the 193, then it's Emil Stanchu in the 192, Nicholas Bosselet in the 256, and Stephen Bull in the 667 is 10th. But there is Jenson Button in 4th place, and still keeping the Bentleys honest. They are quite a ways off the Bentleys, but he's keeping the British manufacturer top 4 going. It has been ruined at the top 6 that it was. It's been ruined by Krill Antonov in the 56 in 5th place. He's got the German Porsche slotted in there in the top 5, so he stops the British domination of the top 5, just slots in there even ahead. So the possibly could be some late twists and turns in this tail. It wouldn't rule out anything happening in the late stages of this race. There could be even more late stops. There could be spins. There could be issues. We go back to Nicholas Bosslet, who is still stuck behind the 192 of Emil Stanchu. And you can see that in the background, there's also this battle. This is the 9th, 10th, and 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th are all together on track. So you can see Stanchu, Bosselet, Bull, and Parker are together. And this battling is allowing them to catch it. There is Stephen Bull in the Aston Martin Vantage just in the background, and Josh Parker in 11th place in the number 888. So this is the battle for the tail end of the top 10. These guys will really want to get into this. And Bosselet has been stuck here for God knows how long behind Emil Stanchu, who has really been making that car as wide as humanly possible for Nicholas Bosselet to make any sort of move past. So the gap out front is now opening up even more, 4.4 seconds it opens it out to. So Kevin Siclari is settling in at this point. But Bosselet is still vying for a way past Emil Stanchu, and all that's allowing Stephen Bull and Parker in the 888 to just close in a little bit here. The more they battle, the more time they lose. We dip under the 40-minute mark, 39 minutes left of this 12-hour race. And anyone who gets to the finish is a hero after this incredible feat. And there is James Parker, excuse me, I said Josh Parker, James Parker in at 11th place at the moment. And Bosselet looks, and there's contact. It came to blows, and they come together. Bosselet and Stanchu contact, and Stephen Bull is involved as well, and they drop out of the top 10. And that's how quickly Bosselet just went too late on the brakes and tagged the rear of Emil Stanchu, and they all drop outside the top 10, and that's how quickly it can go wrong. Unbelievable. It was eventually going to get to that, and they hit each other on the entry to the last corner. Stephen Bull had nowhere to go, and James Parker says, "Thank you very much, I shall have that 8th place." So James Parker goes through to 8th, Stephen Bull to 9th, Emil Stanchu still in 10th, but Bosselet drops outside the top 10. Oh, so frustrating. You can kind of see the frustration of Nicholas Bosselet. He tried a late little move, and it just went a little bit wrong, and it cost them big time. There is Kevin Siclari in the lead. 4.9 seconds in front of Marcus Lawrence. 37 minutes left to go in this race. And he really can't ease off the gas at all, because only 5 seconds in this race is a super, super small gap. Jenson Button still hanging in there in 4th place. And trying to get that 23 car inside that top 5. Kirill Antonov is 19.2 seconds behind him, but he should be comfortable. But he is a lap behind the podium, so it will take a miracle for that to happen. Gap out front opens to 5.6 seconds, so Siclari just looks like he's starting to just ease out the gap just a little bit each time, and that's all he needs to do, because Marcus Lawrence is in the traffic. PCDC versus Racing Line has been the story of the day, and now all it takes is one mistake and it could change. 3:33 on the lap count as they come across the line, and it's all but said and done at the moment for Racing Line, for PCDC, for the 43 of Zachary Hanlon, Jenson Button, Kirill Antonov, Ricardo Claro, Giuseppe Montalbano, James Parker, Stephen Bull, Emil Stanchu, Nicholas Bosselet. And then further down, Crane, Sable, Roach, Lation, Dove, George Boothby back in the car in the 96, Leisher, Mendez, Haley, Froberg, Santoro, and Sig are your top 23 cars. So 5.9 seconds now. It's just opening out little by little. So this is further down the order. You can see Fanon, Hinden, Spears, Grossenbacher, Serravalle, Horava, Cross, Walker, Spenkelik, Roth, Cherwick, and Mike Epps down the back. Obviously, that's the 25 that has not made the finish, unfortunately. But this is Luke Walker in the second of the PPR esports cars. And they're lapping around in 31st place at the moment. But still lapping around, and that is the key. In order to finish first you have to finish, and that's been the key of endurance racing. On board now, looking back at a concentrated Kevin Seclari, and the gap now 6.6. He's opening a second a lap now. He knows he needs to, with only this. So, coming through Luffield, Kevin Seclari looking comfortable, but he needs to just make sure that he drives within his limits in these dying few minutes. Across the line to start lap 334, and he's still lapping in the 59s at this point. 6.7 seconds now. Marcus Lawrence, has he got anything left in the tank? Will there be a late push, or is this it? Has Kevin Seclari done enough? There's Ricardo Claro in 6th place for the Jardier Random Greco team. And they are trying to chase down Kryl Antonov in 5th place at the moment. But they're just behind the lead car now. Just on board with the Bentleys that come through up to Stowe. Been driving around this circuit for 11.5 hours. And takes this time as well to notice that just past the £6,000 raise for the Huntington's Disease Association. That is unbelievable generosity. So thank you to everyone who donated. It's incredible that even this amount was raised on top of the 3,000 that was donated by SimRigs. That's £9,000 raised for a worthy cause. So thank you all, and hopefully this money is used for good. We know it will, and it'll help so many people, so thank you all. Back with Jenson Button in the 23 in 4th place. Comfortable where he is, 17 seconds ahead of 5th place. And just needs to not make any errors. Gap up front, 7.1, so it's just opening out even more. And Seclari doing enough right now to hold that lead for Racing Line Motorsport. So there is Marcus Lawrence in the PCDC car, and you can kind of see the difference in the lap time. 1:59.8 for Kevin Seclari and a 2:08 for Marcus Lawrence. That's last lap by, and that's the difference that it makes. Small gains, but again, 32 minutes. A lot can happen in 32 minutes, and we don't know if anything else could happen. And now we enter closing up on the 30 minutes to go in this race. It looked like a small little error from Lawrence on the exit of Chapel there. It looked like it went a little bit wide on the entry. Now, back with Seclari, and he's got some lap traffic to deal with. Up ahead of him, 7.4 seconds it opens to, but he's now in a bit of a sandwich. He's got the Ferrari ahead of him. He's got a Bentley behind him, which is a lap down. He's also got another Bentley just up the road. And the Ferrari is going to move out of the way and let the race leader through, flashing his lights and making his way through. And he keeps himself clear for now and free from any trouble. Ricardo Claro also manages to get through on that lapped car. So Seclari is just bringing the car home now with 335 laps completed, about to head on to the 336th lap, and again open to 7.8 seconds now. And just looks like they've just got enough in hand to hang on to this. And what a result it will be. We saw Seclari making some fantastic moves in the opening hour of this race and got the Racing Line team right up there. And a shame not to see what would happen if we had the G2 Esports car up here as well. Nils Naujoks and Arthur Kammerer, who were, of course, in the lead of the race in the opening hour. As well, we had the 25 of Mike Epps out in the lead as well. But of course, that is now a non-finisher. The second team Jensen car. But now Seclari's got another lapped car to deal with, and shouldn't be an issue for him. But there is Jensen Button. Of course, we keep going back to him because we keep having to rub our eyes and say, yes, that is actually Jensen Button now on track in the 23 car. Of course, would have raced here in Formula 1 so many times. The 2009 Formula 1 World Champion, and sporting a livery reminiscent of the Braun GP car that he'd won the championship in as well. But it's fantastic to have it here. So Seclari still kind of in a sandwich here, and he has got kind of Ricardo Claro kind of sticking with him as well, just behind. He's trying to kind of maybe unlap himself. We have passed under half an hour to go now. 29 minutes left on the clock, and the 43 of Zachary Hanlon is into the pit lane for third. So up the inside, Seclari gets past the 224 and does it swiftly with no issues. Ricardo Claro comes through as well. Zachary Hanlon in the 43, the coupe-controlled Altus Esports car, is in from third place. Is there going to be a driver swap? We'll wait and see. But this should be actually for Seclari to put another lap on the third place. So every single car in this race has been lapped apart from the top two, which shows the pace of these guys out front. So round the last corner again, 337 is the lap count. We check on the gap. The Altus Esports car is going to rejoin, should be comfortably in third place, and seems to be going quite slowly as they come out of the pit lane, but they do manage to disengage the pit limiter and rejoin comfortably in third place. Now, I do believe Jensen Button is a lap down on that car, but they have managed to get back on the lead lap relative to them, so they should still be in that fourth place. So not quite on the podium for the 23. So Zachary Hanlon in for a fuel stop, and they do emerge in third place, so no issues for them. But they do come out just in front of one of the Bentleys behind there, but there no real problems from behind for them. The gap now 9.3 out front with 27 minutes left on the clock. Seclari is just running his laps, no mistakes, and doing a perfect job. So that is actually Marcus Lawrence. I was wondering if it was the second place car that did come out of. So Marcus Lawrence now is going to try and lap third place. So we'll see if they can do that. But I'm sure Marcus Lawrence is going to be pushing hard on that car with the possibility of a race win, but it is just kind of slipping out of their hands just a little bit. 9.8 seconds it now stands at, and it's just opening out just 3/4 tenths each sector, and that's all he needs. They're on the verge of the victory here, the number 191 car. Can they bring it home? Drive-through penalty for the 256 car of Nicholas Bosselet. So I wonder, is that for the contact between himself and Stanchu? But that is a drive-through, and that will drop them a ways down the field, as you can see. And where on earth has Nicholas Bosselet just been? That is on the exit of Maggots Beckett, that's on the exit of Chapel. He was on the escape road there. I have no idea where he just was. But it looks like he has just maybe had an off-track excursion and has now dropped a long way down. He's dropped behind Crane, and he's now outside there, but there's interesting there. I have no idea how he ended up over on the escape, or possibly a spin on the exit of Chapel, maybe. But he has received a drive-through. And interesting stuff, but he does keep the car going, and the gap is now over 10 seconds out front, so Kevin Siclari is doing everything perfect, and is dragging the 39 car with him at the same time. So, doing everything right at the moment. So Ricardo Claro is just kind of trying to stick with the lead car, but not going to try anything untoward on the race leader, because it could be racing. We saw how little it took between Nicholas Boslet and Emil Stanchu for it to end in tears. So I'm sure he's just going to stick behind unless an opportunity. And we'll see in due course. But we'll see. Just keeping an eye on the gap between the 23 and... Oh, here we go. Drive-through penalty. Kevin Siclari in the lead. He's received a penalty. So that's a crucial one. In the lead of the race with 24 minutes to go. DT pops up on the screen. Drive-through penalty for the race leader with 25 minutes underneath to go. And that is a big, big moment in this race. Marcus Lawrence has just been handed the race lead on a plate. And was that a simple error from Kevin Siclari? And that has ruined their chances of taking the race win. Unbelievable. I told you that there'd be some twist in the tails, but there you go. PCDC are in the lead of the 12 hours of Silverstone, with Kevin Siclari yet to take a drive-through penalty. Unbelievable. You couldn't write it. You could not write this. Marcus Lawrence will now take the lead, and you'll see now very shortly Kevin Siclari will peel in to take his drive-through. He will still be in second place, but I'm sure Marcus Lawrence will have heard the news now, and he knows he can kind of back off a little bit now and hope and pray that he keeps it between the lines for these last 23 minutes. But I wonder now, Siclari, he's going to try and maybe open a gap, but 10 seconds is just not nearly enough. And Marcus Lawrence and PCDC are going to be punching the air. They are in the lead. And they needed to make no mistakes, and that's exactly what they've done. So Kevin Siclari in the 191 has now got to serve a drive-through. And you will see Marcus Lawrence and the PCDC car will pop into the race lead with 23 minutes, under 23 minutes left on the clock. And an unbelievable twist in the tail with minutes left. Never seen anything like it in endurance racing, and that is just complete heartbreak for the Racing Line Motorsports team, and quite unbelievable. And he's got to serve the drive-through as well. And just hearing that he did receive a penalty for I believe it was an unapproved lobby disconnect. So there are rules, of course, to minimize server lag and everything as well, but there is a procedure involved, and the drive-through is for not following steward's directions. And simple mistake, and that cost him. Nicholas Boslet is back in the pit lane again. The 256 is back in. But Siclari now is going to be absolutely fuming in that car. Now, I'm not too certain whether there is a set amount of laps that you must serve the drive-through in, but I wonder, is Seclari going to maybe try and build a gap that he loses a minimal time to Marcus Lawrence in second? He's guaranteed second place. They've got a lap over Zachary Hanlon. But my, oh my. Gap is 12 seconds back to Marcus Lawrence. So there is a sizable lead there, but it is going to come to nothing really with 21 minutes left. And in comes Kevin Seclari to serve the drive-through with just under 21 minutes left. And he will lose the lead, and PCDC come through and will take the lead of the 12 hours of Silverstone with 20 minutes left on the clock. It is going to be close. It's only a drive-through. He does not have to stop in the box, but there he is. There he goes, and the lead has been lost for Racing Line Motorsport. Wow. And there he goes, rejoins. Still in second place, but the chance of the win is now looking more and more unlikely. But he drops to second, and PCDC, Marcus Lawrence, is now in the lead. And that will be possibly 18 to 20 seconds of a lead now that Marcus Lawrence will have in hand as a result of that. He's now in the middle of a lot of lap traffic. He's got Zachary Hanlon, who is in third place. So now the gap is now actually 10.6, so much less than I thought. And we know that Kevin Seclari is quicker than Marcus Lawrence. So do not rule anything out of this race. Literally anything can happen. So for now, Marcus Lawrence in the PCDC Motorsport car is in the lead of the 12 hours of Silverstone. Kevin Seclari, after the drive-through, is in second. Zachary Hanlon is third. Jenson Button is fourth. And actually, interestingly enough, look at this train. Emil Stanchu, Stephen Bull, and then just up the road, you can kind of see James Parker in eighth. But now Emil Stanchu is trying to get past the Octane online racing car. Kind of moving up the inside, not quite able to find any space right there. But interesting enough, Kirill Antonov in the 56 is rapidly catching Jenson Button in fourth place. The gap is 7.6 seconds now. So possibly Jenson could potentially lose that fourth place, because that gap came down from about 15 to 7 within a number of minutes. So Emil Stanchu now trying to go for ninth place. James Parker is a little ways up the road. There is Jenson Button in fourth place. 18 minutes left. Kirill Antonov 7.4 seconds back. Can he hang on for fourth, or will he just have to secede to fifth? But Kirill Antonov is certainly charging in the 56 Porsche. There he is, Kirill Antonov in the like and subscribe team. Number 56, chasing after the 2009 Formula 1 World Champion Jenson Button. Is it possible? And I'm sure it's going to be interesting, because wow, Marcus Lawrence, the gap between himself and Kevin Seclari is at 9.3 seconds. The gap is coming down. This is not over. This is not over. Seclari is catching, and he took 0.7 of a second out of him on that lap. This is going to come down to the wire after 12 hours. If Seclari can keep the pace up, they still have a chance at the race win. What a twist in the tail this would be. I can hardly wait for this one. And Jenson Button is in from fourth, so that's definitely going to lose them the fifth place. Jenson Button in the 23 is in. We now look at Emil Stanchu and Stephen Bull side by side down towards Stowe, trying to get stoppy. Yeah, Jenson Button in the 23 is in, and that's going to lose them the fourth place, and they will drop to fifth place, but it's still going to be a top five. Gap up front, 7.6. It's coming down rapidly. So now we're going to see if Marcus Lawrence can eventually fend off an attack from Kevin Seclari. which will come 16 and a half minutes left. Don't go anywhere. So Kirill Antonov in the 56 ruins the almost the clean sweep of the British top 4. He slots in there in the German-built Porsche, and the gap is 7.5 seconds. And anything can happen. But we can't be sad for Jenson Button because he is down to 6th actually, so he's actually behind the Riccardo Claro car, but only 6.7 behind, so it's not over. 6.9, and he has to get past the lapped cars. 276 Ferrari has to make way for him, and you can literally see the chances of a race win ebbing away, but there's still an opportunity, and you cannot give up in this sport. I mentioned this earlier, in order to finish first you have to finish, and Seclari is on a big push to try and take this win. He's got to negotiate past this next lapped car, and he's going to have to go for it up the inside, and he does on the 224 Bentley, and does make his way through. 15 minutes left of this 12-hour endurance race. 11 hours and 45 minutes have gone. The gap's gone up slightly, but that was due to him making moves. Now, the race is on. Stephen Bull has dropped behind Emil Stanchu. So Stanchu has got past, eventually, to 9th place. But yeah, this is incredible. This is possibly one of the best endurance races you are going to see, with the amount of drama that has happened in this race. 6.8 is just coming down little by little. 14 minutes. He's running out of time. He needs a big push. He needs a second a lap. And whether it's going to come, I don't know, but it is going to be very, very close when we get to the white flag lap. But we could have about 6 or 7 laps to go. So yes, he needs a second a lap or more to catch up to Marcus Lawrence. And it is going to be incredibly tight. Takes another couple of tenths at 6.6 seconds. We need to see the gap at 6 seconds to know that Seclari is on the pace to potentially do it, to take it in the dying minutes. Remember what happened in the Le Mans 24-hour where Toyota broke down on the final lap. Literally, anything can happen in this sport. There is Marcus Lawrence, and in the background, Kevin Seclari about to head through turn would-be number 1 on the Grand Prix circuit. It's Abbey. And the minutes ebb away, and time is running out for Kevin Seclari. 13 minutes left on the clock. We should have just about 6 laps to go. 5.5, he's flying. Kevin Seclari is flying. 5.5 seconds it comes down to. Lap traffic for Marcus Lawrence would have helped there, but he certainly brought down. Yellow flag in the sector up ahead, and we'll wait and see. Back to a green flag. Obviously a car just going slowly through there, but 5.5 seconds, it's down to, with 12 and a half minutes left to run, roughly about 6 laps left in this race. 5.3, this is just unbelievable. 12 hours it's come down to. And it's come down to the dying few minutes. It's going to come down to the last few minutes. The last lap it should come down to if Kevin Seclari keeps up the pace, even after the drive-through penalty. We thought it was over, but it's definitely not. And he is pushing like a madman on these final few laps, but he has got lap traffic to deal with, which will come into play, don't forget. And Marcus Lawrence is already through that traffic. 4.6, another second taken out of him. And Seclari is on a big, massive push Jenson Button is in 6th place, outside the top 5, unfortunately, for the 23, but the gap is 4.6 seconds. And we'll see if it continues to come down, but he has got to deal with that lap traffic with creeping up on 11 minutes. There is Marcus Lawrence. What must he be feeling now? He's got Zachary Hanlon, who is 3rd place, but is a lap down, don't forget. So he's just been sticking with him. The PCDC are trying with every ounce of their might. Marcus Lawrence, their hopes of the win rest on his shoulders, and the gap's down to 3.8 seconds with just under 11 minutes left to go. Seclari is just banging in the laps. But don't forget, there is an extra thing that he needs to do. He needs to get past Marcus Lawrence. And I've never quite seen anything like this with a race this length coming down to the last 10 minutes. 10.5 left to go. 3.6 seconds the gap now. And essentially, Seclari's got one more lapped car to deal with, and he's got clear air to try and catch up to Marcus Lawrence, because he's just going through Maggots and Beckett's now, and Seclari is following. See the attitude of the car, you can see how much he's pushing. It comes through, you can see the lap time 2:01.5 for Marcus Lawrence. And they continue to fight away. Under 10 minutes left in this race. And the gap 3 seconds. 3 seconds it stands at now. And Zachary Hanlon is just sticking in with Marcus Lawrence, but he can certainly see that car of Kevin Seclari rapidly closing in with 9.5 minutes left to go. There he is, and you can see the difference in the lap time. 1:59.8 last time versus a 2:01 from Marcus Lawrence out in front. Ticking over to 9 minutes left on the clock. And in just the most incredible climax to an endurance race you could ever want. 9 minutes. 2.1, another second. So, Seclari is just flying up to him. But Marcus Lawrence has now got to make that Bentley as wide as possible to stop Racing Line Motorsport from securing the win in the dying minutes of this race. Coming across the line now, 8.5 minutes left on the clock. 1.9 seconds it goes to now. You can literally see him in the background. The Racing Line car is right there. And there's one car in between them, and it's Zachary Hanlon, who's the sandwich in this one. It's a Bentley top 3. This is your top 3. Zachary Hanlon is the car in the middle, and he's a lap down. The cars we need to watch is the white Bentley. Right behind, and off the road goes Marcus Lawrence on the exit of the chapel. That's going to cost him time, and Kevin Seclari sees an opportunity, and he's flying and takes the lead of the 12 Hours of Silverstone on the Hangar Straight, and straight through after a mistake from Marcus Lawrence. Through he goes, and off the road, and Marcus Lawrence is pulling off the road, and the PCDC car is in trouble as they come through Stowe Corner. And again, Seclari takes lead, and there's big problems for Marcus Lawrence. What is going on with that car? And something really terrible has happened to that car. It's taking to the escape road, pulling off the road at every opportunity. And I wonder, is there damage? It looks like there's something wrong with the tyre. Left front damage. Something's wrong. The left front suspension is broken on Marcus Lawrence's car. It's broken on the curve. I've never ever seen anything like that. The front left is broken on Marcus Lawrence's car. The front left suspension, the left wheel is not moving. And, oh my lord, could you get any more just heartbreaking? Marcus Lawrence has now got to nurse that car back to the pit lane, and they may lose second place and pulling off. He's trying to just make the lap as little as possible, and a puncture, indeed, for the left fronts of Marcus Lawrence's car. And you could see he was tire saving, but wow, what a climax. What a climax. And Seclari's in the pit lane again. What's going on in this race? Seclari's back in the pit lane. The 191 is taking a pit stop for fuel, I would imagine, or something. Is there something wrong on Seclari's car as well? But he's in the pit lane in the dying minutes of this race. Now, he has got a lap in hand, so I'm pretty sure it's just going to be for fuel. But I have no idea what's going on in the last 6 minutes of this race. Seclari's in the pit lane as well. Marcus Lawrence is in the pit lane. And I have no idea what on earth. I am just watching on my screen. Could Zachary Hanlon win this race? 5 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. Both the leaders are in the pit lane. I am lost for words. I am genuinely lost for words. They have a half a lap in hand, so I'm sure Seclari's got enough, but yes, Seclari is now exiting the pit lane, so Seclari is coming out, and I was slightly worried for a moment that Seclari was going to lose the race, but he comes back out, and he's comfortably in the lead. But Marcus Lawrence is still in the pit lane, and that could be it for second place. And it looked like maybe Seclari definitely had a puncture as well. So, Seclari is safe. Thankfully, the 191 is safe. And Zachary Hanlon is into second place. Gifted the second place. So the Cube controls Altus Esports car into second place. And Marcus Lawrence about to exit the pit lane. And what a roller coaster this has been. And I wonder, has Marcus Lawrence lost the podium to Krill Antonov? But Zachary Hanlon into second place. And you can see now that he is coming up now to catch up to Marcus Lawrence. About to put a lap on Marcus Lawrence, actually. Zachary Hanlon, yeah, the 43 is into second. Marcus Lawrence is in third. And, yeah, but let me just run through. Kevin Seclari with a drive-through penalty. Then we had both the leaders having a puncture on the dying minutes. Seclari thankfully got the car back into the pit lane. But now Marcus Lawrence has dropped to 6th place, and the podium has totally been shaken up. Kevin Seclari is your leader. Zachary Hanlon is second, and Krill Antonov is third, and Jensen Button back into the 5th place, and Ricardo Claro back into 4th. This is just unbelievable. And yeah, Marcus Lawrence penalty for speeding in the pit lane as well. I've never, ever, ever seen anything like this. I'm sure now Kevin Seclari is just praying that nothing else happens with 3.5 minutes left in this race. Anything that could happen has just happened in this one. So, Kevin Seclari in the 191, after all of that, is back out in the lead for Racing Line Motorsport. Has a lap in hand over Zachary Hanlon, and Marcus Lawrence, you've got to feel for him. A puncture in the dying minutes, losing him the lead. Then Seclari picks up a puncture. Oh, and it gets even worse. A drive-through penalty for Marcus Lawrence. Once again, it just goes from bad to worse for the PCDC car. It's another drive-through penalty. And wow. PCDC are going to drop a long way down with that drive-through. And we look now, James Parker on the back of Giuseppe Montalbano. This is the battle for 7th, what could be 6th place, as they come through across the line. And I'm sure when Kevin Seclari gets across the line next time, he will be on his final lap, well, close to his final lap, as they come through. And I mean, the twists and turns of this race have been just next level. Kevin Seclari, he's coming through Luffield, and this will be the final lap of the 12 hours of Silverstone. And I've never seen anything like this in all my commentary career. Kevin Seclari across the line, the white flag will be in the air with just under 2 minutes left to go, and 350 laps later, 12 hours later, and everything happened in the last couple of minutes that could happen. And now we stick with Kevin Seclari. He's got a full lap in hand over Zachary Hanlon, who's been gifted a podium. Kirill Antonov in third place as well. Ricardo Clara, Jenson Button is on for a top 5 as well. And Giuseppe Montalbano, James Parker, Emil Stanchu, and Stephen Bull are your top 10. But we stick with this man, Racing Line Motorsports, and the Bentley, the 191 Bentley. And he will now have half a lap left to go. The timer's ticking down to the last few seconds. And Marcus Lawrence into the pit lane to serve the drive-through. And it may go even worse for him from the lead. And it's gone so badly wrong. 10 seconds left on the clock, and the checkered flag will come out in this incredible race. 12 hours have elapsed, and the checkered flag will come out on this lap down the Hangar Straight for the last time, the Wellington Straight, excuse me. And what a drive from the 191. What drama we had in the final dying minutes. And what a feat these guys have pulled off. £9,000 raised for charity. But the 191 Bentley had to go through so much drama. Round the last corner through Luffield for the final time. Kevin Seclari, Racing Line Motorsports number 191, crosses the line and wins the 12 hours of Silverstone after such an amazing race. They will be chuffed to bits after what drama and stuff they had to go through for that. And possibly one of the most incredible races in endurance racing you will see. Zachary Hanlon is going to grab that second, and Kirill Antonov in the 56 is third. We're going to wait for all the drivers to cross the line, of course. There is Zachary Hanlon. He's got half a lap left to run, but I'm sure the Cube Controls Altus Esports team are going to be very surprised with that second place after all the drama and everything that happened in the dying laps. Marcus Lawrence is going to cross the line for 8th, I think, after being in the lead in the dying few minutes. And now we wait for Zachary Hanlon and the Cube Controls. Altus Esports, Cube Controls, of course, a sponsor of this race. Many thanks to them as well, but they're going to get that car across the line for second. Ricardo Clara in 4th, and Jenson Button in 5th place, in 23rd for the Jensen RJR team. 5.6 seconds off the back of Ricardo Clara for 4th. And across the line, Zachary Hanlon in 2nd place. James Parker will get 6th place. Giuseppe Montalbano, and possibly our heart goes out to the PCTC Motorsports car of Marcus Lawrence, the number 12, who is going to cross the line for 8th. And what could have been more? There's Jenson Button giving us some donuts, and that's exactly what we want to see. A fantastic drive from the 23 car, and essentially a deserved top 5, but Giuseppe Montalbano and Marcus Lawrence and the number 12 team will be gutted. But this man, Kevin Seclari, and the 191 squad, Racing Line Motorsport, and of course 3 Racing Line Motorsport cars in that top 10. Giuseppe Montalbano in 7th, and the 192 of Emil Stanchu will also cross the line for that top 10 places. But yeah, the 191 team made up of Kevin Seclari, Maciek Malinowski, Samuel Betts, and Troy Behrman are your victors today after one of the most action-packed and incredible races, and £9,000 raised for charity on top of that as well, which has been, I think, the whole key of this entire event was for charity, and they certainly pulled that off. So well done to every single driver that crossed the line today. You've pulled off something incredible in a time of such sadness we've certainly got a glimmer of hope out of this one. And I think that's just a beautiful shot. Just all the cars together. Kevin Sakari, the Bentleys and all the Porsches and Audi together. And everyone pulling together in such a time. And definitely exactly what we needed. Kevin Sakari giving us some donuts. Just in Brooklands right there. And an absolutely fully deserved victory for the 191 team. The drive-through penalty in the last few minutes, and then the puncture. And everything that could go wrong did go wrong for them, but they certainly pulled it through. But we'll see if we can hear from some of the drivers as well, because I'm sure there's going to be some emotion and stuff after all of that. After 12 hours of racing, and again, we get to see Jenson Button and the squad rolling up on the start finish, and just been incredible to see him out in this grid as well. And so many. We're going to get some more donuts from Jenson. Yes, we are out on the grass. Plenty of drivers giving us some donuts, but definitely wonderful to see Jenson Button and a couple of other drivers just coming to the pit straight and giving us some 360 action in this one. And we're gonna hold off for a minute and just see if we can hear from any of the drivers, but not sure that we're going to. But we've certainly got one or two that we can hear from.
Yeah, we'll shortly try and get these drivers in, possibly looking to get the race winner of Saklari in the interview room as soon as possible.
But we wait while the guys sort that out in the background. But yeah, the full race rundown. Kevin Saklari is your winner. Zachary Hanlon in second. The 56 of Kirill Antonov in third. Ricardo Clara in the 39. 23, Jenson Button squad. James Parker. Then Giuseppe Montalbano, the 193. The number 12 of Marcus Lawrence. I mean, you got a feel for him. As the server now resets, and we maybe do it again, but possibly not. But well, it's been fantastic, and we certainly couldn't have done it without the support of all the drivers and all the team behind the racing. The racing certainly doesn't happen without the drivers, and they certainly gave us a fantastic show. And we
will shortly get Saklari in here. We're just getting him access to the commentary booth as soon as possible.
So, hope you'll stick with us so you can hear from the driver that pulled it off in the final stint and in the opening stint as well. And we will hear from him, and then we will unfortunately have to head our separate ways.
I'll have you take the lead on this interview with Kevin Saklari.
Thank you very much. Kevin Saklari, welcome to the commentary booth. I mean, I've never seen anything like that before in the dying minutes. 40 minutes to go, drive-through penalty, then a puncture later on. I mean, what more could have gone wrong? But you must be over the moon. The 191 takes the win after 12 hours. But I mean, I don't think a team has ever had to go through as much struggle as you did. Talk us through it.
Thank you very much, guys, for compliment. I really appreciate. For the first one, I want to compliment all the team and the people that work with us on those days for setup, because the car was amazing, and also my teammates, because they do a stunning job. Everyone do really a perfect stint, no error. I just can say very, very, very compliment to all. Also about my last stint, I was desperately because PCDC do a very, very nice race, very strong driver. Also a lot of respect for Tay, and I was desperately to catch first position because we got bumped on virtual safety car at the beginning of the race. We destroyed the car at the rear when I need to pit. So the strategy, everything go fuck it. Sorry for for that, but yeah, it's all. It's correct. This word is the perfect one. and after that we just pushing, rain coming, and fortunately we get perfect time on pit stop. So at the end of raining, we was on front. And Tortellini after Maciej Marinowski, sorry, take the car, but he lost connection, and we had just a moment, a disparity moment. But at the end, it was funny to catch the Benente, even because I was asking myself how he don't go away, because I imagine you go pit stop, you put new fresh tire. But I see that I gain time on him and just pushing, and it works. So sorry for my English, but I'm very happy. Lot of more emotion today. I think I had all emotion that I knew a new man can have on the life in one day. Just crazy, just crazy. So compliments to PCDC, to guys that finish on podium also, to guys that finish the race on the other car of the team, because they work very hard also on all week and on the race. So I'm very happy about the results. And also a compliment to organization, because a lot of things, livery, a lot of rule correct, reality. Very compliment also for organization, PPR, and everyone involved on that.
Well, I don't think I can say much more. Thank you so much, Kevin, and my congratulations go out to all your teammates for possibly one of the greatest endurance races you're ever going to see in your life. So
probably, yeah, this was just my craziest race I ever do on sim racing.
yeah, brilliant stuff. Thank you so much for talking to us, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks you also. Thank you, guys.
Well, I mean, the Italian passion certainly coming through there. I mean,
we definitely saw that there. He's completely amped. Of course, we from the commentary booth and from the viewers, they saw the ups and downs of just that final 30 minutes alone. Absolutely insane. I'm sure he was his heart was racing there as well.
Yeah, exactly. But unfortunately, I mean, that brings an end to the race, to the action for the past 12 hours. And for me personally, it's been my pleasure to be in the commentary booth. I've enjoyed every single second of it. And of course, to all the other commentators who joined in as well, who gave up their time to come in. And I think just the biggest thing, of course, we had the amazing racing. We had just everything that could possibly have been thrown at the drivers today. But the biggest thing and the best thing out of this stream is that we raised £9,000 for charity, which is just an incredible achievement. And I think just on behalf of everybody in PPR, thank you to everyone who donated, and thank you all for your generosity. And we hope that we can do this again. And of course, we can't go anywhere without thanking the sponsors, Cube Controls, Sim Rigs, Nils Coaching. Unfortunately, the race for G2 Esports did not go well at all. But thanks to Nils, of course, for sponsoring, and of course pitwall.live, who did provide the live timing for everything. And it's been amazing. We've had a ray of sunshine in a very dark time. But this money that was raised tonight is going to go to a fantastic charity. And we hope that you'll join us once again for possibly another event in the future, because the drivers have loved it, the commentators have loved it, the organisers have loved it, the stewards not so much, but we now, of course, will unfortunately have to end it out. Thank you all so much for joining in the stream today, and we hope that we can be back very, very shortly for another endurance event here on the PPR Esports channel. This has been the PPR Esports 12 Hours of Silverstone in aid of the Huntington disease charity. £9,000 raised. Thank you all so much, and we will see you next time. Thank you, and good night.